There we go. Cool. Hello, everybody. Hi. How goes everybody's day today? It's going to be a very fun stream for sure. Hello. Welcome in, Jeff. Good to see you. I'm surprised Dr. Boshi isn't here. My biggest fan. He's normally here right away. Welcome in, Ricky Racky. Hello. Hey, wondering if you can respond to the most egotistical grifter who butchers art with AI. Who's that exactly? I know a lot of grifters do like AI art, unfortunately. Which sucks, you know, because it takes directly from the artist and repurposes their art to train the AI, which is dumb. Now for the fun to start. Indeed. Thank you for the $2, Jeff. Welcome in Void Sonic Shuffle. Hello. Both Synthetic Man and Griffin Gaming are terrible human beings, and their criticisms aren't valid at all. Indeed. The upcoming week is going to be the worst humans, and escalating levels of pure evil, and their simps will be hardcore mad. I was very happy. How mad I ended up making all of Chibi Reviews fans on Twitter after the last debate. They were seething. They were so mad that I turned one of Chibi's own fans against him. Because I blatantly showed that he is not actually anti-censorship. And they didn't like that. Because they, I guess, are really ride or die for Chibi for some reason, even though he's quite literally lying to his audience and insulting their intelligence by pretending to be anti-censorship when he's not. I don't know why you would ride or die for that. It's crazy. This will be very interesting to say the least. Yeah. Oh, we're going to look at that video today, Will. I brought in Simon, because that video is shills for REV'S says Desu, and I want to talk about that, because it's funny. You've got a typo in the title. Yeah, I fixed that. It said Griffin Gaming by accident originally. Welcome in, Sir W. Yeah. Hello. Welcome in, David. Welcome the Master. I know! It's weird that Griffin Gaming sounds almost exactly like Synth. Like, their voices are strangely similar sounding.
Voice swamp.
I know.
As you would say.
Yeah, exactly. I am joined by Simon today, by the way. Oh, also, thank you for the $5 thrash. I'm morbidly curious what GG is gonna say to try and defend this guy. I know, right? It'll be very interesting. Also, make sure you all get the likes up on this stream. Make sure you like this stream if you haven't already. Are you going to use my experience against Tectone? I don't think Tectone is going to come up on this stream, Void. We're going to talk about, well, two different videos that were responding to me, one of which was Griffin Gaming's, one of which was from a REV'S says Desu fan who got mad at me. It was really funny. So we'll talk about that. And then I might at the end talk about the situation with the Avatar The Last Airbender movie, because I think that's a very interesting situation going on right now. Boshi didn't show. I guess he got scared of being changed. I know! I found that so funny. Boshi said he was going to show up last stream, but he didn't. So why we're all here, my friend. Welcome in, Speedrun. It's good to see you. Oh,
you gotta love the hate watchers, though. The hate watchers are fun.
I know, they are really funny for sure. How will this Griffin or Griffith guy try to lie about Silent Hill to defend Synthetic? He does so in some very interesting ways, Danny boy. You'll see. It's very funny. I was kind of hoping this will be a video. I'm not too big of a streamer reaction, stream highlights. I mean, honestly, it's easier for me to do it this way, to be honest, Petra, rather than, you know, like, just making a separate video, because I'm too busy with the Jello Apocalypse video. I do not have time to sit down and make a separate video debunking one random REV'S says Desu fan. But I'm happy to do it in this stream for sure. And funny enough, I am also working on a bigger video about REV'S says Desu that should be done shortly. Anthony Gramuglia and Mars Girl are going to be in that video, so look forward to that.
And you're not going to mention the fact that I'm going to be there too.
Yeah, no, Simon's going to be there. Yeah, indeed. Simon will be there as well. It'll be very funny. Oh yeah, TinyFlex! TinyFlex and Trouge were in the Kalesto guys comment section. The REV'S says Desu fan, yeah. I will say, I'm genuinely just disappointed with Trouge. Like, I thought after the last stream I did, he would actually... I was hoping he would take something away from it. But it's clear he hasn't. Like, I hate to say it, but he is quite literally just my Psy Scribbles now. And it sucks. I don't want to have a Psy Scribbles. I know Anthony doesn't like having a Psy Scribbles. But here we both are. It sucks. It's really disappointing.
So basically, he's mad at you because you called him out for some bullshit that he was doing, and now he's trying to be like your opt. Is what you're saying.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on with him right now. He's mad that I called him out for harassing Cherry and also stating that non-binary people aren't real. Things like that. That, yeah, he's just... honestly, he really needs to find something healthier to do than just, like, going into comment sections about me or seething about me constantly, like, or Cherry for that matter. He really needs to find something better to do with his time. But I know he won't because he refuses to change. And it just makes me sad, honestly. It makes me more sad.
This is why I'm glad I do not take the internet seriously.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's my job, but I understand that perspective for sure. It's fine, I can make an exception. A video on Griffin could be interesting because he talks about how he has a job and doesn't need to make videos. Yep, keeps going on about this grift. I mean, I've talked about Griffin before. I looked at his video about Ghost of Yote, and specifically how he missed the point of that game. It was very funny. It wasn't a good video, but it was very interesting seeing how he missed the point of that game. Grifting Gaming, yeah. Oh, go ahead, Simon.
Petra, if you actually want to see like some good videos of people dunking on Griffin Gaming, like, I know some of you guys don't like Fratanga here, but he is one of those people who actually dunks on Griffin Gaming pretty often. So if you want to see some Griffin Gaming dunkage, go check out Fratanga. Like, he actually tends to mock him pretty good a lot of the time.
Exactly. No, Draco. So Trouge unfortunately made a post saying that non-binary people aren't real. Me and Josh looked at that on his stream, and actually he made that post while we were streaming. So, yeah, I'm just disappointed with him, honestly, more than anything. Yeah, I hope I don't know. I feel like I've said all you need to say there. I just hope he gets better. Griffin is just an asshole who likes to flex money and should have any opinion he doesn't like, good or bad. I believe he's made videos on Endymion. Oh, funny enough, Endymion will be coming up in this video too. So look forward to that for sure. Fratanga? Yeah, Fratanga plays. The one Simon was talking about.
It's Fratanga plays, basically.
Baxter says, that's the only compliment I'll ever give Fratanga. Zombie says, no, I actually discovered Griffin before COVID. Interesting. Assemble the Grifter Avengers. Yeah, me, Anthony, Birdman. We're actually planning a live stream together, so look forward to that.
Baxter,
that'll be fun.
Like, I get it, man. Like, Fratanga's not everybody's cup of tea. He tends to be pretty much, like, anti-woke build for a lot of the time. But he's one of those anti-wokers that you can actually talk to. And he does have a few good points every now and then, even though he's kind of a dick.
Exactly. Like with Natalie, you know, I was able to talk with her at least and kind of help her understand some stuff, which was good. You know,
the reason why people don't... The reason why people don't like Frit mostly is because he's kind of an asshole, which, you know what, fair enough. Not everybody likes that type of, like, personality. Me, personally, I have no issues with him because I can talk shit to him back.
That's fair, that's really fair.
Bother me.
Okay.
But, yeah, like, people tend to not really like him because he's kind of a dickhead.
That makes sense. This is Goyslop? Oh, dang! We already got anti-Semitism. Hello, welcome on in. A Jew hater named Gaming with Dead People. Dang. Well, funny enough, Goyslop will be coming up as a term on Griffin's video. He does use that as a term against the game. We'll talk about that. It's very funny. Supergirl is to the critical drinker what the Odyssey is to Metatron. I know! Both of those guys keep ranting about those individual movies before they've even come out. The grift is crazy. I really like Noah types of videos. I'm glad you like them, Petra. I used to be a fan of his, this guy back in high school during one of his streams. He said that Activision was innocent and there was no grape and it was California bullshit. He's a COD fanboy. Wow. Okay. Well, there we go.
Way, don't forget to stream Noah your screen to me.
Yeah. Well, I'm just laying things out first before we get into it. Welcome in Joshua as well. Streaming with Pillar of Garbage? Maybe so. That would be fun. I wonder if we can get him on the anti-grifter stream as well. That would be fun. Now, let me see here. So, for those who don't know, I downloaded this video because I know better than to actually give it my view. By the way, just kind of a tip for any of y'all. If there's ever like a video, you know, like from a grifter that you want to look at, but don't want to actively give your view so they don't show up in your algorithm, I highly recommend like downloading them. A good way to do this is what I use a 4K video downloader. This is a really good app that allows you to download pretty much any YouTube video. And yeah, up to 4K, which is great. I usually just do like 1080p because that's kind of all I need. But yeah, you can download like literally any YouTube video with it. It's great. So I downloaded this 2.5 hour video made on me and ended up watching it to see what it said, and it's absolutely hilarious. It's exactly what you probably expect. Because, funny enough, the guy who made this is a friend of Kinoflex, unsurprisingly. Not surprising at all. And he's kind of a, he's gone after Birdman before, so you can already kind of expect what he's gonna say there. I believe he's gotten mad at gay porn bots coming into Kinoflex's comments before. Let me find the thing there that somebody sent me. It was really funny. Let's see.
Well, hold on. Share your screen with me. I don't like to see that.
Yeah. Well, I'll DM it to you because you'll see it that way. Because we're not watching, like, the video's not up yet.
Okay.
I'm not sharing the video just yet. I'm just talking about other stuff because it's funny.
All right, no problem. DM to me then.
Let's see here. Okay. So yeah, copy image. Here's Kinoflex in his server, tagging Jan and Keletso. Funny, Jan didn't respond because Jan's actually one of the more sane people that Kino associates with. He's like, wow, people are really liking last night's live stream, and there's a gay porn bot there, and he's at the gay R-word username in your server. So there we go. He thinks that a gay porn bot is a real person, and also calls them the R-word. I think that's already telling from the get-go. It's very funny, for sure. I'll send that one to you, Simon. It's really funny. Okay, there we go.
Let me check that out.
Griffin Gaming went full villain art? Yeah, he's pretty bad. I gotta disagree on the Frit take. Yes, he did call Griffin back out in the day, but he's fallen off hard, really hard. Is Anthony Gramuglia here? You just got 5 ads at once? Oh, dang. That sucks, Colin. 2.5 hours? Jesus, this is why Jesus' middle initial is H. I know, right? Kino is a cringe lord. He's pretty bad. He is funny, though. Gay bots got Kino. I know, he fell for the gay bots. How do you not know this is a bot and still spill slurs? I know. It's ridiculous. I use the R word because I claim the word. I'm disabled. I am disabled too, but I don't use it, Rat, because I think I don't know. Like it's really hard to claim that word, in my opinion. I know like gay people have claimed the F slur, and obviously like black people claim the N word, but it's definitely like, as an autistic person, it's harder for me to like claim the R word because it's used so much against people like myself.
Maybe for you, Noah, not so much for me, because I'm also on the spectrum and I personally have no issue claiming it.
Yeah, I know, that's fair. Different of opinion.
Each their own.
Yeah, exactly.
Each their own.
Exactly. Okay, so let's get into this. Let's get this out of the way first because it's funny. I think honestly the Griffin one is more entertaining anyway. So I want to get into the one about. Wait, is it going to show up here? Let's see if it'll actually show up. It might take a minute to actually load in because hang on, is this frozen? I'm gonna have to close the program out.
Autistic man clowning on another autistic man.
I know, right? Let's see here. Okay, external drive. Let me pull that up. Oh yeah, also he's shown up on a Backseaters podcast before. I forgot about that.
What
Kino has. I forgot about that. He showed up on the guy that's obsessed with Anthony Gramuglia. Kino showed up on his podcast before, which is incredibly funny.
The fuck is a backseater?
So a backseater is like this one. He's like a 23-year-old kid or something that is obsessed with Anthony. Kind of like how Kino's obsessed with Birdman and Templar's obsessed with me. Backseater is obsessed with Anthony, and he's made so many videos just on Anthony.
We're all obsessed with someone at this point. People are going to say, "Oh, I'm obsessed with Rev." Meanwhile,
well, you're not though. You're actually level-headed about it, and you actually offer him real criticisms. Is the thing, like obviously, Backseater is not offering Anthony any real criticism at all, and also he got yelled at by his mom on his own stream multiple times because he still lives with his mom. It's really funny.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to shame anyone for living with their parents, especially.
Well, no, but like if you're getting yelled at on your stream,
where
you're shitting on Anthony Gramuglia, and you're getting yelled at on your stream by your mom for apparently eating out of her pot or something.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's him.
Yeah, it's that guy. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Good.
Yeah,
It's so funny. It's so good, dude. It's so funny.
Oh, bro.
I know it's that guy. So now you know exactly. Jesus, I'm coughing too much. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about now. It's so funny.
Yeah, no, now I know who you're talking about. Oh, yeah, okay, that's actually pretty funny. That's actually pretty funny.
Exactly. Let's see here. Okay, copy link. Let me see if I can re-download it. I don't know if I still have it on here. There we go. I'll just do that there. 480p is fine quality, I think. Perfect. Because if I download the full thing, it's like, you know, it's 2.5 hours. And funny enough, most of the video isn't even about me, which we'll get into. It's kind of some EFAP type stuff. Most of the video is not even about me, and he adds other stuff in, like shitting on Sweet Baby Inc. or shitting on, I think like like a good chunk of the video actually is just him shitting on 3 people from Sweet Baby Inc. and their takes on movies. It's like, okay.
Oh, Sweet Baby Inc. padding.
I know, right? I know. It's so stupid. Why are we still doing Gamergate 2.0 in 2026? It's hilarious.
Like it's dead, guys. Just let it die.
I know. It's like some Grums level stuff here. Like, man, why would you bring up Sweet Baby Inc. in a video on me? Kino joined in a Templar stream? Oh no! Bruh! He ended up in a Templar stream. That's funny. Of course. He would shill for the guy who advocates for marital rape. He's making himself look even worse.
I mean, hey, Doxel flex at that point, so you really surprised at that?
No, I'm not surprised. He's a confirmed doxer. He did defend a pedo as well for a while, named Arachne or something like that. So that was the whole thing. Arachnid youth, I think.
Story I've not heard of.
That was an interesting one. Yeah, SK originally reported that. What even is Sweet Baby Inc.?
Was that the one where he got blasted in like his server or something by a bunch of people?
Yeah, for defending Arachnid youth, I think. I forget exactly what that was.
I think I've watched like a few videos regarding that. I think I've seen like some of the videos on SK him talking about that. I don't remember the full context of it since I probably watched only.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember seeing what SK said about it in general. Wait, seriously? Yeah, apparently that was something that happened. SK talked about it. How about Boris Kopp instead? To them, though, it never died. They're the last bastions. I know! Exactly. So Sweet Baby Inc. is a consultation firm, basically, for gaming, Necro. So what they do, even though a lot of people, you know, on the anti-woke side will lie about this, what they do is they go in, they oversee, like, they'll offer feedback on different games, like, you know, from, like, a diversity perspective. Like, if the developer is putting a character that's, like, of a certain minority or ethnic group or whatever, they'll often bring them in and ask, like, for feedback. Like, hey, how should this character be portrayed? You know, and Sweet Baby Inc. will offer that feedback, but then they'll just leave. They don't actually change the game or the story or the characters. They have no direct involvement with that. That's all the developers working on it, you know, because it's still their game. So, a lot of what these guys do, though, in the Gamergate 2.0 kind of sector of things, is they'll try to act like Sweet Baby Inc. is actively changing these games, their stories, and the characters, even though they have no direct involvement in that. That's all the developers. It's incredibly foolish. Okay, there we go. Now I finally finished downloading it, Simon. So let's see here. So I'm going to put this on a higher speed, obviously, for y'all, so you don't have to deal with this whole thing. Let me share my screen as well. Let's see here. With Simon, so that he can see it. There we go. So, fun fact, y'all. The first 16 minutes of this video aren't even about me. The first 16 minutes of this video are quite literally just him shilling for Drinker, Nerdrotic, and I think a few others too. Oh, he shills for Heel versus Babyface in this video too. So, you can imagine how it's gonna go. It'll be very fun. I'm gonna put this on like... maybe, 1.5 speed.
2 hours?
Yeah, because most of the video is not even about me. The first 16 minutes aren't about me. It's hilarious. So let's get into it. Yeah, this guy was so mad that I've been calling out, rightfully, a lot of these anti-woke people, that he made a 2.5 hour video seething about
It wasn't
me.
even about you. It wasn't
I
even
know!
About you.
Like, yeah, and the video is barely about me, too. It's mostly, like, there's just plenty of, like, segments where he's not even talking about me. It's like,
And
come
people
on,
say
man.
I have too much. And people say I have too much free time.
I know. I know. Like, dude, you gotta find something better to do with your time than making a crap video like this that's barely even about me.
Is a renowned neurosurgeon who, after being involved in a car crash, suffers debilitating injuries. His exhaustive
So this first segment here is him talking about Doctor Strange 2 and him trying to call it woke, which we'll see here.
Here leads him to Camartage, where he learns the art of sorcery. Using his previous skills for study and his thirst for knowledge, he quickly develops his skill as a sorcerer, eventually using the Time Stone to defeat the interdimensional villain Dormammu. With the Ancient One passing, Doctor Strange becomes the Sorcerer Supreme, tasked with protecting the realm of Earth from mystical threats. Later on, we see Doctor Strange do exactly this in Thor Ragnarok. With Thor and Loki arriving on Earth to search for their father, Doctor Strange...
I will also say, this guy really needs to, like, talk louder. He needs to have more clarity with how he's speaking. He's so quiet. He's like, oh, he's like mumbling. Like, dude, come on. Talk a little louder. Make yourself a bit more clear when you talk here about these things.
The trickster who formerly attempted to invade Earth.
Also, thank you for the $5, Thrash. Drinkers, Nerds, and Heels. Oh my, head desk. Yeah. This is going to be fun. I've seen this full video before, and it's very funny. I'm looking forward to sharing with y'all.
Thor, to ascertain his mission, comes up with a solution, and then executes his plan so that the Asgardians leave Earth as promptly as possible, ensuring that there's little chance for conflict to spill out on Earth. In Spider-Man Homecoming, he has no qualms with sending each interdimensional villain back to their point of origin, even if it means their demise, so he can ensure no innocent people are hurt.
In the grand calculus of the multiverse, their sacrifice means infinitely more than their lives.
So, when Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, takes over an entire town and psychologically tortures its inhabitants for weeks using magic, astute fans of the MCU wondered why Doctor Strange never appeared to stop the Scarlet Witch, given the MCU is an interconnected universe. Well, eventually the answer was given. It was not that the writers forgot, as many might assume, it was actually an intentional decision. The reasoning was this, quote, "We didn't want the end of the show to be commoditized to go to the next movie. Here's the white guy. Let me show you how powers work."
Okay, so hang on. He's trying to act, bruh. Okay, so he's talking about Doctor Strange 2 here. Let me see.
The reasoning was this, quote,
"How Benedict Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange almost appeared in WandaVision." Okay. Would have taken away from Wanda. Yeah, what's wrong with him not appearing in WandaVision? The show is about Wanda and Vision. That's the entire point of that show. So he's singling this out here and acting like, oh, they didn't want him there because he's a white guy. Dude, no, they didn't want him there because it's Doctor Strange. The show is WandaVision. It's about Wanda and Vision. Already, even though he's not even talking about me here, he's already making his points way too easy to debunk. Come on, man, you gotta try better than this.
"We didn't want the end of the show to be commoditized to go to the next movie. Here's the white guy. Let me show you how powers work." What? It's absurd that a franchise built in part because of its interconnected universe would prohibit the most relevant character appearing because Doctor Strange is a white man.
What? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, when the fuck did they ever say that at that point? Because, again, I'm not much of a Marvel guy. I never really cared all that much about Marvel movies.
I think he's honestly just singling out the white guy, like, terminology there, or whatever, and just saying that because, like, I think they didn't want Doctor Strange there because it's WandaVision. I don't think it has anything really to do with him being a white guy. I think he's singling that out to spread his narrative here. That's exactly what all grifters do.
This writing decision was made in part due to the politics of the people at the time, using some hyper-progressive intersectional frameworks that dictates what character can show up and what can't.
Yep, there we go. Feminist politics. Wow, already, even just 2 minutes into this video, he's not even talking about me, but he's already showing his hand. He's showing what this is really about.
At this point, can we just get to the part where he starts talking about you, man?
I think I'll go through more of this because I think this is funny, but I just find it funny that he spends like the first 16 minutes not even talking about me.
Character's identity, rather than, the actual lore that the MCU built. Ostensibly, if Doctor Strange was not a white man, then the character could show up, meaning that it was Doctor Strange's identity as a white man that prohibited him.
What? What are you talking about? He's saying, bruh, they don't want Doctor Strange there because it doesn't make sense for him to be in the story of WandaVision. It shouldn't be that hard to spell out. Maybe I will just skip to 16 minutes then. This is pointless, man. Fuck. So stupid. Like, if you're gonna come after me like this, make your video actually about me. Don't just spend 16 minutes of your video not talking about me at all and talking about something else entirely. It makes no sense to do that. Thank you for the $20, Hero. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $1 also, Jeff. Griffin used to be a pro-consumer advocate, but after getting criticism of fanboyism around Call of Duty Vanguard a few years back, he couldn't take it, so he rebranded to a Synthetic Man clone. That's why I don't watch him. Yeah, he sounds just like... excuse me. He sounds just like Synthetic Man, too. Like, his voice sounds almost exactly like him. Yeah, not even 2 minutes in, he already started being sexist. There we go. Like, I feel like that already tells you what you need to know.
Like, I'm not sure if you actually seen what Griffin Gaming looks like, but he's a chunky boy.
Oh boy, of course. I mean, Sith doesn't look that great either, to be fair. I will say.
On context, it is often easily rebutted, which on a few occasions OtterlyNoah does. Given the sheer volume of all the videos, I will only be covering the portions that I find relevant. If you
you should have not spent the first 16 minutes of your video not talking about me at all. If you want to address me, then do it. Talk about me. Don't talk about something else entirely for the first 16 minutes of your video. That is incredibly incompetent, and also it just shows you're padding out this video to try to make it longer than it actually needs to be.
To see the full video for the full
Like,
context,
and
I will put the
2
link in the description.
I know.
Here's the thing, like, why even pad it out to 2 hours? Because here's the real reality: nobody's going to watch It's already hard to get someone to watch a full 1 hour video that is actually well put together and makes sense. So why the fuck would you pad this out to 2 hours and talk about irrelevant shit for the most part?
I know.
Like,
I don't know why.
It's already hard enough to get people to watch your stuff when it's over an hour long.
Exactly.
Even when
Like
it's put well together.
Yeah, like you have to be like a giant video essayist. Like, I mean, yeah, I guess Anthony would be one. A lot of people watch his, like his over an hour long videos. Like H Bomber Guy is a great example. A lot of people will always go watch his videos, and they're long.
Andros is another example. Nick Andros is another example.
Oh yeah, true. Nick also does that. Yeah. Also, thankfully, Nick actually offered some advice for the Rev Says Desu video, y'all. So that'll be good.
Really?
He did, yeah. He helped. Well, he's not. He said he would have liked to participate specifically. He wanted to like add a video like Anthony and Marzical are doing, but he's too busy working on his Nux follow up. So he can't actually actively participate. But he did give me some things to help out, so that's good.
That I was already expecting him to tell you that, honestly.
Yeah, no, like he's way too busy working on the Nux follow up video. But he did give me some other stuff that'll show up in that video. So yeah, shout out to Nick Antros for sure there.
Below. Without further ado, let us begin.
What an anti-woke film critic does is more or less detract from any real sort of criticism with a film by usually picking out characters of a certain race, sexual orientation, or something else that makes them somewhat of a minority. Instead of discussing things like pacing or storytelling or cinematography, the things you should discuss when critiquing a film, for every Patrick H. Williams, you get a critical drinker.
Wait, did he just skip? Okay, this is something else he will do a lot in this video. And you'll see that. I'm going to also pull up my own videos because inevitably he cuts out a lot of segments in my videos that he looks at. He doesn't actually look at the full things. He cuts out different segments. I'm going to show that here just to show how this guy is blatantly being disingenuous and not doing a very good job of hiding it at all. It's very funny. So let's see here.
Instead of discussing things like pacing or storytelling or cinematography, the things you should discuss when critiquing a film, for every Patrick H. Williams, you get a
Okay. Let me pull up the film one here to make sure he didn't skip over something there. Because I know he does actually skip over other things in this video. Let me make sure he didn't skip over something there. Let's see. So the Patrick H. Williams part specifically. We'll pull this over here. There we go. Awesome. So is that it? That's like the very start of that video too, isn't it? Yep, right here. Okay. So let me compare and make sure he actually didn't clip anything there. Because I know he does do this in that video, and I want to show that specifically.
Telling or cinematography, the things you should discuss when critiquing a film, they'd rather complain about how Star Wars has so many female characters now. And just try and lament that Star Wars is now quote-unquote woke because of Disney. Yeah, because clearly female characters...
So did he... Okay, he did clip stuff out there. That's funny. Okay, let's see here.
Somewhat of a minority. Instead of discussing things like pacing or storytelling or cinematography, the things you should discuss when critiquing a film, for every Patrick H. Williams...
Yep, there we go. He cut that out entirely. He cut out that entire thing Or I'm talking about how Star Wars has always had strong female characters in it. And it's only now that the anti-woke grift is popular that you see people complaining about that for profit. That is so funny. He blatantly took that out there.
Okay, that's actually kind of hard for me to actually see what he cut out.
Yeah, because I'm not sharing. Yeah, I'm not sharing Chrome with you. I'll replay it for you specifically, Simon. But he cut out he cut out that part here. It's very funny. So let me share my screen with you just for this part. Here we go.
All right.
Instead of discussing things like pacing or storytelling or cinematography, the things you should discuss when critiquing a film, they'd rather complain about how Star Wars has so many female characters now. And just try and lament that Star Wars is now quote-unquote woke because of Disney. Yeah, because clearly female characters make something bad, right? It's not like Star Wars already had a ton of female representation even before Disney bought it.
Exactly, so he literally cut that out. He cut that entire part out, and then just jumped to the Patrick part. Come on, man. Come the fuck on. That is so disingenuous. Bruh. I'm glad we're doing this stream so I can show you exactly where this guy is blatantly lying and being disingenuous in his video. And, we'll get into more of that. But that is so funny. That is so fucking funny. He knew he couldn't actually attack me on anything I say in these videos. Wholesale. So he had to clip out parts of my video to make it seem more incompetent. What's that?
So you want to talk and people have to say, oh, but clip out of context. That was out of context. That's an example of clipping someone out of context.
That is absolutely clipping out of context. That is so funny. That is absolutely hilarious. Because propaganda needs new Star Wars. Yeah, he's doing the Asbin thing. Yeah, talk about taking things out of context. Yeah, it's funny. He could the fact he cannot actually address my arguments generally, and he has to clip stuff out, is so telling. That's so funny to me, and it shows exactly why these guys always come after me and why they have to lie when they come after me, because they know they can't actually address my arguments wholesale. Exactly. Case in point there. Can you see the video, by the way, Simon? The one I have downloaded?
Yeah, I can.
Cool. I can. You got a critical drinker, one of these awful, really shallow critics who just can't analyze a film beyond anything involving DIE.
But these critics do criticize these things. You can focus on the parts you disagree with, but many of them criticize writing, visual effects, acting, editing, amongst all other aspects of film. OtterlyNoah does not showcase these parts, but they do.
That's not true at all. That's not true. That's the thing they will always hyperfixate on is minorities being behind the scenes working on those movies, or people working in those movies in general that they don't like to see because they're minorities. That's why why Drinker made 5 different videos on Rachel Ziegler before Snow White even came out. He wasn't interested in reviewing the movie. He was interested in bashing her specifically because she's a minority. Also same thing is happening now with Supergirl. He has made multiple videos hyperfixating on that actress and that before the movies even come out. Go ahead, Simon.
And you know what's funny? It's when he says, "Oh, but they do criticize the stuff that you're actually mentioning, on the cinematography, the storytelling, whatever." And when they actually do criticize it, it's like the dumbest takes ever, most dumbest thing ever. It's makes no sense.
Yeah,
and it's trying to spin it back to but the message or whatever or the agenda.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's you really can with these guys. They don't make any sense off the bat. Even when they do actually try to criticize something, it always tries to go back to whatever talking point they were trying to say before that.
Exactly. It's gonna always tie into their pre-existing talking points, the anti-woke one. So I talked about this in my video talking about how anti-woke culture weaponizes 80s nostalgia, which funny enough, an anti-woke AI channel tried to false strike that video, which I find incredibly telling also, because that shows me that I'm doing the right thing by calling these people out, and those people don't like to see that. That's why he's willing to put a false strike on my channel. Funny enough, I still have a false copyright strike on my channel, and that won't go away till June because of that. Because an anti-woke channel came after me and false flagged my video. Case in point there. That's exactly what I mean. These guys are always going to be disingenuous, and they do not want you criticizing these kind of people because they know you're right about it ultimately. And that's why they have to do things. Go ahead.
And again, it's also really funny too, because remember, these guys are the same type of people. Like, they're people that they watch. They're the same type of people who will bitch about false copyright claims or
I know
mass flagging, brigading, or reports, or getting their videos demonetized. Yet their fans tend to be like some of the people that tend to mass report false copyright and ban, like, brigade your videos.
Yeah,
as soon as they come up.
Exactly, engaging in harassment campaigns, like REV'S says Desu does that a lot.
Oh yeah, but when he faces any semblance of pushback, you're obsessed, you're deranged, oh, I'm getting harassed and stalked and whatever. It's like,
I know, he's so petty and pathetic. It's like, oh, I harass people, but it's not my fault, guys. It's just stupid. REV'S a bitch. He sucks. I'm looking forward to making my video on him.
And not just that, I'm just going to come out and say it. He's also the type of person who doesn't report on drama. He manufactures the drama to then report on it.
Exactly. So what else? Oh yeah, in regards to the anti-woke 80s nostalgia video, I talked about Drinker's take on Alien Earth in that video, and specifically how some of his criticisms for that show were like, oh, the kids don't get destroyed by aliens. They don't get mutilated by face huggers, so I can't resonate with them. Like, what? So your criteria for caring about a character is only if they get mutilated by aliens on screen? Like, do you see how shallow and also how nonsensical that is? Even when it seems like, or he's trying to present it as real criticism, it makes no sense. Because none of these guys can actually critique their way out of a paper bag.
And here's the funny part, though. Like, I love how people like that whole mindset, because I can't can't relate to them if they don't die. It's like, you realize
it makes no sense.
It's like, it makes no sense because the whole thing is that people complain about throwaway characters like that most of the time. Like, in some cases, you will have characters whose entire purpose for the story is just to be an extra and to get thrown away. But when you do that shit to a main character, especially like super early on in the movie or whatever, it tends to piss people off.
Exactly.
Because you're trying, especially when you're trying to like build up, they have this personality, this identity, this backstory, and then 2 minutes, like 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, they just get axed.
Yeah, exactly. It's incredibly funny. 100%. It makes, like that Drinker's criticism there makes no sense for Alien Earth at all.
It's an oxymoron because people tend to bitch about that all the time. And
Absolutely.
The only way they can simplify is if they get the axe. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah, it makes no sense. It's very funny, though.
The fight scenes are decent, even if they go on a bit too long and get to be a bit samey at times. The plot is simple and serviceable, even if it takes too long to get going, and relies a bit too much on convenience to keep...
Okay, well, even this, right? This guy who's showing this is like, oh, look, Drinker's actually criticizing things here. What is he saying there? Let's play back what he said.
These parts, but they do.
The fight scenes are decent, even if they go on a bit too long and get to be a bit samey at times. The plot is simple and serviceable, even if it takes too long to get going, and relies a bit too much on convenience to keep moving. On the plus side, though, it avoids most of the convoluted nonsense that bogged down John Wick 3 and 4, and keep things much more...
Wait, what? Okay, so what convoluted nonsense in John Wick 3 and 4? Do you mind elaborating on that? See what I mean? Like, he's giving such surface level critique here. He's not actually elaborating on any of the points he's saying here. His Drinker's not actually a real critic.
And again, that's funny because he's basically criticizing the same shit his movie is guilty of.
Oh, yeah! Well, it's funny. That wasn't even a movie. That was like basically just like a TV episode. We watched that on stream. It was bad. It was really bad.
Like, you tried watching it on stream. It was so bad that literally everybody in your audience was saying, can we do something else?
I know.
This shit was so
like, I ended up just playing a Nicktoons Dial of Destiny after that because I was so fed up watching that shit. It was so bad. And I mean, yeah, my audience was tired of it too, which, like, yeah, I don't blame them. It was not a good movie at all.
It's basically the whole freaking, like, Patrick, like, snoring meme bullshit.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like the Patrick. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Well said, Simon.
Streamlines. Eve herself is a sympathetic protagonist with an understandable motivation, but a bit light on personality and without the mystique and dark menace of Wick himself. Unpleasant truth here.
Drinker is a filthy media pirate. Oh yeah, he pirated Predator Badlands for his review. He didn't even go to see it in theaters. He pirated the movie. So stupid.
Storyline that tries to juggle way too many plot devices, weighed down by stodgy exposition dumps that go on forever, and mostly reiterate stuff that we already know, and featuring some of the most confusing and nonsensical editing choices in the whole franchise.
Okay, well, what editing choices? Can you be specific about that? Exactly what I mean. He'll just say stuff and think it counts as real criticism, but he won't elaborate on it. Go ahead.
I love how he says criticism, even though he hasn't like elaborated on why he has an issue like with the rest of the stuff in the franchise. Like, dude, come on.
I know. Like, look, he has this giant white texture, which isn't very good looking, by the way. I think he should have picked something else. It's like criticism. Look, guys, my daddy Dwinka is criticizing people. No, he's not. That wasn't real criticism. That was just him saying stuff. Fuck, man.
A whistle-stop tour of the big moments.
Find some better creators. Holy fuck.
Life, giving you just enough to understand what's happening at that precise moment, but lacking the wider context needed to explain why it matters so much. The reasons for Napoleon's endless war against Britain, Spain, and Prussia are never really explained.
Go ahead.
Why that matters so much? Like, it's like it can elaborate the context on why that matters so much. Yeah, like the irony in that statement is that because you're not giving us any context, Drinker.
Exactly. Also, it's funny because his movie is. Yeah, it's also ironic because his movie is guilty of that too. His movie does that. The exact same thing he's calling this movie out here for.
I'm going to be honest with you. Like, when people say, oh, I want context as to why X and Y is happening, like, some people will bitch about that, saying, oh, but how the hell do these characters know each other? Or why is this particular event, like, relevant to the story? And then it's like, they ask, like, I understand that you can give, like, especially like for long running series, you can give full context for everything in a going, especially when there's like a grander narrative at the end of something. Like, I get people that try to dunk on me for that. Oh, but how the hell do your two main characters already know each other and whatever? It's like
for your fantasy novel you're working on?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, basically. And I tell them, that stuff is explained later in the series, how they knew each other for
exactly.
So long.
I mean, you're already doing a better job with your novels than Drinker did with his Ryan Drake novels. Like someone in chat pointed out, it does the same thing too. Like just not actually fleshing things out at all.
But again, I understand when people say, "Oh, I want more context as to why." It's like sometimes you're not going to get the full picture in one sitting. It's like when people say, "Oh, I want to know why this is like in the first 3-5 pages of your book." Bro, you're not going to get, if it's a long-term series, you're not going to get that information in the first 5 pages of anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like sometimes you kind of need to leave it simmering. There's a whole, I remember reading this whole joke. It was like, I think it was like a Big Bang joke. It was like one of the guys reading a book say, like shouting, why? And then he turns to the next page. Oh, that's why.
Exactly. You need to give things more of a chance. Give things time to really explain themselves. Drinker isn't doing that here.
But again, that's when there's a payoff. If the payoff eventually arrives and the Chekhov's gun goes off and you get the payoff for it, then you're doing a good job. It's when you leave a bunch of stuff unanswered that people start getting kind of pissed off.
Yeah, or, I mean, sometimes that might be the point, though. You know, like in Cowboy Bebop, I think that's a great example. A lot of stuff in Cowboy Bebop is left ambiguous, but that's intentional.
But that's also a thing. Elder Scrolls is another series of examples of that, where they basically leave a bunch of super elaborate, like, lore details that are never explained in the actual codex or in the actual world. It's just left to people to kind of interpret why that is.
Exactly.
That's called world building.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes leaving certain questions unanswered is done by intention because it can lead to some really creative fan theories.
Exactly. Movies and light novels also have different ways of implementing context. That's true. They're different mediums. That's also why I don't like when people compare, movies to video games, because those are entirely different mediums. You have to criticize them differently.
Basically. And some games, honestly, they kind of I'm going to be honest, some games, like, people will say, oh, the story's actually shit, because when they actually just look at it, like, from a traditional narrative standpoint in a video game, they're looking at it, well, this is actually shit because it doesn't make, from a story perspective, it doesn't actually follow any of, like, the traditional tropes in storytelling. But it's when they tell them, buddy, look at it from a different angle. You got to look at it from a meta-narrative angle.
Exactly.
That's when, like Dragon's Dogma 2 is an example of that. And I know I keep talking about this whenever like we come on stream.
Yeah,
It's
you
a
like
good
Dragon's
example
Dogma a
of
lot,
things-
for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people that like it too, because I'm a Capcom creator. I work with a lot of people like that, for sure.
But for Dragon's Dogma, it's good because the story from a traditional
Also, I do want to
story
address something that
standpoint-
was said in chat here, Simon. Thrash Metallic says, people want every answer right away and annoy the hell out of me. One of my biggest gripes with the Star Trek fandom. That, yeah. Very good comparison there, Thrash. You were saying, Simon?
But like, yeah, for Dragon's Dogma, if you're actually looking at the story from just a traditional story perspective, it doesn't make any sense. It's kind of just average and meh. But when you start looking at it more like deeper, like from a meta narrative standpoint, that's when you start realizing just how brilliant it actually is.
Exactly. Have you read the article in the Mary Sue that talks about the Critical Drinker's beef with the article or the author of Dungeon Crawler Carl? Really interesting stuff. Oh yeah, where the guy said he doesn't want to work with Drinker. Yeah, it's really funny.
I was watching that whole drama unfold. It is so like I don't know who
Drinker is so
the
petty. It's
dragging-
funny.
Like I remember, like I know that Carl, apparently the guy who wrote that series, was kind of cool with Drinker for the most part, and for whatever reason, now he doesn't want to associate with him now that his stuff is going big or whatever, because he probably realized that Drinker is full of shit. But I find it so funny. Like legit, like the whole drama between them is hilarious as hell. Because basically, like, it's kind of a shitty move on Carl too, because based on the guy who wrote this book, because he was basically cool with Drinker until he basically surpassed him and basically just used him as a stepping stone to get ahead.
Oh, okay, interesting.
For one thing, I feel kind of, because supposedly like they were cool at some point, but I don't know. Maybe it's because it's either this guy got a wake up call and started realizing that he was full of shit, or that he just used Drinker as a stepping stone to get ahead.
That would make sense. Yeah.
One makes him look kind of like a dick at that point, kind of like an opportunistic dick. But hey, if you're using Critical Drinker as a stepping stone for anything to get ahead, by all means, go ahead.
Yeah, he's not worth anything else for sure. No way. I think let's continue the video also, Simon. I don't want to get too hung up there, but it is funny what happened there for sure. Very funny.
Campaign in Egypt and his reasons for returning to Europe are either glossed over or completely fabricated. Even his invasion of Russia, the major turning point in his life and career, is only given a couple of lines of vague dialogue to justify it.
The contention is when they speak about hot button pop culture topics, which
What? Okay, hang on. Let me see what this guy's saying here.
Even his invasion of Russia, the major turning point in his life and career, is only given a couple of lines of vague dialogue to justify it.
The contention
Well,
is when
what lines of vague dialogue? Can you please elaborate on that? This is not real criticism because you're not explaining anything. You're just saying stuff.
speak about hot button pop culture topics, which will be discussed later, but to pretend as if their discussions or reviews are purely on one topic, ignoring all other relevant factors, is disingenuous.
That is not disingenuous. That's always what they do, because even when they're talking about things that you consider real criticism, right, talking about like character, story, whatever, it's always the most shallow stuff. It often doesn't make any sense, like I already talked about there, and it always is leading back to them doing the same anti-woke rhetoric thing. It's never about real criticism.
It's not just that. They also leave things purposely vague intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
Because unless you
it's easier to pass that off to their audience that way.
Yeah, exactly. But if you watch the movie or whatever, then you're able to say, no, that's kind of stupid. That's not what happened, and you're not making any sense.
Exactly.
So they basically like, and again, they love to do that. They love to try and to kind of like vaguely criticize something without elaborating why, because they already are banking on their audience not having watched the movie or not being informed about it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
That's what
like they're just trying to it's easier for them to sell that on their audience if they're vague and they don't really get specific, because they know if they get specific, then their audience will see through their grift.
Yeah, well, that's a common tactic for grifters in general. They
Mhm.
love to keep things vague and keep it under the guise of criticism when the context is a lot more than just that. That's not just for
Exactly.
like media. That's not just for like media grifters. That's for grifters in general. Drama tubers love to do that a lot too.
Yeah.
Rev does it a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Future dunk on side scrollers would be cool now. What? They got raped on their podcast? Bruh! You think Nux
They
will
got
appear
who?
next? That'd be funny.
You mean Rape Tone? Yeah, I know. That's old news. They got him on.
I didn't know they had him on there. That's funny.
OtterlyNoah doesn't really present the honest case. He's instead tackling the shadow of the strawman he himself created.
What? What's straw man, my guy? What the fuck? Wow, this guy is dumber than I thought, actually. What do you mean?
Like, does he
What's
not-
straw man?
What does? Again, I love how the word straw man is literally just overused at this point.
It feels like a
that's not
buzzword
what
at this point, man. It's
That's
crazy.
not what a straw man is, you idiot.
No. That was not a straw. What was straw man about what I was doing there? How was I straw manning at all? By showing that Drinker doesn't actually give real criticism? I don't know, man. Also it's pretty funny and pretty telling that you had to clip out part of my video there when I was talking about the whole thing about, the how Star Wars has always had strong female characters, and it's only now that the anti-woke thing is popular that you see people complaining about that. Because people weren't complaining about that during the Clone Wars with Ahsoka, Ayla Secura, all those people. They weren't complaining about it back then. They're only complaining now that it's profitable to do so. Kind of funny you took that entire thing out of my video there. Because you can't actually contest me on that point.
He often takes aim specifically at things made under Disney.
Also, thank you for the $2, Jeff. Grifters just repeat what the bigger ones say, yeah, it's parroting, like Birdman talks about.
Most notably Star Wars, Marvel, and often Disney live-action remakes, since there's obviously very easy shots to take there. However, rather than talking about specifically what makes certain projects made under Disney, specifically Star Wars and Marvel stuff, actually bad, such as the fact a lot of them are very rushed out and there's a big issue with oversaturation, and the fact that not a lot of time is actually put into these projects usually because Disney demands around 7 Marvel projects per year, he just takes a very superficial look at all of it and decides, oh, the introduction of quote-unquote wokeness must have made these projects unsuccessful and have rather poor reception. When no, that really isn't the case, and oftentimes he'll just contradict himself on this as well.
This is not even what you were asking for. Discussing the meta context of a film's production.
What? What do you mean it's not what I was asking for? What the fuck is he trying to say there? Okay, let's see here.
And the larger business practices of Disney when it comes to content creation and the rush timeline is not the in-depth discussion of any specific film's artistic quality.
However, rather than talking about specifically
What?
Huh?
What the fuck is he talking about? Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. I didn't ask for Drinker to be doing this nonsense, man. I guess if you're talking about that, then yeah, you're right. What the fuck? What even was that?
What is? I know it's like what?
Like, what did he think he was saying there? Okay. I'm just gonna move past that because I don't even know what he thought he was saying there, honestly.
what makes certain projects made under Disney, specifically Star Wars and Marvel stuff, actually bad.
You yourself just started discussing general topics and the rush nature of Disney content rather than evaluating any specific film's quality in the realm of acting, pace.
What? Bro.
Like, is he fucking? No.
Is he trying to act like that I'm the one doing that or
like-
something? I'm confused what he's
like,
trying to
is-
say here.
Like, is he dumb? Like, he's basically trying to say, oh, you're the one who basically brought up the topic of movie production and like quality and whatever on a video, like, and didn't actually bring up any subjects regarding like the movies and their storytelling or whatever. The video is not about the movies, you fucking idiot. It's about the Drinker.
I know.
And
How did he miss that?
And how he's calling out his tactics.
Yeah, like what?
This isn't like this is not a video of him criticizing a specific movie. Noah has those videos on his channel. You can go check him out and see how he does it.
If you
This
really
is a
want
video
to,
of
yeah.
him calling out Drinker's tactics. Like,
I-
are you stupid?
I know. Like
dumb?
what? Yeah, exactly. Like I don't. I'm just kind of baffled. He thought that was like a point
Like,
against me. He's like,
he's-
you were talking about
he's
movies here.
He's basically trying to like say, "Oh, hey, actually criticize some movies yourself." In a video that's not even about you criticizing movie, it's about criticizing Drinker.
Yeah, how did he not get that? Like, if you want to check out my movie reviews, I just did one on the Mario Galaxy movie recently. You can go watch that. That's not what this video was about. Stop trying to act like I don't know if he's trying to act like that's what it was about or something, like being disingenuous, but man, He really made himself look like an idiot there regardless. That was pretty bad.
Writing, editing, or anything similar. You just failed your own bar.
But
But more importantly,
failed my
is
own
your
bar? What do you
What bar,
mean?
dude? What
The video
bar?
wasn't
There
about
was-
me criticizing movies, my guy. It was me calling out people like Drinker, Nerdrotic, and others. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god.
What bar? What bar? You mean the one that you arbitrarily just put in front of him in a video that has nothing to do with him actually criticizing any form of media, but rather a bad critic who poorly criticizes media?
Apparently he didn't get that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he failed to meet the bar, but not the bar that Noah set. He failed to meet your arbitrary bar that was already pretty freaking flimsy to begin with.
Yeah, your made up bar. Holy fuck, dude. This guy is dumber than I thought. Oh my god.
to claim that Critical Drinker has not talked about these specific things when he actually has multiple times throughout a variety of his videos.
2. Quantity over quality. In the first 3 phases, Marvel released a
What?
total of 23
Dude, he's still going on this point. Oh my god.
movies over more than 10
Bruh.
years. That's an average of just 2 per year. For comparison, Phase 4 alone saw the release of no less than 15 movies and TV shows in the space of just 2 years.
Well, also, okay, so
the
you're
result is
talking
that
you're talking about the whole thing about Marvel pushing out too many movies, per year. I'm not sure what video this is. I would have liked if he showed that. Would have made me, funny he didn't do that. Kind of would have made it a lot easier to cross-reference things. Funny, because I always show, when I'm debunking a grifter, I always show their video there, but because I put their thumbnail there, so you can go back and check and see what
But
I'm
again-
saying against what they're saying.
The whole, like, they pump out too many videos too often. That isn't criticism that everybody has with Disney Marvel. It's nothing new. Everybody has that issue.
Exactly.
So if Drinker is spitting it out and Noah is spitting it out, this is one of these criticisms that pretty much everybody who watches Disney unanimously agrees on, regardless of if you're a grifter or you're an actual critic, regardless of how you're leaning. So again, he criticizes the production date. Yeah, because it's like the easiest fucking thing to criticize. Everybody does it because
Yeah,
everybody
no
has an
shit,
issue
Sherlock. And it's also funny because he again, even then, he'll still use that to tie back to the whole anti-woke talking points that he has going into everything. Case in point there, man.
Became fucking exhausting for audiences. Every few weeks it felt like there was another Marvel product shot out into cinemas and Disney Plus, and the more it happened, the less meaningful it became. And if it was bad for audiences, then a punishing workload like this was even worse for the people actually working on it. Even a studio as big as Marvel can only develop so many projects at the same time before the quality starts to slip, and that's exactly what happened. Everything from the writing to the directing to the special effects began to go downhill as the phase ballooned in size and scope. The films that had once seemed so slick and polished began to feel rushed.
Like,
clumsy,
this isn't even, like, everyone's said this before. This is not even any kind of nuanced criticism at all. Fuck. This is such a dumb
This is-
example for him to bring up.
And again-
He's not helping his
and again,
case
this-
here.
Yeah, because basically what he tried to do is try to use one of your things all about production or whatever to basically boil down to a point that everybody has an issue with.
Exactly.
Like, it would, like, I see what he's trying to do. I see what he's trying to get at. But again, this is a criticism everybody has an issue with. Like,
Yeah.
this isn't some sort of gotcha, man.
No, it
Drinker
isn't.
calls it out. Everybody calls it out. So what are you trying to say? Oh, he criticizes the whole production value and everything. And again, you're the one trying to say that Noah's basically saying, oh, they don't criticize the production value and the whole pumping of, like, yes, like you're trying to basically bring up a point to try and get a gotcha on the dude. You're trying
know.
to get a gotcha on him by bringing up a point that's not what this is about. Everybody has an issue with the production cycle of these movies and how they keep pumping them out too fast.
I know, and I still find it really funny that he tried to bring up, oh, look, you're not criticizing these movies. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. This video is about debunking Drinker, Nerdrotic, Endymion, other people like that in this video. And he offends all
Basically,
three of them, funny enough.
Because what he's basically trying to say is that he's trying to say that you're saying that because Drinker doesn't bring up the issue with the production cycle of the videos, which he does. He's trying to use that and say, oh, Drinker doesn't criticize Disney and how they pump out these movies too fast, which in the case of Drinker, he might criticize it, but then you have other anti-woke grifters that don't criticize that. Or
Well, also,
try to
like,
use
again,
that
even
as
when
a way-
Drinker says that, he's always going to tie it back somehow to the same anti-woke talking points that he goes into everything with. A real critic won't do that, because they don't have an agenda they're trying to push. Griffin Gaming has no original ideas. Let's see what he what he sees online. Yeah, exactly, Jeff. Let's see if we can get through more of this. This is funny though. I'm glad I could have you on for this one, Simon.
Complete. And if they were bad, then the TV shows were even worse. Basically, what I'm saying is that they tried to do too much too quickly, spreading their time and resources too thin, and the result was something had to give.
This isn't even, yeah, again, this is still not any nuanced criticism. So if, like, his point was trying to claim, like, oh, look, Drinker has nuanced criticism. No, everybody's said this before, man. This is nothing new or nuanced.
Products. They wanted more and fast, and so pretty soon the floodgates were opened and the sludge began to flow. Book of Boba Fett was a rushed, cheap, and ultimately pointless adventure featuring an old,
Fuck,
overweight,
dude. Like, look how long this clip is that he's playing here. This is so padded out. It did not need to be this long.
And not just that. Again, it's like you said, the production thing, and it's going back into the anti-woke shit of the fat, overweight bullshit thing. It's going back into those talking points.
Yep.
Just like you said.
Exactly, because I know how all these reviews work. Whenever it's an anti-woke grifter, they're not going to actually criticize that stuff. It's always going to tie back to that somehow.
And it's so funny because, again, he didn't even leave this part out. Had he clipped it right here, his argument would have probably been a little bit more,
It still would have been bad because of what he said before, but at least it would have looked a little better. But
yeah, but now that he's actually showing you exactly what you're saying, that it goes straight back into the anti-woke talking points, it's like, dude, what are you doing?
I know.
What are you doing?
That's it. That's exactly why. I watched this video last night. I could not stop laughing at it because it is so incompetent. It's hilarious. It's so good.
Revision of a classic character.
Not only 10 minutes in are we lying about the critical drinkers.
Lying? Oh, dang. I guess I was lying about the critical drinker making, like when he makes those criticisms, they still tie back to anti-woke stuff. So there are still not real criticisms at all, man. That's not a lie. Sorry. You could just show that in your clip there. You idiot.
Content.
In this video, however, he claims that Revenge of the Sith and the rest of the prequels were actually seen as good.
Oh, okay. So this is another part where he intentionally clips parts out of my video. So I'll show that here too.
Of the pretty visuals. Okay. And later on, in his words, they became hated because of video essays tearing them apart.
At first everyone loved it because they were hyped by the Star Wars legacy and the pretty visuals, but then came the YouTube video essay era where it became fashionable to make hour-long videos shitting all over the prequels, and now that we're trapped in the festering swamp of the Disney era, the rose-tinted glasses are coming out and people are starting to look back more favorably on the prequel trilogy.
And supposedly, now that Disney is in charge of Star Wars and spreading the quote-unquote message, now people see Revenge of the Sith as good again, and the prequels overall, when in actuality, this was never the case. This is just misinformation. The prequels were completely lambasted upon release, with many old fans of the original trilogy getting extremely heated. Drinker is just blatantly incorrect about this, but he tries to claim that the prequels were seen as good at some point in time around the release just to fit his narrative for his reasoning on why the Disney Star Wars stuff doesn't seem to resonate with people. Well, fun fact.
He clipped here. Let me play this a little more, but he clipped something very vital out of there.
Drinker, the prequels didn't resonate with a lot of fans of the original trilogy, so there. His takes on media are so bottlenecked in order to meet his own agenda of rage baiting people into clicking on his videos because he thinks something is woke and wants to convince other people that it is too.
On this specific.
There we go. So I'm gonna show that here. He clipped my video again because he knows he can't actually contest with anything I'm saying, and it's so funny. Okay, let me see if I can pull up. Yeah, this one here. Okay, so let me share my screen with Simon, so you can see this. There we go. Cool. There we go. Okay, so yeah, this, like, he talks about, where exactly is it? It's somewhere in here, where he talks the whole Star Wars thing, Star Wars prequels, all that, like I brought up. Where exactly was that? Oh yeah, right here. Okay, so that whole segment starts here. Let me show that specifically.
Pretty visuals. And later on, in his words, they became hated because of video essays tearing them apart.
At first everyone loved it because they were hyped by the Star Wars legacy and the pretty visuals, but then came the YouTube video essay era where it became fashionable to make hour-long videos shitting all over the prequels, and now that we're trapped in the festering swamp of the Disney era, the rose-tinted glasses are coming out and people are starting to look back more favourably on the prequel trilogy.
And supposedly, now that Disney is in charge of Star Wars rumors and spreading the quote-unquote message, now people see Revenge of the Sith as good again, and the prequels overall, when in actuality, this was never the case. This is just misinformation. The prequels were completely lambasted upon release, with many old fans of the original trilogy getting extremely heated and often just unnecessarily vile about their opinions.
There we go. See, look, I showed this article here from The Guardian when, about Jar Jar Binks' actor. I think Abed Best or something, specifically is his name. He's a black man, and he got so many death threats for playing Jar Jar Binks, and a lot of racist comments towards him that, funny enough, kind of mirror the anti-woke crowd today, and how vitriol they are about that stuff.
Again, because I love how people, because that's what you call revisionist history. Oh, well, the prequels were loved back in the day when they came out, when no, that was not true. And again, they love to say, before the YouTube essayist era. The YouTube essayist era for Star Wars prequel, only really began, in the early 2010s. These movies were lambasted back when they came out in the 90s.
Exactly. I don't know how old this kid is that's doing this video, but I remember a lot of it. Yeah, it was vile.
Hold up, because I remember that too. Again, when the second two movies were coming out, I remember that too. I remember everybody unanimously hated The Phantom Menace. Everybody.
Exactly.
Star Wars.
I show more of that here too. I'm going to play a bit more of this.
On them, with some even writing a song on how Jar Jar Binks should die, which is just really intense and kind of sad.
Jar Jar Binks, Jar Jar Binks, Jar Jar Binks.
Drinker is just blatantly incorrect about this, but he tries to claim that the prequel...
Yeah, there we go. See, that guy clipped all of that out of there.
They're not... Yeah, the movies are not that old. 1999 for episode 1, The Phantom Menace. 2002 for episode 1, 1999. Episode 2, 2002, and episode 3, 2005. And again, I remember the discussion about those mostly around the mid 2000s, particularly with episode 3. Everybody hated The Phantom Menace.
They hated
Everybody hated it. And to this day, it's still considered one of the worst, of the movies that were originally made by George Lucas before the sequel trilogy. The second one, again, it wasn't as bad. It was very mixed on how they.
I would say Revenge of the Sith is easily the best one.
Yeah, and the third one, Revenge of the Sith was the best one of the bunch. Everybody said, Revenge of the Sith is actually pretty good. It's not better than the original trilogy, obviously, but Attack of the Clones was A lot of people didn't like how long it was. Phantom Menace was universally just hated by everybody.
Yeah, exactly. And the documentary George Lucas versus the People, right?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, that documentary was, incredibly disingenuous and was made by a group of fans that were so, offended by the prequels and just so petty that they made an entire documentary trying to villainize George Lucas for making those movies. That's exactly the kind of stuff I mean there. Now you see it with Kathleen Kennedy. It was still happening back then, though, and this guy wants to try to not deny it, just like Drinker was. Same thing.
Oh, hold on.
You can find...
What is it?
I'm actually fine. Vincent is telling me something interesting. Hold up. Anti-woke criticism is fine. Anti-woke criticism is fine. Debunking OtterlyNoah. Callisto. Okay. Most anti-woke criticism.
Oh, look! TinyFlex is in our chat, Simon. Here's TinyFlex.
Oh, really?
Yeah, here he is. DoxoFlex himself. Ayo! This doesn't prove it was universally disliked when it first came out, LMAO. Dude, a lot of people disliked it. Kino, you are not old enough. I'm sorry, my guy. You don't understand.
Where is he? Where?
Kinoflex He's so petty and attention-seeking.
news videos about fans generally positive reactions out of the theater.
Go ahead,
Is he
Simon.
in the chat right now? Is he in the chat right now?
Yeah, he's right there. You know, he's seeking attention as usual. I'm gonna keep playing this, though.
The lightsaber battles were the greatest.
It was good, dude. It was really good.
So worth it. So worth it. They're gonna love it. They're gonna go nuts. It was
These are just very specific examples he's showing, though. There was an entire documentary made by a group of petty fans who hated the prequels.
Hold on.
But the majority
hold on.
of people did not like them when they came out, and there was vitriol hate for them. What is it, Simon?
Hold on, I'm actually reading some of the stuff he's saying. Hold on.
Yeah, okay, all good. I'll keep playing this while that goes on.
And many of the prequels have a high cinema
how
score.
are
if
you
consider
exactly?
What?
Like,
now he's bringing up the
genuinely.
cinema score? Okay. That means nothing, dude. Tron Ares, a movie that I like, but a lot of people didn't like, had a B on cinema score, which is like just below this. You kind of see what I mean there? Cinema score is not a good aggregate there. Also, think of the $20 thrash. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make a clarification here. The song you played was not from the late Wesley Willis, who was not in the Phantom Menace. He was just a cult punk rocker who wrote music to combat his schizophrenia. Interesting. The Flex Merchant, yeah, he's here to shill for us.
metric. That being said, is this really an issue? Even if the critical drinker was wrong, we are talking about the consensus of the films at various points in time. He even goes on to say that the prequels were deeply flawed and people are looking back at them with rose-tinted glasses. Is this it for the drinker criticism? There is not even anything substantive to really even refute here.
Okay, hold on.
What do you mean,
Pause
dude?
it.
He's trying to act like
Pause
people
it.
always liked it. That wasn't the case at all. That was not the
Hold on,
case.
pause it.
I remember
Pause
there
it,
was
pause
tons of hate for the prequels when they came out. That is so disingenuous.
Noah,
What,
pause
Simon?
it for 2 seconds. Kino is out here saying something really stupid in the chat.
Well, what's he saying?
Like, Kino. The third movie was divisive. The second, you could argue, was divisive, but overall, it was not well received either.
Mhm.
The first was disliked by both old and newer fans alike. No, you are dead wrong. You were not around when these movies probably came out, because when 1990, when the first one came out, I was like 4 years old. I remember liking it, but then when I went back to watch it when I was a little older, I could see what the issue was and why people hated it so much.
Exactly.
Same thing goes as for the clone, Attack of the Clones. That one was lengthy. It was better than the second, but it had its fair share of issues as well. But it was still not very liked by the public. The Phantom Revenge of the Sith was probably better received. People had mixed feelings about it. They wouldn't say it was anywhere better than the original trilogy. So no, you do not know what divisive is and how they were liked. At this point, you were just trying to fucking sweep for Drinker, saying that, oh, well, they were liked back then. No, they were not.
Exactly.
The YouTube essayist era only happened in 2000, around the early 2010s, is when people started dunking more on those on those particular movies. But even back then, they were not liked. They were not liked. And again, I will tell you at least this: when the sequel trilogy came out, then a lot of people started saying, yeah, no, the prequels were not as bad as they were. And for good reasons, because the sequel trilogy is dog shit.
Yeah, I do not like the sequels at all, for sure.
Nobody is going to disagree with you on that, regardless of which side of the political spectrum they're on. But to say that the prequel movies were never disliked, that is revisionist history.
Exactly.
So no, Kino, you are dead wrong on that.
Unfortunately, he is. Tiny Flex wasn't around when the prequels were getting tons of hate. I remember that. Kind of interesting he doesn't. Oh, this guy too. What do you know? And Drinker, despite the fact Drinker is old enough to remember that, he's trying to act like that wasn't the case at all. Huh. Shocker.
You decided to tackle a video discussing the differences in reception between the prequels and sequels, one which contains very little actual analysis of the films in question. It's almost as if you purposely picked this video instead of, his—
What? Dude, what is he? He's trying to act like I should have picked one of his other Star Wars videos? What do you mean? The point of me bringing that up was to show that he was being disingenuous about the reception to the prequels when they came out. That's not a knock against me at all. Nice try, though.
Actual reviews and character breakdown.
Go ahead.
Like, bringing up the sequel trilogies. Again, it's like, oh, wow, you brought like, oh, you didn't use the sequel trilogies and whatever, and you only picked like the prequel trilogies when Drinker was trying to pull a revisionist history there.
Yeah, that's
And
what I
again,
was showing. I don't need to bring up the sequels to do that. What kind of argument is this?
Because again, like exactly, because when you look at it, it's like, why the sequels were universally disliked by everybody as well.
Exactly.
And it's going to be, and I am already expecting within a few years from now, whenever there's another Star Wars like trilogy or whatever, they're going to come out and say, oh, well, actually, if that one ends up being terrible as well, they're going to say, oh, well, actually, the sequel trilogies weren't that bad as well, because this one's worse. It's like, this is why I can't stand this type of shit.
Exactly.
Because
oh, there's Jan there. Hey, Jan, thanks for the $10. I do like Jan more.
Every goddamn generation, every time we always get this bullshit. Well, actually, no, they were actually good, but no, they were never
I know.
good. They
Like,
were
people did not like them when they came out. I have thoughts on this point, representing myself, not Kino, if you're down to chat about it. Yeah, you can DM me later on Discord. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts, Jen.
Of the sequel trilogy, going in depth as to why they would not have resonated with people.
However, something is very interesting about this. Whatever a piece of media that he thinks is spreading, quote-unquote, the message, is actually received well, he will somewhat backpedal and say, oh, this is alright, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. While still going
Exactly.
up
Like, he did that with Prey. And I hate that he did that so much, because it was so telling. I wonder, let's see if he brings that up specifically.
random things about how it shouldn't have been woke anyway.
Barbie was an incredibly popular film, grossing over $1 billion at the box office and was reviewed positively by critics and audiences. Drinker did not like the film. He didn't...
Bruh! Dude,
Oh
come
my
on!
God.
Because a lot of people in anti-woke circles didn't like that movie in general. A lot of them shout all over it. Of course he's gonna do that too.
And didn't he like at some point go by and try to like kind of backtrack on his stance regarding like the Barbie movie? Because I remember watching that one and kind of building my opinion about the Barbie movie purely based on that video.
Oh no!
I never watched it. Yeah, so I kind of got duped as well into that one.
Oh no!
I've heard it was okay. I've never watched it. And again, not my it's not my cup of tea. It's not the type of shit I like.
Yeah, like it's fine. I think the Lego movie is better, but you know, Barbie's fine. I have not. I don't know. I would not be surprised at the very least if he tried to go back on that later. That'd be kind of funny because again, he kind of did that with Prey here. So let's see if he brings that up.
Backtrack or change his opinion after the fact.
When Disney initially dropped the first trailer
Here
for
we go.
Prey,
Here we go. He's talking about the whole thing with Prey.
was meant to be a Hulu exclusive, of course Drinker hopped right on top of this, immediately trying to call it woke propaganda and complaining about how a young Native American girl could possibly take on their predator, when even Arnold Schwarzenegger struggled to do so back in the 1980s. He also magically assesses that clearly from this one single trailer, this must be feminist propaganda, and it also isn't accurate to old hunter-gatherer societies because they would have beaten the crap out of somebody like this.
I know, yeah, he talked about that in that review, and it wasn't even a review of the movie, by the way. It was a review of the trailer. He was already putting his talking points about the movie before it even came out. Just like what he's doing now with Supergirl. So
Drinker's
stupid.
notorious to do that anyways. Like, it's really, like, hilarious how he tries to do that.
I know. It's so stupid.
Apparently his reasoning.
You cannot review the movie before it comes out. That's just criticism 101, man.
You know what?
Protagonist turns out to be a strong
So,
female
like,
character who just wants to become a
What's that?
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. I'll see you shortly.
hunter against the wishes and traditions of her tribe. Why? So the rest of the plot can happen. Also, I'd like to point out that no hunter-gatherer society of that time period would have tolerated this kind of bullshit from one of their own.
Also, yeah, like, that was so dumb. Not only was he reviewing the movie before it even came out, he's trying to base it on historical accuracy when there's a fucking alien there. What kind of criticism is that, man? That's not real criticism at all. Stupid.
Those ideas would have been literally beaten out of her before she could say, smash the patriarchy.
The last point he tries to make there, when you really think about it, doesn't actually hold that much water, because there have been plenty of movies set in history that aren't technically historically accurate that are still received very well, such as Amadeus being a great example.
Amadeus is one of my all-time favorite movies. I have that in my top 4 on Letterboxd because I love it. It's also, funny enough, Amadeus is very autistic coded in that movie, which I know, funny enough, Kino really hates me talking about autistic coded characters because he thinks autistic coded characters can't exist at all. I remember seeing him heart a comment about that at one point. Someone getting mad at me talking about autistic coded characters. So there you go.
I don't believe there's anything wrong with negatively reacting to a trailer, and based off the trailer stating that you don't believe the film will be good. That being said, here I will agree with OtterlyNoah that simply because a film deviates from history...
Wow, okay, that is so funny. He knew he couldn't contest me on that point at all, so he had to roll over and agree with me. That is so funny. Holy shit. Even this guy, the dude who's simping for the Drinker, has to agree with me on that. Come on, dude. Jesus Christ.
see bad. The conversation is certainly more nuanced as to what has changed and for what reason matters. However, there is certainly not a one-size-fits-all answer. But for this context, I will agree with
Not
OtterlyNoah.
only was he completely making up stuff before, taking my video and cutting up parts of it, he now has to admit that I had a point against the drinker there. He can't admit the other stuff, which is so funny, and he has to lie about it. But, fuck, man. That is so dumb. He just straight up has to admit that I was right about him there. That is so funny.
But what makes this even more foolish is that when Prey actually came out, it was actually received very well, even by some viewers of The Critical Drinker. And after realizing this, he ended up making a half-hearted video about how he thinks Prey was at least okay.
No one making the Sims bend the knee. Yeah, the drinker Sims. Fuck, man. This is not real criticism at all.
On its trailer.
Where is your evidence for this? You
What?
just made this up. Oh, Critical Drinker.
Let me rewind that here.
It was at least okay, which is basically just code for I shouldn't have based this movie just on its trailer.
Where is your evidence for this? You just made this up. Oh, Critical
What do you mean I made that up? That's what he did in the video. Are you gonna show the full thing? Bruh. Let me show that here. I don't know. Well, I guess I'll play the rest of his thing here just in case. Let's see.
Drinker saw the reaction and then adjusted his opinion, because his opinion on the actual film differs than his opinion about the trailer. I guarantee
What? Then why the fuck would he criticize the trailer first? Bruh, do you not see how dumb that makes him look? And how incompetent that makes him look as a critic? That's not me making anything up. That's me showing it makes no sense at all for him to criticize the trailer and try to go into the film with those talking points. When the film comes out, it's well received, and he knows if he gives that film a shit review, his audience will call him out on it. Funny enough, that actually happened with Predator Badlands. With Predator Badlands, he reviewed the trailer first as well. Like, oh, this looks bad, wah. And then the movie came out and he's like, oh, this is bad, wah. Even though people are liking it. And then even people in his own audience called him out for that. I found that so funny. Because I had people commenting on my video discussing his review of Predator Badlands and saying they were actually former fans of Drinker who left after that review because it was so dog shit. And you're like, yeah, I see why you would. That review really kind of was revealing his grift there. It's so funny.
you, if Critical Drinker said he did
Like,
not...
find some better media critics, man. Subscribe to like Patrick H. Williams or something. Welcome back, Simon.
I hope I hope Kino realize how dumb this is actually sound. How dumb he sounds right now. A trailer is meant to market the movie. You cannot base your opinion on an entire movie off the trailer alone. You get movies that are really good, but end up having terrible fucking trailers. And just like you have movies that are just terrible and end up having really good trailers.
Great example is like Transformers 1. Transformers 1 had shit marketing. I can absolutely say that. But the movie was really good and actually talked up to kids rather than down to them. That was a great movie. You could tell there was a lot of passion in that one.
I never, genuinely, I've heard about you, Kino. I've heard that you were an imbecile, but to this extent, having witnessed it firsthand, Jesus, man. I'm surprised that you actually have enough brain power to remember how to fucking breathe at this point.
I know.
Fuck, mate.
Yeah. Kino is a very special boy, for sure. Absolutely.
The film, people would say that
you
it just
can have
prejudges
thoughts
his
on a
film.
trailer, but it doesn't make the movie. You cannot judge a movie based on the trailer alone.
Exactly.
It's a marketing strat.
Yeah, Kino is unfortunately very dumb. He is funny though. You're right, Simon.
Opinion beforehand and doesn't change it. But if Drinker said that the film was decent or surprisingly good, then he's just a grifter who goes with the popular opinion.
What? Let me rewind that here.
Decides his opinion beforehand and doesn't change it. But if Drinker said that the film was decent or surprisingly good, then he's just a grifter who goes with the popular opinion. Even though he didn't do it with Barbie, but let's just ignore that.
It's also ironic that he tries to use...
Dude, the thing wasn't about Barbie, though. Why are you bringing that up randomly? Okay. Fuck, man. And I know Simon said earlier that, supposedly, I'm not going to confirm this, because maybe it did, maybe it didn't happen, But apparently he might have actually changed his opinion on that later, which I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
I wouldn't be surprised either, but I don't think that's the case yet, because honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he did went back on it at some point, or if he will go back on it. Because
because he has that podcast, he does with all the other usual suspects, like Shad Diversity, Star Wars Theory, all them, for sure. Maybe he set out one of those. That would be funny.
These exact points against Prey when, just a year earlier, he praised Disney's original animated Mulan for the exact same things.
See, the original actually took a pretty...
Absolute hypocrisy here. He said the same things about Prey as a negative against it when he praises Disney's Mulan for that.
balanced and realistic view of the subject of women serving in the military. Animated Mulan wasn't particularly big or strong or good at fighting, because that wouldn't be realistic given her background. She was actually kind of clumsy and unsure of herself, and she had to work extra hard just to keep up with her male counterparts. But the difference here is that Prey is a prequel, you see? A prequel about a young
The
native...
cope is real! Do you see what Kino's saying in chat, Simon? He's like, you're making things up! Oh, you're making things up, Noah! No, I'm not, dude. I'm showing you exactly how your friend here was completely disingenuous. You can cope and seethe as much as you want. Absolutely. You should tag Simon on Twitter, by the way. I'm sure he'll enjoy seeing you over there.
girl who has to defy her tribal traditions in order to take on a nearly invincible hunter from another world. Because, you know, if elite special forces operatives, hard-boiled detectives, and entire squads of specially trained government agents can't stop these things, then a 100-pound teenage girl is definitely going to make the difference.
Drinker literally wants to have his cake and eat it too. He will call a movie like
Exactly. That's exactly what happened there.
Prey, quote-unquote woke, but not a movie like 1988 Mulan, which does the exact same kind of thing with its main female character. Both Mulan and Naru are not Mary Sue characters, and they both lose a lot, actually. And they both really have to work and train to beat the big bad guy that they're facing. Yet while Drinker will criticize Prey for this, he'll praise Mulan for the exact same thing. Like, come on, dude, make it make sense.
Okay, Critical Drinker said that Mulan had a more balanced approach, meaning that even if they tackle similar situations from a very general standpoint, the executions of each could lead to significantly different outcomes. It could be that Mulan joined the army not just to destroy the patriarchy or to prove society wrong, she did it so that her old father would not have to be conscripted, giving a more personal and sympathetic motivation.
That's not entirely true, though. She did also do it as a way to prove herself, because she's always felt like she's different in that movie from even all the other girls around her. And just society in general. She wanted to prove herself, prove she could do something, bring honor to her family. It wasn't just about taking her father's place. It was about proving herself. She wanted to do that.
Again,
that is a big part of that movie.
Well, again, and that's funny too, because honestly, I remember watching that movie and kind of getting that message as well. She was mostly doing it to try and prove herself and, like, you know, protect her father in the process. Because it's very obvious from the movie itself that she's not like the average girl back then.
Yeah, like the whole the matchmaker scene, I think, is a great example of that. You know,
Yeah,
she's yeah.
that whole scene is probably like really told me, oh no, she's not like your average girl, because you will never bring your family honor, because you will never be able to like actually please a man with the proper etiquette and whatever, because you're a fucking klutz who doesn't belong in this shit.
Exactly. Yeah, like that's a big part of that movie, and that is a big part of Prey too. Another thing that also align those movies is the way they end up beating the big bad guy. I know he's going to talk about that here, so I'm going to save my point on that until after he finishes addressing it fully.
Additionally, even though both characters have to learn to fight, at the end of the day, Mulan is fighting other men, compared to the literal fucking Predator. The power level Mulan would have to close is infinitely more believable.
The thing is, though, the way Naru... Yeah, that's incredibly stupid, first of all. He's a giant hulking guy. The Predator is a giant hulking guy. But also, the way they beat them, the way they beat their enemies in those movies, is not by just using brute strength. They use their unique way of thinking and their wit to win. Look what Mulan just did there. She knew she could not take on, like, Shan Yu one-on-one. She used her wit, brought up that fan, and used that to kind of dupe him, and then get the sword out of his hand. Naru does the same thing in that movie, where he uses the Predator's helmet against it. Go ahead, Simon.
Not just that, because that whole thing is also shown that Mulan basically uses her wit in areas where she doesn't lack, like, the physical prowess to do it. It's literally shown in that whole fucking scene of when they're singing
I'll make a man out of you, yeah.
Where they're trying to reach the arrow on top of the pole, and they're doing it with the weights on their hand. They're all trying to reach it with the weights on their hand. Mulan instead just basically uses them as a grip to climb up.
She uses the weight to her advantage, exactly. And also, when they beat the Huns,
uses him in a way that's more convenient to get up there.
Exactly. Like basically fight smarter, not harder. Like same thing with the Huns.
Basically, yeah.
The way she beats the Huns, because she knows they cannot take them all on at once. She causes an avalanche and crushes the Huns under
Dwindles their
that
numbers.
with their last rocket.
Yeah, and dwindles their numbers significantly.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Case in point there. That's how Naru and Mulan both beat enemies that they know they cannot take on one-on-one in terms of brute strength. That's exactly what I'm referring to there.
Than the one Nari would have to.
This
Given
guy
that
completely missed that, though.
the whole initial scene of the original is to establish how strong
Kelso or Molesto, whatever his name
the
is.
entire group is. This is possibly the most elite team of soldiers humanity could assemble, with decades of combined combat experience armed with military hardware being hunted for sport. Given that fact, it logically stands that Nari should have little to no chance of winning. And although she does trick
She uses her wit just like Mulan, man.
And again,
Mulan had
he's
little
even
to no
putting
chance
out-
of winning as well. What the
she-
fuck are you talking about?
Although she tricks the Predator, that's literally how the heck she got the upper hand on him. She tricked him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's what Mulan did as well. They both used their wit. Wow, this guy is so dumb. He completely missed that. What a loser.
Predator, she still fights him earlier on and should not have survived that encounter. To be fair, I would argue that this precedent started before Nari. As more and more people end up killing the Predator, it becomes less tense and the mystique and aura surrounding the Predator diminishes. But this should show that simply comparing one story to another and highlighting their similarities is not hypocrisy.
Exactly what Navek said there. Oh, but you see, Mulan is grandfathered in, just like Ripley and Sarah Connor and Kill Bill. So it's okay, you see. Yeah, if any of these movies, Mulan, Kill Bill, Alien, came out today, they would absolutely be called woke. 100%. It's so funny. It
The
is so
details of the
funny.
execution could lead to one very successful example compared to a more mixed one.
At the end of the day, Critical Drinker is a pretty blatant hypocrite and also just a grifter trying to push his own beliefs onto others in the guise of a very negative movie review. And unfortunately, it does look like this has worked in a lot of ways, since there are a lot of people he's convinced that Hollywood is
I think he decided to finally fuck off because he realized he couldn't win this one, Josh.
ruined because it's too quote-unquote woke, when in reality, there's a lot of other more nuanced issues with Hollywood that you could say is ruining it. It doesn't just boil down to a movie being woke or whatever. That's just dumb.
You know what's funny
Hold
is
on.
that Critical Drinker does talk about these things.
Go ahead, Simon.
Hold on. Check Wargaming's dad's server, man.
Oh, let's see. I always hate
Because
doing
guess-
this when I'm in the middle of a stream, though, because this is a good debunk so far.
I know. It's really funny because you were like Kinoflex before Kinoflex popped up into the chat. Freaking Vincent Martin just shared something in the General of War and
Oh, boy.
server regarding this exact video we're watching. He made a comment calling it out, saying that you're hurting your credibility, and Kinoflex is out here trying to shit on Vincent.
Bruh. That's dumb. I mean, he even came into my chat, too, because he is so desperate to make himself look better, because he knows how bad this stream makes him look. That's why
I
he desperately
know,
came into stream.
And that's so hilarious because Vincent Martin and I, we tend him and I tend to disagree on certain things regarding media. I remember he was giving me heat a couple of days ago for some of the stuff regarding Goblin Slayer, for some of my takes on it, and he had a different take on it. And I was like, look, I personally think that X, Y could have been done differently and you would have gotten the same result. He disagreed with me on that. But it's so funny to see Vincent Martin coming into that video, that exact video we're watching right now, tell him that you're an idiot.
I know.
It hurts your credibility. And then seeing Doxoflex here trying to fucking, like...
He's trying to get
damage
gay op
control.
people. Doxoflex
Trying
the
to
gay
damage-
op.
He's trying to freaking damage control for his body.
I know. He's making himself look even worse. Bruh. What a loser.
You can read those interactions later, but holy shit, man.
Oh yeah, he's Dr. Boshi now. You're right, Ryan. He's my biggest fan. Oh boy. I should make this a stream highlight because this is so funny.
Dude. Yeah, dude. I don't think he's your biggest fan. Let's be real, man. He has a bigger hate boner for Bird.
Oh yeah, no, he's Birdman's biggest fan. Templar or someone like Dr. Boshi would be my biggest fans. Definitely, both of them.
But one of the biggest overriding factors in all of this is a financial one. Put
Man,
simply,
all three of us need better detractors. Me, Anthony, and Birdman. Anthony has Backseater, a guy who gets yelled at by his mom on stream. And Kinoflex shows up when that guy streams. And then also, Birdman has Kino. And I have Templar and Dr. Boshi. We all need better detractors. Fuck, man.
movies are too damn expensive
Man,
these days.
I
The
don't
production
have any
budgets for mainstream Hollywood films have been...
yet, but I've
Yeah.
had people who actually made videos on me and to try and attack me regularly
Because of the
on
Rev
Twitter.
stuff. Yeah, even though you're right about that. And
Yeah.
anyone who criticizes him for that stuff is right anyway.
and steadily rising since the 1990s, but the process has accelerated out of control over the past few years.
But inevitably, Drinker is not the only film critic to constantly try and push this agenda. Enter Nerdrotic, a channel
Oh
that...
boy, now he's gonna shill for Nerdrotic! Let's see how he defends Nerdrotic.
Like 10 times more aggressive. There's a video he did where he tries to claim that Marvel
Wait, what's that? What's that, Simon?
Is he a crack or meth dealer?
Yeah, our favorite meth dealer, Methrotic, is here. Oh boy.
Post Endgame because they all got woke, quote unquote. He lists a bunch of examples of failed Marvel projects post 2020, but interestingly enough, one he brings up is both Loki Season 1 and Season 2.
And of the 9 live-action D+ series, only 1 has gotten a second season, and it was awful. We're not going to allow that cope here.
Which is kind of funny, because if you look at that, those are actually 2 of the most highly acclaimed Marvel projects from the last 5 years. And it also just so happens to have a pretty diverse cast. Huh, funny how that is, isn't it?
This is not even a refutation. Nerdrotic made the claim that none of the MCU
What? Bruh! Dude, him trying to claim that it's awful and people see it as awful. Loki Season 2 he's talking about. Him trying to claim that people see Loki Season 2 as awful, and then the majority of people liking Loki Season 2, and me showing that through the IMDb score. I can show Metacritic as well if you want. You can look at a lot of things. I don't use Rotten Tomatoes because of that, because I don't really trust them as much. I use more like critic aggregate sites generally when showing that, just to show what like the general consensus is on a piece of media.
But even then, like, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I don't really care what people think about a certain piece of media.
But the thing is here, though, right? Like Nerdrotic is making the claim that people don't like, that everyone thinks it's awful. That's clearly not true.
And then the numbers say something completely different. Like, this is why I don't really take, like, and even then, even when it's like from like credible critics who are actually good at criticizing shit, I tend to go in with my own expectations and my own personal like expectations of it. Sometimes people who universally hate a specific piece of media, I will actually kind of enjoy it, even though I can kind of see the faults in it. Like, this is like Sonic 06 is one of those good examples.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, Sonic 06 had potential for sure. There's a lot of potential in that game.
It is a garbage game. It is bad, but there was potential. And despite all the problems, despite all the issues, I still enjoyed it.
Yeah, and I can see how it could have been a good game just with more time.
Yeah, but I'm also able to admit that the game is not that good, despite having enjoyed it.
Exactly. We're still so far in the actual video. I need to sleep soon. Good night. No worries, Petra. Have a good rest. Loki was one of the best. Oh yeah, Loki was great walk up. I really liked that one. But yeah, again, like him trying to, let's try to speed through this, I guess, as much as we can, Simon. But yeah, like him trying to make the claim that, you know, like that, it doesn't make any sense. Same thing.
Outside of Loki were successful, given that Loki was the only MCU show to receive a second season, which you didn't contest. And then
what do you mean? I wasn't contesting. What? I wasn't. That wasn't the point of what I said there, man. What the fuck? I was showing how it doesn't make any sense for Nerdrotic to claim that everyone thinks the show is awful or season 2 of it is awful when that's clearly not the case. Most people that saw it liked it. That's why I'm showing how he's being disingenuous there.
Awful. So as refutation, you showed the IMDb score?
Yeah, because that's what, like, that's the general consensus. I don't know what to tell you, man. You fell on your face there. Sorry, buddy.
Not an argument. Did Nerdrotic say the consensus was that Loki was awful? Or most likely, it's his belief that the show is awful, which is not really a matter of fact-checking. If in response to my defense of Bourne Legacy you should throw up the IMDb score, that's not a refutation either. And
bro, because he's saying that everyone thinks it's awful. That's not the case there. Fuck.
Also like the little insinuation that just because he didn't like the show and it happens to be diverse, that's some sort of indication as to an underlying bigotry. Oh.
Dude, I'm showing that it doesn't make any sense for him to claim that something is woke, right? Being diverse means it's gonna be, like, it's gonna fail or be disliked by people, because that's what these guys always try to say. Clearly that didn't happen with Loki Season 2. That's what I'm saying man.
I also find it funny because he's basically trying to pull the no you card on you. You're actually saying that if it's not woke, it's going to fail.
I know. This is so dumb.
It's like,
this guy is such a moron. I know, Walk Up. Like, I'm kind of shocked. I knew this was gonna be bad, especially how long it is and how blatantly padded out it is. But fuck, man. I didn't think it would be this bad. Jesus.
Would you look at that? This is a project that Nerdrotic liked that was diverse. Huh. Funny how that works.
And what do you know? Nerdrotic is
what the fuck? Dude, that wasn't even my claim. You're putting words in my mouth there. I'm showing how him trying to make the claim, and a lot of other people like him, that just because something is woke or diverse that everyone is gonna dislike it or it's gonna fail is like makes no sense. Stop putting words in my mouth there. I think also just in general, I don't really need to tell people that Nerdrotic is a bigot. You can see that for yourself.
He straight up admitted to using rage bait for money and views before. Around the time the second Spider-Man film was coming out, he took this opportunity to try and post Miles Morales is Miles Morales every chance
Incredibly petty behavior here. Incredibly petty. It's very funny though.
He knew this would upset Spider-Man fans.
I made $1,000 on Twitter. $1,000. And I know there's people out there stealing content like Ian Miles Chong, making a lot more. But I'm making $1,000 off of Miles Morales tweets. Shit I would do for free. That, for one, is America. That is capitalism. And it's fucking hilarious.
Dude, come on. Is this really something you want to be bragging about?
Yeah, like that's something I'm gonna call out, man, because that's dumb. Him being petty about Miles Morales being Spider-Man is dumb. And him bragging about getting, like, money from being petty about Miles Morales being Spider-Man is even more dumb. It makes him look like an idiot.
Yeah, he said he would do this regardless of if he was paid or
What?
not.
I'll often try to stir the pot by just saying,
Huh? Go ahead.
No. Hold on, this is not related to anything, but apparently Rev is trying to get the tea on the next on the quartering fucking
Oh no!
situation.
Rev is so watched him. Oh, we're gonna get into Rev later and how he defends him. We need to get to that part though, Simon. So let's continue here.
Yeah, okay.
straight up racist things even.
What there wasn't a lot of was men. Not sure what happened to all the dudes in Wakanda. Maybe they went off to get a pack of Salems and never came back. Oh shit, I don't know if I'll keep that one in.
Oh, haha, so funny.
Joke. If you're referencing South Park, I'm sure you can handle this without
That
mention.
was what? The people that make South Park aren't racist, dude. What is the comparison here? You're trying to compare Trey and Matt to Nerdrotic? What? That's crazy. Trey and Matt aren't racist. Nice try, dude.
In this section, OtterlyNoah tackles the YouTuber and
Oh, here we go. Here's the Endymion stuff. Oh boy. Here he tries to shill for Endymion.
During one of his videos. Here, Endymion criticizes the depiction of April O'Neil from TMNT. The race bending is stupid on its face. However, Endymion goes on to focus on April being fat, his core arguments being that April is a role model to be fit as well as active, and that this depiction erases that part of the character, concluding—
Which makes no sense at all.
Yeah, like what?
I know, right? April just exists there. How is she, like, what? April does not exist to be a role model for getting fit. Especially because she hangs out with 4 dudes who always eat pizza. What are you talking about?
that just by the character being fat, it's legitimizing an unhealthy lifestyle. As a fan of Tony Soprano, I just couldn't get on board with his criticism. OtterlyNoah goes on to tackle these points, and I would agree with most of what he had to say in this specific—
Well, there we wow, again, he has to agree with what I'm saying.
Already, he's basically, he's trying to shit on Endymion. Like, he's agreeing with you, yet somehow he still feels the need to defend Endymion. What the fuck is this?
I know, he has to roll over on his point, and then he's like, oh, but I agree with OtterlyNoah on this, even though I still want to defend Endymion. Like, what the fuck, man? You would have been better off leaving that out. Fuck. You could have grifted a bit better if you left that out.
Section.
He also took the opportunity to get mad at a new—
What's that?
Let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear what he has to say, because...
Well, the Snake Eye... Yeah, he'll talk about Snake Eyes here, and it's very funny.
Incarnation of another 80s cartoon character, that being Snake Eyes from G.I. Joe, and oh boy, you sure had some stuff to say on that.
A really good tone-deaf example of this is the movie Snake Eyes. By making him Asian instead of white, the writers end up missing the whole point of Snake Eyes as a character. By making him Asian, the filmmakers are pushing the stereotype that only Asian people should be able to do martial arts in films, not realizing that Snake Eyes was deliberately made
already,
white man.
that's fucking stupid. That is
I
already
know.
fucking stupid.
But
I know,
Go ahead.
Endymion I'm familiar with because I used to watch him at some point as well, but this is actually retarded. Even for Endymion, this is fucking stupid.
I know. Like, he just eats straight right there. But the funniest part about this is this guy, Molesto, will actually try to defend him on this point. And it's so funny.
To break the stigma surrounding that stereotype.
Even as stupid as it is, he's trying to accuse, the people who made G.I. Joe Snake Eyes of being racist or whatever by pushing this out. And they're like, oh, look, they're being racist by making him Asian. Like, what? Okay. It's incredibly dumb. But then this guy defends him on this point. So let's see here.
It was meant to showcase that anyone could learn martial arts, and it broke the entire trope that only Asian people knew how to fight.
Okay, first off, I think if you asked any random person on the street if they knew Snake Eyes was white, I think they'd answer no. And
exactly. Race doesn't matter with Snake Eyes of all people, man. He is a guy that is defined by the fact he always hides his face. And barely talks, too.
For two very big reasons. One, Snake Eyes always covers up and wears a mask. Nobody knows what he looks like, so most people probably don't even know he's white. And secondly, the way his character is, it doesn't really matter whether he's white or Asian, because the whole appeal of Snake Eyes is the entire mystery surrounding his identity. The only things that really matter with Snake Eyes
exactly.
at the end of the day are his rivalries, the fact he wears all black and never talks, and the fact he conceals his identity. The fact he's nameless and has no real sense of identity is actually a big part of the reason why people like him. He just has a cool design. Whether he's white or Asian really has nothing to do with that.
If the film didn't race Ben Snake
I also love how he's showing all the clips that I used in my video here. Oh, maybe I should accuse him of plagiarism because he used all my clips. Whoa!
And followed the original story, Snake Eyes would be a white American soldier thrust into the Arishikage clan as an outsider. Seeing him acclimatize to a different culture and rise through the ranks and ultimately clash with Storm Shadow, where invariably the underlying tension of being a white American compared to Storm Shadow himself as a native of the land and the clan would come into play either explicitly or in the subtext of the film.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? He's trying to defend Endymion on a point that makes no sense! Holy fuck! You cannot be this brain rotted. Let me rewind that a little bit.
I'm kind of curious because I'm kind of trying to dissect what he just said there.
I know, it's like the last one where he was just saying stuff that made no sense.
He's basically trying to say that what I'm getting from this is that he's saying, oh, maybe if he was white and actually like came into like the whole clan and tried fighting, it would create more tension of like these two characters, like more tension because he's an outsider and whatever.
But it doesn't matter either way. Like his take and Endymion's take make no sense because Snake Eyes is like his whole thing is he hides his face. Nobody knows what he looks like. It doesn't matter what his ethnicity is.
And again, yeah, absolutely. Like what he's basically trying to say, oh, it wouldn't be better if like he's trying to give like a what if scenario where he's trying to say, oh, it would be better if that would happen because it would create more tension. But it doesn't make any sense in this context because Endymion is trying to argue, oh, that they made him Asian, whatever, in the movie, when the whole point is that he's covering his face. Like, we can talk about what ifs all we want, if we want to, but in this case, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't
matter.
No, yeah, Snake Eyes is probably one of the single worst examples you could try to bring up here. Somebody whose ethnicity doesn't matter because he hides his face all the time. Like, this is such a nothing point, man.
And I love the fact that he already said, I would be more likely to agree with Noah on this, yet for whatever reason, he's still trying to find no reason to disagree with you.
He's still trying to find a way to defend Endymion, even though I think he knows Endymion has no legs to stand on here at all. That is so funny. That is hilarious.
Thrust into the Arishikage clan as an outsider. Seeing him acclimatize to a different culture and rise through the ranks and
he would have preferred Snake Eyes being in a different kind of clan. Yeah, one that starts with a K. Exactly right.
Storm Shadow, where invariably the
it doesn't matter the plot. It doesn't.
Compared to Storm Shadow himself as a native of the land and the clan would come into play either explicitly or in
this
the
is such a
film.
nothing point, man.
Pause it.
Go ahead.
This is the same bullshit they were crying about with AC Shadows and Yasuke.
Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah.
He's trying to advocate for something that they were bitching about.
When
it was happening to a black dude. What is this?
I know.
Like, what are we doing here? Do you, like, again, you're trying to have, like, it's funny. It applies when it's a white dude, but when it's a black dude, then it's just a DEI hire or a self-insert or a revisionist history thing. It's like, my God, like, make up your mind on this.
I know, it's so frustrating.
This is so stupid because they're okay with their little diversity hires when it's a white dude, but they're not okay with it when it's a black dude or anything else.
Exactly. That's exactly the problem there.
It's like, oh, we're whitewashing. They're whitewashing your characters by replacing them. You're literally telling them to basically put in a white dude instead of an Asian dude because it would create more tension.
Funny enough, he tries to accuse me of whitewashing Sweet Baby Ink later in this video, and that's really funny. So, yeah, we'll get into that later. He tries to accuse me of whitewashing.
This would be interesting and would add an extra layer to their relationship. Seeing two different individuals with different cultural upbringings and philosophies clash with each other, and seeing Storm Shadow be spurned at an outsider eclipsed him. OtterlyNoah's response is to appeal to the lack of knowledge of the general population.
What the fuck do you mean, man?
Oh my God.
Holy fuck. This guy is so dumb.
No, my God. And again, this is and it's also really annoying because this is the same shit that people like Endymion love to bitch about. They love to bitch about race swapping and shit. And Endymion was bitching about Snake Eye being race swapped with an Asian dude. And he's trying to agree with that by saying, oh, maybe it would create more conflict and whatever. Like, dude, that's like the most DEI woke shit I've ever heard.
I know. That's crazy.
Except it's like, it's okay when we, like, this argument, oh, it's okay if we race swap a black dude with an Asian dude or an Asian dude with a white dude. It's okay when we race swap them with white characters. It's not okay when you do it the other way around.
Yeah, kind of funny,
like,
the hypocrisy there, the double standard.
Yeah, big time.
Ask any random person on the street if they knew Snake Eyes was white, I think they'd answer no.
But you know who would know the character's identity? I don't know, maybe G.I. Joe fans.
Why the fuck is he harping on this point? Dude, you've lost... Dude, come on. He's still trying to go for this and defend Endymion. What are you thinking?
Read the comics where Snake Eyes is depicted as a white man. Or I know, even better, how about people who watch the G.I. Joe movies? Look at that, you don't even have...
What? First of all, I will say, I don't like the G.I. Joe movies at all. I think they're all bad. And that's why I didn't even, like, I wasn't excited at all for G.I. Joe Snake Eyes, even though I like that character. I don't like any of these movies that Paramount did, so I didn't bother watching the movie. But apparently I know more about G.I. Joe and also know that Snake Eyes' ethnicity doesn't really matter, as opposed to Endymion and Molesto here.
To be a fan of the entire franchise, you could just watch the films. This argument holds little weight.
One, Snake Eyes always covers up and wears a mask. Nobody knows what he looks like, so most people probably don't even know he's white.
How much of the general population knows what Spawn's alter ego is, given that most of the time...
Where do you bring this up out of nowhere, dude? Fuck!
How many people know Spawn's? Oh my god. Why are you bringing up Spawn?
Now Spawn, I mean, Spawn does get brought up in Endymion's video, but he's not, like... Not yet. He's still talking about the Snake Eyes thing. Why'd you bring up Spawn randomly, dude? Fuck.
The character's wearing either Letha of the 7th House of K or looks like this underneath his masks. The
okay.
Argument OtterlyNoah makes is that most of the time race does not play a factor for Snake Eyes. But the issue is that there are characters whose race does not...
Yeah, dude, it doesn't. That's exactly what I'm pointing out. It really doesn't matter for Spawn either. What? So is he agreeing with my point there? I don't even know what he's doing now.
Again, he's already said at the beginning that he mostly agrees with you and that Endymion's take on this was like kind of stupid. Yet he's still trying to fuck. Like, this is what you call being a perpetual naysayer.
I know.
That's what you call you can't. You know that Noah is right on this. You know that Endymion had nothing to stand on, and for whatever reason, you're still trying to criticize him, even though you agree with him.
I know.
He
knows.
W. And fuck off at that point.
Exactly. He knows he has nothing to stand on, but he wants to keep trying to go for it anyway, just because he wants to sim for Endymion, I guess.
This type of shit annoys... I don't think it's because he wants to sim for Endymion. It's because he wants to disagree with you, even though he agrees with you.
I know.
This is the part that I can't stand with some of these people. It's, you cannot, for whatever reason, agree with someone you dislike, even though they're dead right and you know that they're right and you agree with them on the fact that they're right. That's something I'm able to do with even people who I vitrioli despise.
Mm-hmm.
When I despise someone and they say something that I agree with, I will give it to them because they are right. I agree with them.
Exactly. Like with Natalie, right? Like Natalie, she's definitely on the more anti-woke side, but like I can actually talk with her is the thing. And there are some there are pieces of media that we both like and agree upon. Because there can actually be nuanced discussion there. People like this, they don't want nuanced discussion.
I'm not just talking about people like you'd actually like just you disagree with, but you're still able to talk to them. Like every now and then, Rev, for example, which is someone who I vehemently despise. Espiritu is another example of that. I despise Espiritu.
Oh, that guy, yeah. Well, he pre-blocked me on Twitter, I think, before I even said anything to him, because he knows I debunk a lot of these people and pretty effectively too.
But he lies about me on a daily freaking basis.
What a loser!
To make shit up about me. But recently he said something regarding Rev that I agree with, and I gave it to him.
Interesting.
And I said, yes, I despise your ass. I think you're a fucking liar and a piece of shit, but you are right on this point.
Exactly.
You are right on it because it is hypocritical.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Welcome in Gaster, by the way. I'm pretty good. How are you, Simon? Gaster's wondering how you are.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm good.
We're having
I'm just
fun
saying-
laughing at this bad video, for sure.
I'm just saying, point is, if you agree with someone on something, and even if you dislike them, just give them that agreement. Give them that W if you know you have to give it to them because they're right.
Yeah, like, don't go back and forth like what Molesto is doing here. Don't go back and forth and be wishy-washy.
Don't be a perpetual naysayer, man. Like, you know Noah's right on this. Just give it to him and shut the fuck up at that point and try to criticize him for something else you don't agree with him on. It's really not that hard.
Exactly.
Really matter compared to other aspects of the character. However,
I wonder if Molesto will join the Discord and then we can call him out in VC or something, Simon. That would be funny.
Watching these characters would receive pushback from the same people.
That would be really funny. Hey, Molesto, if you're watching this, feel free. That'd be really funny.
For example, in the show Teen Titans, Cyborg is half human and half robot. For the most part, just like Snake.
Dude, what are you even going on now?
I want to hear what he has to say with fucking Cyborg. I want to hear that.
Yeah, let's see.
Shit.
Guys, his race does not factor into his story. Cyborg's arc is dealing with his half-robot side. While others' limitations are not defined, his are, through his battery levels, his power source, the mechanical limits of stress and strain, all defined by mechanical limits. Recognizing his humanity and pushing past those barriers is what his character in Teen Titans goes through. On that aspect, it would not matter what his race is. In the often-cited episode where Starfire's labeled as a
and that's what I was saying about Snake Eyes. Wait, so he's literally agreeing with me, but he doesn't want to admit he's agreeing with me. That's crazy, man. Fuck, what's going on here?
And again, he's trying to bring up a bunch of like different like pieces of media that are not even related to it. So,
I know, it's like he's
he's agreeing with you on. By the way,
I know.
Agreeing with you on.
I know, because like he's bringing up the same points I already made about Snake Eyes and applying it to Teen Titans and all this other stuff. Like, fuck, man.
At this point, do we really need to listen to the rest of this? Because it's basically just him going to keep on trying to like disagree with you despite agreeing with you.
Let's just skip to the Rev stuff because that's pretty egregious. Yeah. I feel like y'all probably can already see how bad. Oh, here we go. Here's the Rev stuff. How bad this is. Okay, so yeah, here we go. Him simping for Rev says Desu.
I also agree with OtterlyNoah that the allegory makes sense within the context of the story. But outside of a few personalities, most people who watched Andor enjoyed it, including some anti-woke critics.
They've also recently taken shots at Avatar: The Last Airbender, the popular Nickelodeon cartoon, which is currently undergoing a series of revivals.
One of my all-time favorite shows, and we're going to talk about this later, but I'm so conflicted on what happened recently with the entire movie, Aang The Last Airbender, getting leaked. I'm very conflicted on that. I should make this a stream highlight, by the way. I should title it like Rev says Desu Defender came after me or something like that. It'd be funny.
Called The Legend of Aang The Last Airbender, which is set to come out in theaters in 2026 and serve as a sequel to the original series. But you know who's not?
Oh, actually, I should just publish that after I do my Rev video. That would make more sense.
Film none other than Rev says Desu, who made a whole video saying that this movie is
what's that, Simon?
While on the topic of Last Airbenders, one of the characters in my story is actually inspired kind of from Hama, if you want.
Oh, really? Like the Bloodbender from the original series?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Like the main villainess of my story was inspired kind of by her.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Extent.
Yeah, go check out. By the way, can you show your link? By the way, to me, Simon. I want to put it in chat.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. Let me fetch that real quick.
I had to step away. Who we're talking about? Well, now we're talking about this guy defending Rev says Desu snakes. We've gone over a lot of his stuff already, and you know, like I feel like you can kind of already see how most of this goes. I'm gonna go over like the Rev stuff for sure because he defends Rev on something we've already debunked before, and others have too, by the way. The lie about the ProZD stuff, and it's so funny. Oh, speaking of, did you find it, Simon?
Yeah, here you go. I put
Perfect.
It in our DMs.
Speaking of which, by the way, what's his face? Let's see here. Oh yeah, TTBN Gaming reached out to me. He wants to collab. You know, the other guy who's talked about it before. That'd be fun.
Oh, you mean the one who basically also kind of like trying to remember the guy like big guy of color, if I'm not mistaken.
What's that? Yeah. He's a black guy.
Yeah, like I know who he is. I watched some of his stuff. Every now and then he'll say things I personally disagree on, but for the most part, I think he's pretty chill.
Yeah, he DM'd me on Twitter. He wants to collab sometime. So yeah, I'll have to do something with him. I'll have to show him this stream and show him that this guy was trying to shill the Rev lie, Rev ProZD lie more. So yeah, we'll get into that.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
exactly.
And again, I find it so hilarious too because after what we uncovered regarding this shit, it's like there's no way you can defend this bullshit anymore.
There is no argument at all. It is so funny that, especially like this happened, not long after that stream, but he still tries to push the lie anyway. Fuck, man.
Again, they're still trying to push the lie, but again, like you made like a stream, like a 5-hour long stream talking about it at this point. So not everybody's going to like watch a 5-hour stream.
Well, yeah, they'll watch a video though. That's why I'm gonna make that video.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The video is probably going to hit a lot harder at that point than the actual stream.
Yeah, especially because, like I said, I got Nick Andros' help with that. Like, he specifically laid out, I think he gave me like an Obsidian document, like showed a specific format that's good for these kinds of videos. So yeah, he helped a lot for sure.
He's very upset that this film is not bringing back the cast of the original cartoon. So let's see what he had to say on that.
Thanks for pointing out he's black. What kind of fucking bullshit fucking gotcha is that, dude?
I know.
He's black. Like, get out of here, man. Like, get out of here.
Kino is just seeking attention. It's funny to laugh at him, though, for sure.
Twink boy. Probably
Twink boy. Twinko flex. Oh, wait. Twink would mean he's attractive, which he isn't. He's also short.
No, a twink? Twink just means you're fucking short. Twink boy, I can smoke them little arms.
Yeah, Elfo flex. Dang. Wow. There we go. That's a shorty flex there. Squirt flex.
It's just some upcoming projects.
It's also funny because I didn't realize how short he was till Birdman pointed it out. Fuck, man. I like tower over Kino. I could probably beat him up.
Of Aang, The Last Airbender, and that is something that is mired in some controversy because that is supposed to be a part of 3 films that are basically continuing on where the series left off, and I think it's focusing more on their adulthood adventures, and there's something odd about it. The entire original...
So he's talking about Aang The Last Airbender, and yes, this one will take place during Team Avatar's, years in their 20s specifically. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. I'm really mad that the film, at least as of me doing this stream, is still, not gonna be in theaters, which sucks. Because I think a film like that deserves to be seen in theaters.
And again, it's hilarious. Check where his source is and where he's getting his dog shit source as per usual.
Oh yeah, pounding the comics. Ayo! There we go. Rev had to find his source that directly agreed with him. Oh boy.
Is gone in terms of the voice.
He had to really cherry pick there.
Mistake and makes people kind of scratch their heads because they had very iconic performances that a lot of people really cherish when they look back at them.
So the thing about that is that this film is actually supposed to feature Team Avatar in their early to mid-20s, and Aang is actually supposed to be 25 in this film. So I really don't think it would make sense to cast the same voice actor that did the kid version of Aang in the original show for this movie. It's supposed to be an older take on the character, so I honestly think it makes more sense to cast a voice actor who's going to be able to do an older version of Aang for this movie.
This casting director would respond, saying this: I told Mike and Brian that I understood how important it was to get this right for them and for the fans because I'm a fan too, also my favorite IP. Since the original show was released, there's been more emphasis in voiceover to match actors' ethnic/racial background to the characters they're portraying. ATLA is a fictional world.
Yep, there we go. And look, he put ProZD in the thumbnail even. He has to try to poison the well even more.
Again, his source, Reddit.
Yeah, also a bad source for that.
He's doing the Reddit meme. He's doing the fucking Redditor meme.
We should make there should be a Wojak of Rev as the Redditor syndrome meme.
Hold on. No. I mean, now that you mention it, no.
Oh, you got one? Let me see.
It's not a Wojak. It's more so like a silly freaking animation that my girlfriend did for.
Glad to see me and Nick Andros are cool, by the way. Now, yeah, Nick is cool. He helped a lot with making this video because he also hates Rev. So yeah, obviously we see eye to eye on that.
Play it to your audience. Play it to your audience.
Oh shit! Yeah, this one. Okay, I've seen this. Let me. Hang on. Can I make that full screen so I don't show anything? Here. Okay. Dang it. Do you have the Twitter link to that one, Simon? That might be easier to pull up. I know you post that on Twitter. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I did. Hold on. Let me go. Fuck. Hold on.
If not, I can just do that, I guess.
Because no, I don't think I do. Hang
on, I can do some stuff here. I just don't want to, I don't want to. Let's see here. I don't want to dox you or anything. Okay, there we go.
Just exchange the DMs that we shared and whatever?
Well, no, yeah, there we go. So, like, here we go. So this is something that Simon's girlfriend Jazz, who's also doing the thumbnail for the Rev video. Big shout out to her. She did this animation of Rev and Straub. I don't just generate AI art for fun. I really don't care about affecting real artists. Ooh, that's Straub for you, the mean girl bitch.
What you're saying. Strikes 12.
Darling Chud is finished.
Midnight.
There we go. Ayo! There it is. Rev has become the Redditor meme. There we go. Thank you for making that, Jazz. That is so fucking funny. Rev the Redditor. Ayo. Rev the Redditor. It's so fucking funny. Jazz is really talented, by the way. Y'all should definitely go follow her. And yeah, she's doing the thumbnail for that video too.
She also has a YouTube, by the way, and uploads like short animatics.
Send that in chat so I can send that to people. Go to the anime. Yeah, she's great. Now that is art. Yeah. Let's see here.
There are cultural influences for each nation/kingdom, and we wanted to explore the talent from those groups. It's about providing a good voice for a character, and all this nonsense about having to understand the background of these characters in order to give a proper performance is totally ridiculous. It's one of those things, it's meant to be so progressive, and yet it is so regressive, and all it does is segregate people based on the color of their skin and limit their opportunities based on the color of their skin. It's ridiculous.
I had to rewrite and re-record this section because I did not realize how misleading this motherfucker is.
Bruh! Hey, yo! So you're trying to call me misleading molesto? Well, what were you doing earlier, buddy? You were trying to defend Endymion and still having to agree with me, but you still wanted to try to agree with Endymion because you just don't like me as a person, because you don't like that I call out grifters. And also, you're taking clips of my video out to try to fit your own point there, man. Who's being misleading here? It's not me, motherfucker. Nice try. Go ahead, Simon.
So basically, what is he trying to do here? Is he trying to call you dishonest here?
Now he's trying to do that. Yeah, he's trying to call me dishonest after everything he's already done that we've shown in this video.
And again, not just that, he's also trying to like, it's, again, with the whole ProZD thing, the fact that already he's pulling up his fucking Reddit, his sources from Bounding in the Comics, and some random shitters on Reddit, and trying to run with this narrative. By the way, mind you, this whole fucking bullshit with ProZD, it all began with Rev. He was the one who spread this lie about him because he got tilted and he got blocked by him.
Yep, 3 years ago. He has been spreading this lie for 3 years. And we already showed this. We proved this entire thing and like put out a really distinct paper trail showing how things went from point A to point B and how Rev has kept this lie going about ProZD for a long time. And funny enough, this Molesto guy is also trying to propagate that lie. It's so funny. You can't make this stuff up.
Bingo.
Sure, based on how OtterlyNoah presents Rev's arguments and the casting situation in general, it seems reasonable. Given that the characters have aged, the voice actors who played these characters originally as kids may not be best for the role now. It could be that other voice actors could better inhabit the characters in their older versions in this new film. Thus, why the original cast is not assembled for this new movie. The issue is that this is not at all the reason that was given from the casting director in charge of the new movie.
Where you see this Ask Me Anything being hosted by this casting director named Jenny Jue. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but she is someone who, if you look at her resume, she's very accomplished as a casting director. She did
she even worked on Avatar: Last Airbender Season 2. Oh well.
Avatar: The Last Airbender Season 2, but if you scroll down here, you also notice she has some upcoming projects like The Legend of Aang, The Last Airbender, and that is something that is mired in some controversy, and that was something asked in the Ask Me Anything, where this person said, is there any reason why you guys decided not to bring the original cast back for the ultimate nostalgia trip? The characters' voices are just so iconic and distinct, I find it hard to really accept anyone else in their roles. Plus, promoting the movie with the original actors coming back would break the internet and truly feel like the original show is back. And I agree 100% with some of these claims that are being made here, but this casting director would respond, saying this. I told Mike and Brian that I understood how important it was to get this right for them and for the fans because I'm a fan too, also my favorite IP. Since the original show was released, there's been more emphasis.
Oh, here we go. He's still shilling for Rev. Come on, man.
Actors,
shilling for Rev.
The characters they're portraying.
It's also incredibly funny because Rev literally has basically admitted to his grift now. And that's why his Lolicon audience, which is his main audience, has they've ditched him because they can see through his grift even more so now. It's so funny.
World, but there are cultural influences for each nation/kingdom, and we wanted to explore the talent from those groups.
The reason the casting director gave was that many of the original voice actors did not match the ethnicity of the characters they were playing.
Was that the freaking casting director saying that on Reddit?
Like on Reddit? I don't know if that was that's what he claimed there, but it's also Rev. So I don't know, man. I honestly I would have to see a source other than Bounding into Comics and Rev
other than Reddit,
claiming that.
And Reddit.
And
Reddit.
I'm sorry, man. I don't buy that.
Legitimate.
I'm sure Rev is taking something out of context there, because he always does this, and we've proven this multiple times before.
This is why they were not brought back, as stated explicitly by the casting director. Because
again, it's being spouted off by Rev, so I don't buy that. I'm sure there's something else there.
His sources are from Reddit and fucking bounding into comics, so that could easily be a crock of shit as well.
Exactly.
Standards and trends that demanded more quote-unquote authentic casting. Meaning that today's standards of casting voice actors would prohibit many of the voice
here we
actors from
go,
playing
here we go.
characters
He's going to bring up ProZD now. Propagate the lie.
Ridiculous. Thus, why Rev says that the casting director is woke and the trend in the industry is a negative one.
Imagine that the anime dub industry...
Here we go. This section is cut and out of order.
Niche Gamer is another one, too, honestly. It's like completely full of fucking shit.
Exactly.
That's another fucking... Yeah, that's another, like, freaking, like, out, like, news website that's completely full of it.
Are they also anti-woke as well?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then, yep. Alrighty, we can already see the bias.
Right. Pretty much everyone would be out of a job, unless you were a Japanese-born English voice actor.
But it's also funny, you know, because, like, Rev tries to claim, oh, ProZD's in favor of this. But even this anti-woke site, apparently, literally said on their title that ProZD criticizes race-based casting.
Well, so imagine if you were a black voice actor in the anime industry, all of your opportunities would just evaporate.
Maybe like the title of this article goes completely against what Rev says. Even though it's an anti-woke thing, I'll give them credit for actually saying it how it is. ProZD is not in favor of race-based casting and voice acting.
1,000 characters would be something you could have a chance at voice acting, the ones who'd be allowed to voice act, you know, by people like ProZD. And of course, you know,
here we go.
Where someone's ethnicity or their gender didn't match the character they played. We would have lost these performances if it was going the way that people like ProZD and this casting director want things to go. These people would not have had these opportunities. And you wouldn't have legendary voices like from, you know, Samurai Jack. It'd be such a shame if we actually listened to these maniacs who are trying very hard to push this thing. And it's, again,
maniacs. Whoa, he's claiming they're unhinged. Oh, also, yeah, you know, Molesto tries to claim that Sweet Baby Ink's unhinged later, too.
Something
people.
We had talked about before with ProZD. You might recognize him from his popular YouTube channel. He's also a voice actor, and pretty much from the jump in his voice acting career, as we talked about in previous videos, was trying to...
Here we go. Just doing the lie again. Okay.
This idea of authentic casting, and that's what we're talking about with this situation, where he is spouting this belief that you have to match the ethnicity of the character you are playing, which is so...
Which is completely... Again, I am so looking forward to you actually dropping your video on this, just to finally fucking put finally put an end.
I know, because at that point, there will be no excuse for anyone to propagate this lie anymore, because it is such bullshit, and provably so.
Or to take Rev seriously on anything at this point, because he's so full of fucking shit.
Well, again, even his core audience is going against him, because he went back on the lolly stuff.
His core audience is going against him because he's basically... he's doing what Nux Taku did.
Yes.
He's doing the same thing that Nux Taku did that he called him out for. The difference is, and a lot of people in his audience are also telling him, you're doing the same thing he's doing. The only difference is that you're being more careful with your words because you know that this is going to fuck you over.
Exactly.
Like, that's the only difference what he's doing. He's being more prudent with his words. He's basically saying, oh, well, I'm actually not against a lolly hentai or a lolly content in general. I think just consuming porn is...
He's being wishy-washy about it.
Yeah, sinful and degenerate, and I don't indulge in that anymore. All while LARPing as a fucking anime girl and selling anime-related merch that is oriented to that exact crowd that he thinks is sinful and degenerate. This is like being a crack dealer, a drug dealer saying drugs are bad while still selling drugs.
Yep, exactly. The hypocrisy is absolutely insane with Rev, and it's so funny.
And again, the worst part is he was doing this like since the beginning of his anti-woke Christian grift, and it's only when his wife said the quiet part out loud, and I basically went and put that on blast, that people started criticizing it. Because you know what's the funny part?
What's that?
Like, Espiritu was the one who uncovered this. He was the one who originally uncovered this shit, and he put him on blast.
Oh, and then he deleted his tweet, right?
No, he tried putting him on blast for it, but deleted his tweet because, I didn't want to start any unnecessary drama. I picked it up because Simon,
look what Kino or Shorty Flex is saying in chat there. ProZD isn't in favor of race-based casting when it affects him specifically. He has
You're
double
fucking
standards.
stupid.
That's the entire point.
You
Hey, yo!
Dude, Kino, you are fucking stupid. We literally uncovered this on a stream that this was a fucking lie that Rev started because he got blocked by the dude.
Exactly.
He never said this.
Yeah, Rev is a petty bitch, Kino. I'm not surprised you're trying to defend him too. But of course you're trying to propagate the same lie that Rev started about ProZD 3 years ago. Because Rev is a petty bitch and he didn't like getting blocked by ProZD. That's what happened. You can check out the 5-hour stream we did, going thoroughly through everything and showing that.
They aren't going against him on ProZD. No, they aren't going against him on ProZD, Kino, because this lie has been spread for so long that it's basically become the truth.
Yeah, even
again,
non-anti-woke people like Omni or Anime America fell for it.
Kino, like we already knew you were going to try and defend this. But we uncovered this stuff and how full of fucking shit Rev was and what led to this whole narrative being spun. He is lying. Noah does plan on dropping a video on this regarding the extent of it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're actually someone who actually argues in good faith, you will watch that video and then you will tell me how it's not bullshit. Because if you still defend it after that, buddy, I'm sorry, man, but nobody should ever take you fucking seriously.
Yeah, the cope will be completely unreal there. Just because you want to shill for Rev says Desu and because you don't like me. Sorry, Kino, that's not how it works. Rev is provably a liar, and he's been lying about ProZD for 3 fucking years now. And he's been intentionally doing that, trying to egg on harassment of him.
And Kino, before you start telling me, oh, well, they're not going to turn on... Buddy, I used to be a former viewer watcher of Revs. I used to watch him frequently. There are still things I agree with him on to this day. Mostly, though it's more and more rare because he's outing himself more and more as a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
But before you say that I'm a blind hater or that I just disagree with him because he's anti-woke, that's complete bullshit. I used to watch him back in the day. And I basically probably know more about the dude than you know about anything at this point.
I mean, yeah, he's shown he doesn't really know much about media, that's for sure. Molesto, too.
A lot of people want to call me an internet A-logger of the guy. But yeah, I point out a lot of his bullshit and a lot of his crap that he pulls off. So, yeah, no, dude.
Criticism is not harassment. Whoa, he's trying to claim ProZD wasn't harassed. Well, he was. Sorry, buddy.
Okay, you point out the lies. Dude, go watch the fucking stream Noah and me made on this. Their whole thing is time-stamped. And if you don't want to watch the stream, wait until Noah drops his video on that.
Mm-hmm. Well, watch him try to make a video before that being like, oh, OtterlyNoah is going to make a video about Rev says Desu, and it's going to be really bad faith, guys. Watch him do that. That'd be so funny.
Yeah,
it's so petty, too. But Kino Shorty is petty. We know that. Shorty Flex and Molesto.
Unbelievably ridiculous.
Okay, I just find this really funny here. Rev says Desu tries to claim that ProZD is in favor of segregated voice acting.
Here we go.
Race-based characters, only voice actors with that character's ethnicity should be playing that character. But the thing is, even if you just take a cursory glance at the article that Rev is showing here, it literally says voice actor Song1 ProZD Cho criticizes race-based
Even this anti-woke outlet accurately stated it. That is so funny to me.
Look to see that ProZD isn't in favor of this at all. And his career as a voice actor kind of shows this too. He's played plenty of characters who don't just reflect his ethnicity like Sunder from Boyfriend Dungeon or Radiscore from God of War Ragnarok, a little Nordic squirrel. If anything, ProZD has actually been a huge proponent of being able to have a versatile repertoire of voices you can do. So really, everything Rev has said here is just straight up misinformation. ProZD doesn't really think this at all, nor is he saying that at all here.
Exactly.
Yes.
Go ahead, Simon.
He has harassed him, Kino. He has harassed him. This whole lie that he spread that he endorses authentic casting for voice acting. That's the harassment. The harassment that he started for him because he slandered him and tried to spin a narrative and make up to say something he never said.
Exactly. And all because ProZD blocked him.
And that clip everybody likes to use about, oh, well, he's actually, he was okay with like that clip that everybody loves to use.
The double toasted clip, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to show that clip later, funny enough, in this video.
Yeah, and again, that one was clipped out of context. And we can show that to you right now when he shows it.
I can pull up the stream we did and show that segment. But also, yeah, because Rev also added his own text onto it, and then a lot of people take that screenshot of that interview, the one with Rev's text on it, and try to make it look like it's something that ProZD said, even though Rev said it, and it's so easily debunkable. So funny, dude.
In a logical way here.
No, I think this is just him criticizing race-based casting and voice acting like he was talking about in that article.
Yeah, Rev, like, ProZD has criticized it. Rev is a liar.
Already. Rev seems so intent on trying to make ProZD look like someone who's in favor of race-based casting when really all the evidence points in the opposite direction of that. All it really takes
funny,
is
also, Kino and Molesto are also doing that.
We're looking through his Twitter feed to show that he really doesn't think that at all. If someone doesn't actually bother to fact-check something like this, though, they might actually end up believing what Rev says here, as ridiculous as it is. Generally, though, that's the goal of most grifters on YouTube and other channels. They'll usually try to imbue their
What's that, Simon?
Well, Jasmine's in the stream. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, welcome in, Jazz. Good to see you. Yeah, we're here, debunking the Rev lies as usual. Hey, yo, we showed your animation, by the way, earlier, Jazz. You did a great job on that. With Rev becoming the Wojak of syndrome.
Onto their audience in the form of a negative criticism or
Redditor
something.
meme.
And generally, you won't fact check them at all, so they can actually convince you of these kinds of things. But this is
no shit, Sherlock. That's exactly what happened with Rev. Wow, what do you know? Thank you, me from the past, for spelling that out there. Exactly what happened.
Misinformation. There's no real criticism going on here whatsoever.
ProZD at multiple times has expressed his support for authentic casting.
Hey, yo! There it is! Hey, yo! We already showed he was being disingenuous, but that is so easily debunkable. That is such an easily debunkable lie.
Go show him the clip. Go show him the full clip.
I'm going to show the full stream here. It is so fucking funny that Molesto decided to try to bring that up. He thought, oh, this is a point against Noah. Nope. It's a lie propagated by Rev, you moron. Okay. Nice try.
All you're doing is pointing out that he's a hypocrite who doesn't hold himself to the same standards. Dude, he never advocated for freaking for POC casting in voice acting. The whole discussion was regarding fucking live action, which is a common practice in those types of medium.
Exactly. And also something he says in that interview as well with Double Toasted, also is very telling of how what he actually thinks about race-based casting. Here we go. So
show the clip. Show the clip at that point. Show him the clip.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and show that because it is so easily debunkable. So
show him the edited clip from Rev and show him the actual clip.
Yeah, like, do we have? Let's see here. He edits. Yep, he edits the interview clip.
You were, a white male.
Here we go. So let me show this whole thing. The reap what you sow thing. Yeah. Okay, this. Maybe I should just pull up the Double Toasted interview like I did before. I mean, I'm showing my stream I did on it.
At that point, like, I'd say just show the full context clip.
Double Toasted, ProZD. Yep.
Yeah, and because obviously he's going to try to run with the clip that Rev originally used.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. So I'll go back a bit. Let me look at the transcript specifically, just to make sure I have that correct. But yeah, very easily debunkable.
He's going to do that to you right now, Kino. He's going to do it right now.
Here we go. So let's see. So, yep, this. Let me put on captions as well so everyone can see what he's saying here.
That's the most frustrating.
Because this whole thing is about him talking about his role in BlackBerry.
Is like, oh, surprise, here's a new thing that nobody knew about unless you read the fine print in an email or whatever.
Yeah.
So all I can hope for is that they just don't fuck it up and it just is fine. If it gets better, that'd be a miracle. I'm not.
Why are you moving like a turtle?
The cope is real. Kino. The cope is real from Kino. He knows we're gonna destroy any of this here because we already did it on a 5-hour stream. The cope is real. He's sweating. He's sweating like an Ace Attorney sprite.
Couple of things before we go. You being an Asian, actor, voice actor, now actor. Everybody talks about diversity, and I'm not here to be too controversial or point fingers or anything like that. But speaking of diversity, and you now starting to venture out into live action acting.
Live action acting. Keep that phrase in mind here as I play the rest of this clip.
You hear that, Kino? Live action.
How do you feel about
live action acting?
I guess you being, again being Asian,
because especially because of Blackberry. Because this came out right after he was in Blackberry.
He's limited.
Remember, show him the edited clip from Rev.
Yeah,
white male.
Exactly.
Being by what you've seen so far.
I definitely would have more opportunities if I were white, for sure. There's no doubt about that. But I think there have been changes in a positive way, and not just for Asians, but for all for different races, different genders. There have been steps, and it has been improving. I mean, even comparing now to like,
oh yeah,
10 years ago.
And don't worry, Jazz. I am actually. Curry Rinji, I plan on bringing that up in that video too, what he did to you and how he tried to bribe you for exposure for trying to throw me under the bus because of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, because you used his own tag.
Hey, welcome in Wargaming Dad. Yeah, Simon's here with me. We're debunking the ProZD thing again for a shorty flex here. And Molesto. Molesto is the guy that made the video on me.
And
he lied about ProZD in that video.
Videos are much more aware of hey, we should, cast authentically.
Is Kino still in here or did he leave?
I think he. Well, I don't see him typing, but he might have just dipped because he realized he was
still
fucked.
A long way to go.
It'd be really funny.
I'm just hoping that
No, hold on. Watching the video that you guys failed to bring up.
More and more
wow.
Doors.
You're watching the video that we failed to bring up, dude. We're literally playing it right here for you.
Exactly.
And we still have a long way to go, though. But
yeah.
I'm hopeful that it'll continue to get better as time goes on.
So when you do voice acting,
I'm also gonna play this part though too.
Be that much of a hindrance because you're behind a mic and you can play.
Yeah, because now see, look, he's talking about voice acting. That entire thing that he was just talking about before was in regards to live action acting. But watch, funny enough, what happens here when he brings up voice acting.
Not being seen on camera, and you can do different voices for any kind of character. You actually did a voice for the Riddler, which I should show people because you were very great at that. You had your own take on the Riddler.
In Bat Wheels, yeah.
It's a whole catalog of disasters. Get it? Like catalog.
I get it, okay? I get it.
Now I was looking at that Riddler right there. Was he is that an Asian Riddler or is that a is that a white Riddler?
Wait for it.
That is an Asian Riddler.
Oh, nice.
I don't think originally was intended. Like when I got the auditions, there was no mention of an Asian. We're looking for an Asian actor.
There we go. See right there. That already shows that ProZD, already the entire thing that Rev always talks about in those videos is using that clip out of context. But this also shows that ProZD really doesn't care about race-based casting. He applied to that role just as the Riddler, because the race of that character wasn't given to him. After the fact, it was made Asian. Case in point.
Yeah. Bingo. So
I'm also going to show the other, the Rev version of these events. Oh boy.
Now that we actually showed you the full context regarding that, and we're going to show you the rest of it, try to defend it. I am genuinely curious. I want to see how you're going to try and defend that now.
I know. I'm curious too. I'm curious to see how I'll try to defend this as well. Is this one? This is the one, right?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Where he shows, is this the one with the double toast clip or whatever? Let me see. Yep, it's this. It's this. Here we go.
That reflect his own race. Now, for many people, a lot of people are saying, well,
I'd say
is this
bring him
really
on
how he
point.
feels?
If he wants to talk, bring him on.
Yeah, Kino, if you want it, I have Matt as a friend, right? You know what? Why not? Let's bring him into a call with you and me, Simon. Let's see. I can make a group here real fast. Just
come on, Kino. I actually want to see how you're going to defend this, man. You already been on SK streams. You already went into his streams and talked to him. Let's talk. Let's talk, man.
Let me see here. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna show the full thing first, then I'll add him in because I want to show the full thing here and show The hypocrisy with Rev here and how he twists what ProZD was saying. That
Just
clip.
those simple quotes.
not-
Well,
it's
I'm
not
going to
even
show
hypocrisy.
you a
This is just straight up
sample
fucking
of
slander.
an interview
Well,
that
yeah, he's just
ProZD
lying.
took only a couple months ago, and this will solidify his stance on this whole issue regarding the race of voice actors and the characters they play.
Do you feel like
Here we go.
Your opportunities are limited? Do you feel like more opportunities would be open to you if you were, a white male, being by what you've seen so far?
I definitely would have more opportunities if I were white.
He completely took that part out about the live action acting. Already, right there. He took out the part that the double toasted guy mentioned at the start, where that whole thing was about live action acting, because of his role in Blackberry.
For sure. There's no doubt about that. I mean, even comparing now to like
really,
5-10 years ago, it's
like
definitely changed.
defend it.
There we
Defend
go.
it.
Also, he adds that text on there. Hey, yo!
Yeah.
Rev adds his own text to try to
Defend
make it look even
Defend
further.
It now, defend it now that you know the full context. Defend it.
I'm gonna add him in right now here. This would be so funny. Let's see. Simon, Kino, is it just that? Okay. Create group message. I'll start the call here. Let's see. There we go. Awesome. Tiny Flex is coming onto stream.
Come on, Kino.
Come on, Tiny.
Answer.
Come on, buddy. Come here. Tell us how ProZD was lying there. Tell us how he's in favor of race-based casting. Uh-oh, he's not picking up.
Oh.
There we go. Hey, Tiny Flex, why don't you tell us how ProZD is in favor of race-based casting and voice acting there?
Okay, so yeah, tell us, now that you've seen the clip, how exactly was ProZD for authentic casting for voice acting? Now that you've seen...
that's just something you're denying, that he's for authentic casting.
Oh my fuck. Okay, how is he for it? Where did he say it?
He clearly is for authentic casting.
Okay, where did he say it?
Do you not see how he didn't have a problem with the Riddler being race bends to fit him?
Are you dumb? Are you dumb?
Holy fuck! The cope is real.
Simon. I've never met you before. I can already tell that you're absolutely insufferable. Do you not understand? That you can have double standards? Hey, I should be. Hey, I, a Korean American, should be cast for any role. My race shouldn't be a barrier to entry, but it should be a barrier to entry for other people who want to play a character.
Oh, funny! You never said that, Tiny Flex. Sorry, buddy, you never said that. Nope. Nice try.
He doesn't need to explicitly say that. He doesn't need to explicitly say that. He
didn't. Well, and then Rev is also going around lying about him. Trying to act like he did say that.
It's not a lie.
It is a lie. It is a lie.
How is that not?
How is it a lie? How is it a lie?
Because
he.
So is he on record? Is he on record saying that a white guy can voice a black guy in a role?
Dude, they literally changed.
Is he on record? Is he on record?
I know he's moving the goalposts. Kiddo, don't move the goalposts. Stay on base. Stay on base.
Can a white guy
stay on base, you fucker?
For a role?
Yes,
can a white guy voice a black guy in a role?
Yes, a white guy can voice. Yeah.
So he said that. Where's the clip of him saying that?
Okay, dude, listen for 2 seconds.
It's Kino being disingenuous, This is how he operates. He knows he doesn't actually have any points against us, and he knows he's fucked here on this point with ProZD. Go ahead.
Noah.
I want to talk to him.
Noah,
okay, go ahead.
Keletso has you dead to rights. ProZD is a hypocrite. I'm sorry.
How is he a hypocrite? Because here's the thing, we literally just showed you the clip where they went and changed the fucking directors, changed the race of the Riddler when he went in expecting to voice the normal fucking Riddler. How the fuck is this guy lying? How is he being a hypocrite?
So it's catering to him. It's catering to him since he got the role. It was originally him? The Riddler is white. The Riddler is a white character, and then when he voiced it, they changed the standards for him to suit him.
Bro, ProZD didn't advocate for that.
He's not for authentic casting.
Well, then there we go. You admit it. You admit that's a lie.
No.
You admit that's a lie.
He's not for authentic casting if it applies to himself, but he is for authentic casting if it's depending on the
But
race
he
of the
never
actor.
said that. He never said that.
Oh my god! Like that, he is clearly communicating that. Like,
Oh,
that
is he?
what
Is he
believes.
really? Show us,
That's what he
Kino.
believes. He's not saying, "Hey,
communicating
this is a white character. Hey, this is a white character. I shouldn't voice them." He's saying, "Oh, they changed his race after I auditioned for this white character. Therefore, therefore, it's not hypocrisy."
That wasn't his call.
Bro, Kino.
He still auditioned for it nonetheless, knowing that
The cope is real. Holy fuck!
Knew it. Noah, like, do you not understand this point? Do you not?
Oh my god! Kino knows he's washed, but he's still trying to fight. It's like the Japanese soldier who kept fighting after World War II. Holy fuck, man!
Noah,
you don't understand the point. You're the one who's not understanding the point.
I know he isn't. It's really funny.
Noah, Simon, do you guys not understand double standards?
That's not a double standard.
Give me an example. No, Noah, give me an example of a double standard right off the bat.
No, okay. You want to make the argument of double standard? You give it to us now.
Exactly. You made the claim. The burden of proof is upon you, buddy. Sorry, buddy.
You can't just throw. You can't just throw a question back at me. I'll give you an example of double standards. I'll give you an example of those double standards if you can give me an example of double standards. How about that? Give me one
right now. You want me to tell
Okay.
An example of a double standard is you trying to ask us to give you proof when you holy fuck, dude.
Right now. An example of a double standard is a voice actor claiming to be for authentic casting, but not doing so for roles offered to him.
Which he never claimed, though. He never claimed that.
No. Do you not? No. A voice actor. I never specified ProZD.
Well, that's what you were claiming before. Now you're moving the goalpost, buddy. You're moving the goalpost. Nope. You're moving the goalpost. Nice try. Get back on point. Get back on point. Get back on point. Get back on point.
Hypothetical. Do you acknowledge that is a double standard? Remove ProZD from the equation and just say that they're a random voice actor.
What it was about ProZD, though. You're bringing up something else entirely, buddy.
Would you acknowledge that is a double standard?
Going a completely different direction here.
Again, no. Answer the question. If it's not ProZD and it was a random voice actor, a nameless voice actor.
I know, right? Mythical, it's so funny. The cope is real.
They're for authentic casting, but don't take an authentic casting role. What is that? It's not a double standard. What is that if not a double standard?
This isn't about ProZD anymore. You're trying to change the subject.
Exactly. You're
This
going
is
to
about-
Like,
yes, you are. Yes, you are, fucker. Nice try. You're going a completely different direction here.
I'm asking this if you consider this to be a double standard, and you're not. You're not
because this isn't about ProZD anymore. You're going a completely different thing.
You understand that's a double standard.
What happened here?
It is a double standard, but this isn't about ProZD anymore.
It is okay. So we acknowledge that it's a double standard in that scenario. I listed to you. You acknowledge that.
You said that you're trying to say that ProZD, it's a double standard, but how does this relate back to ProZD when he's not for this?
I know, he never made the claim. What? The cope with Kino is real. Copoflex. Copoflex.
Oh my god, bro.
Sorry, dude. I mean, if you're, I'm gonna match the energy here, man.
Taking a role.
I'm gonna match the energy here, Kino. If you're gonna try to claim that ProZD said something he didn't say, I'm just gonna laugh at you and joke around. Because we showed blatantly right there that he didn't say it, and you're coping. You're coping and seething.
His actions don't reflect anything. We can't.
You're coping and seething because you don't like that ProZD didn't actually say the thing you claim he said.
No, genuinely, what action?
Oh my god, no.
I know, right?
Dude, he literally came out and said that it was about authentic casting. What actions?
He took a role that was not meant for him.
But that's
race-wise.
But that was never what he said. He's always been for it, being okay with.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That he demanded to have the role be made to cater to him. It's that he took the role. It's that he auditioned for a role that was white, that was meant for white people. He doesn't hold that same. He doesn't hold that same standard. He doesn't hold that same standard. He has a problem if you're taking. He has a problem if you're not the same race as him and you're voicing a character that is of his race.
You never said that, Kino. Nice try. That's a lie. You know it. Nice try, buddy. Nice try.
You know,
I know it's the funniest cope I've ever seen. It would be funny to have Jan in there.
Genuinely, where did he say this? We showed you the clip regarding authentic casting, and it was for live action.
Give us an example, Kino. Give us something concrete of him saying that. Give us something concrete of him saying that.
When it came to voice acting, he contradicted himself by auditioning for Riddler, getting the role, and then they changed the race of the
That wasn't ProZD though, dude. That was the studio. You're claiming ProZD is in favor of this.
Then why does he not have a problem with that since it's not authentic
That was
casting?
not his decision to make. He
I
doesn't
know.
say in that.
He can walk. He can say, "Hey, that's weird." Like, it's weird. Hey, keep him white. Like, he never expresses. He never expresses a problem. He just says it's cool. He just says it's cool.
Oh my god, he's making me laugh so hard here. Holy fuck.
Do you not understand
Yeah,
how
that's called a cope laugh.
Dude, Kino.
The only one coping here is you, Kino.
Okay, Noah, hold on.
Go ahead.
Do you not understand how this shit works? Because reality is, ProZD doesn't have a say on how they race swap this stuff. That was the director's call. He
does have a say in auditioning in the first place, and his understanding of Riddler is that he's a white character.
And he auditioned him based on that fact. The directors changed it afterwards.
So he doesn't believe in authentic. He doesn't believe in authentic casting for himself.
He doesn't believe how
he holds other people to different standards. That is the problem.
How does he not believe in authentic casting?
Problem.
He's not the one who changed the race character. He's not the one who pushed for that. The directors did it afterwards. He could have said anything, and they would have still went through with him. Because that's not his decision to make. He's a voice actor. How much do you think influence do they have in this shit?
Like I'm going to.
So hang on, both of you. Shut up, both of you. So shut up. I'm gonna mute Kino. I'm gonna mute Kino because he's not shutting up.
Don't mute him. Okay. Don't mute him. I heard his point. It's stupid. It's not making any sense.
I know,
because
but
you're trying to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, you're trying to say that he's out here saying, bro, like, oh, he's pro-authentic casting for himself. He auditioned for the role knowing that he was going to play a white character. And then the directors changed it for him. They changed it because he auditioned. That was not his call. He didn't make that decision.
It doesn't matter if it's call or not. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Because how much do you genuinely, Kino? How much influence?
Okay, so if it's not his call, then he should call it out, right? Then it's reasonable for him to call it out,
and
right?
Even had he called it out again,
he's still taking money from them. He's still taking money from them,
dude.
Because he's getting paid to voice the character. He's not getting paid to fucking say whether they change the character's race or not.
But he will go out of his way to audition for a role that is not his race. Despite calling for it, again, he complains about it.
He never complained about it. He's not for that. He literally said he auditioned for a white character, and if had someone else auditioned for it that was white and gotten the role, it wouldn't have mattered. They were like, dude, come on. He literally auditioned, and they changed.
I'm going
Simon, you know what the other?
Read off his I'm going to read off his tweets that he has since deleted.
Which one?
Hang on. I want it. Hang on. So Simon, guess what else is brought up later in this video from Molesto?
Okay, but I know what
Molesto is there. Like, are you just levying like an accusation that he touched you or something, Noah? Is that what?
No. Okay, I'm not doing that at all.
No. Read me the tweet. I want to hear the tweet. You're talking about the one where he basically bitched that he was auditioning for these characters.
I got an audition for a prominent cartoon where I was just sent the Asian character. Looking through the rest, I told my agent, hey, I'm happy to read for this, but can I read for some of these others? To which I was told, all of those characters are drawn as white, so no. To add extra insult to injury, the character I got sent was labeled Middle Eastern, Southeast, or Southeast Asian because, that's the same, right? You can just lump them all into one. Okay. My agent told me that this is just how some major studios are doing things now. Naysayers will go, oh, don't you want authentic casting? If your entire main cast is all white and you have one token side character who can apparently just be any type of Asian ever, this is not a level playing field. This is not new. For another slow recently with a large cast of characters, I was only sent the audition sides for the character who exclusively speaks
Kino,
Mandarin. I don't speak
Kino.
Mandarin. It's demoralizing, and as such, as much as I love voiceover, the future looks bleaker every day.
Okay,
To be clear,
Kino.
this is not my agent's decision. They've sent me plenty of white characters before, and have been nothing but supportive. This is what they were told by the people in charge of casting the show.
Yeah, and
Again,
guess
like
what?
these are different standards. This is a response to different, like the voice acting industry
and
having
here's the-
different standards.
And again, standards, and that's the thing. It's not every studio does that. Some studios actually do this fucking bullshit, but he's not for it.
Exactly.
And he never advocated.
The tweet means nothing because he never advocated for race-based casting and voice acting. So that entire tweet does not expose a double standard because the other standard never existed to begin with. He doesn't care about that, man.
And again, and here's the thing, Kino. Authentic casting, the whole fucking POC casting shit. There are voice actors that do advocate for it. I've worked with a handful of voice actors, and I think it is a stupid idea. It is a stupid idea. The whole argument here is that ProZD never advocated for this. We literally showed it to you. We showed it to you that he
Again.
never advocated for this. And he's basically calling it out because that's exactly what the fuck other voice actors in the industry do advocate for. And he got punished for it because of those fucking voice actors. Because he never advocated for it.
Okay, so there should be tweets of him decrying it, saying, "Hey, this white voice actor,
Jesus Christ! I'm sick enough as is, Kino. Stop making me laugh so much.
This white voice actor should voice this non-white voice actor, right? You should be able to find tweets of him saying that, and not him just bitching about him not getting roles,
just
him just getting typecast.
Them. The tweet you just read was one of them.
I know, he doesn't get it.
That's him complaining about himself. That is him complaining about himself. That is not him decrying. That is not him decrying the standard in general.
That's so what? Now you're just moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost.
Yes, you are moving the goalpost, Kino.
I have made my stand.
Okay, so I'm gonna hang on. I'm just gonna mute Kino for a second.
Oh my.
So Simon, guess what he Molesto? I'm still gonna say that because I think it's funny. Like Shorty Flex. So guess what he brings up later in this video?
What?
He brings up the Wendy Lee stuff that we already debunked too. And he tries to use that as well.
And that's the thing, again, the whole Wendy Lee thing. Okay,
I'm gonna unmute Kino. I'm gonna share my screen here so we can both show him exactly what we're talking about.
Because the Wendy Lee stuff, Kino, that again was something that was debunked. He wasn't talking about authentic casting with that either. He was crying out, he was basically calling out Wendy Lee's fucking bullshit and how she was acting.
And he also wasn't in favor of the race-based cast either there. So yeah, we'll show I'll share my screen here and show exactly that whole thing. Let's see.
Well, it's just a euphemism for race-based casting, the very trend that prohibited the voice
And
actors
again,
from resuming their iconic
I
roles.
don't. Is he still muted?
No, I unmuted him. He's just not talking right now.
I'm here.
Okay.
The new Avatar film. In an interview with
Seriously,
Double Toasted,
Kino,
he
you're
expressed his
basically
support,
trying to say that he's talking only about himself when he's calling out this behavior, even though we literally showed you that he was not talking about him, like that he's against this.
Well, yeah, he called it out with Wendy Lee too. So obviously that's another person.
That post you just read, the fact that he made that public and called it out isn't just because it happens to him, because it probably happens to other actors as well. Like,
there we go.
Okay, are you done? Okay, are you done? That can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you're talking over other people, Kino.
Okay, no, Noah. Let him talk.
So Again, ProZD wanted authentic casting, complained when he got sent authentic roles, and jumped on a voice recast for Yoruichi, like from Bleach. Remember? Remember these tweets? That's what the Wendy Lee controversy is. That wasn't authentic by race, even though it was from the OG show.
Let's go through the video here, and because I know he shows those tweets, and I'll bring that up.
I think that studios are moving in a positive direction with authentic casting. If he says they're moving in a positive direction, taking such action, it's logical to state that he supports the direction.
But I think there have been changes in a positive
That's a
way.
pretty big leap there too. What do you know?
And not just for
Asians, and again, that whole thing was not about voice acting. It was about live action.
All for different races, different genders.
there have been steps, and it has been improved. I mean, even comparing now to like, let's say like 10, 5-10 years ago, it's definitely changed. Like, I think studios are much more aware of, hey, we should, cast authentically, so
Or
there have
live
been some good steps. We still have a long way to go. I think studios are much more aware of, hey, we should, cast authentically.
Subsequently, in a now deleted series of tweets, when ProZD was complaining that he was not allowed to read for the white characters, he said this. In this tweet, he is bringing up a rebuttal against him that he then argues against. In this tweet, he's arguing against those who are bringing up his support for authentic-based casting. His argument being that in this scenario, authentic-based casting should not be applied because it limits his opportunities. Meaning that ProZD supported this practice only till a point that it benefits him. When it does not, he will complain about an unfair industry. A fairly weak principle, if you ask me.
Exactly.
Seems like he would only apply authentic-based casting for characters of color.
What is wrong with it is that he was never talking about authentic casting for voiceover roles. He was talking about authentic casting for live action, like we just showed you.
No, he wasn't in those tweets.
Yes.
He wasn't talking about those
tweets.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. Dude, again, are you missing the context still? He literally, in the interview that was basically clipped out of context by Rev, he's basically saying, oh, well, he's for authentic casting for voiceover roles. Those tweets is him calling out those awful practice basically where some people who do advocate for this, he basically got penalized for it despite not being for it because he was talking about live action.
Yeah.
This is shit that he got penalized for by people who are actually in favor of this.
Okay, then again, you should have some proof of him decrying this practice in voice roles by advocating for like OG voice actors being able to voice the original characters. Do you have any example of that?
Oh my god! What do you mean?
Do you have any examples?
Okay, do you at least now you're talking about the
when the original voice actor for Jubilee for the rebooted X-Men cartoon came out, and like a new voice actor had to come along who is more like in tune with Jubilee's race. Did he defend the original voice actress? No, he didn't. When the original Avatar voice actors were given the boot, even though they can realistically voice the characters even after the time skip in their 20s. Did he defend any of them? Any of the original voice actors? No, he didn't. Did he defend Hank Azaria?
He's trying to just. This is kind of a non-point, Simon.
No, he didn't. Again, you have no examples to prove, to show that he is not against this standard.
Okay,
well,
why
hang on.
Does he need to defend it?
He does. Simon. Remember, he does defend it with the Wendy Lee stuff. Remember, he criticized the cast there, especially how it was handled, the recast.
He criticized. Okay,
how specifically?
Okay, because you want me to tell you what happened with the Wendy Lee situation? It was a fucking mismanagement fuck up on behalf of the Viz when they basically recasted the whole thing and changed it with Anaris. They recasted thing without consulting Wendy Lee first about it. And Wendy Lee got pissy about this, rightfully so, by the way. But then she went about gloating when they ended up giving her role back. And you know that tweet of the recasting was already unacceptable, but yikes. This was him saying that he was never for the recasting of Wendy Lee.
Yeah.
He was defending that.
Exactly. I want to play. Yeah, I want to play that clip here.
And then a merit-based approach for white characters. A fairly blatant double standard.
All right, go ahead, show it.
When the original voice actor for Yorochi from Bleach was
here we go.
The director made a series of tweets defending the decision, as the original voice actor did not share the same race.
There we go. Yep. So ProZD says
that is bullshit, and that's the tweet you're showing there.
The recast was already unacceptable, but this is the fucking yikes on top. He's talking about how the recast was handled on Viz's end, how Wendy Lee was given no notice at all about she was going to be recast with Anaris, and then he's talking about the fucking yikes on top because of how she crashed out later on when Anaris was removed from that role.
When she got her role back. When Wendy Lee got her role back. Do you see now a little bit more, Kino? Because he's against it. He was already against it. He was against Wendy Lee losing her role without notice, without the whole management of Viz.
Okay, and how does that disprove the authentic casting? Exactly?
Oh my god, dude. It disproves it because he's literally against it.
Yeah,
He
he's
was
against
literally
someone who's white getting recast with someone who's black there. There we go. Because
was
she's still
already
the
against
original
it from
voice
the
actress.
start. Yeah.
Okay.
Like already. So where now basically the whole he's only against it when it's for himself. He's calling out the situation with Wendy Lee because it was wrong because they mismanaged that situation. And then he's calling out her behavior when she's gloating about it. Afterwards, when she got her role back. This was never about him promoting this and being, they should have never recast, they should have kept Anaris in her role and never gave it back to Wendy Lee. He was against the recasting of Wendy Lee in the first place. He was calling out her bad behavior that came after she got her role back.
Okay. And do you not think that this is just him saying, "Oh yeah, it was sure, it was unacceptable," just as an excuse to say, "Hey, you can't call me biased for going after Wendy Lee for expressing her disappointment and like getting fucked over."
No, now you're reaching.
Mm-hmm.
How's that reaching? How's that reaching?
Because
how's that reaching?
How is that reaching? Dude, because now you're basically trying to get into his head, trying to say that he said something that he never said. That's reaching. You're basically
wait.
Isn't
Isn't that what you guys always do for critical drinker, neurotic? Like when they criticize like Daisy Ridley, like that one Daisy Ridley film, like Cleaners, you essentially made the claim that he specifically went after that movie because Daisy Ridley was in it. Like,
yep, because he didn't look at any other movies from her. He knew because that movie was somewhat middling, he could try to sell his audience on the ideology, right? That any Daisy Ridley film is bad or received poorly. When Young Woman in the Sea is out there.
What other Daisy Ridley films has he reviewed besides that? And,
just the Star Wars sequels, man. That's it. That's it.
Which was bad.
Okay, that point I'm going to let Noah talk because I have no idea what the hell you guys are talking about at that point.
Yeah, no, it's fine, Simon. Yeah, no, he did not review Young Woman at the Sea. Didn't review even Bury the Dead more recently. He only picked out Cleaner because he wants to find any kind of film with Daisy Ridley in it that has a middling or lower score in terms of critical scores, so that he can try to grift off of that because he doesn't want to give Daisy Ridley anything at all.
It can't be because the genre like appeals to him and he wanted to give it a chance. But
nope, that is exactly not what it is because nobody knew about that movie. Nobody knew about it. He only picked it out because it was a middling movie with Daisy Ridley in it, and he wanted to try to sell his audience on that ideology.
When you say nobody, do you mean general people, or do you mean people who are not in tune with films or
like general audiences didn't know that movie existed? I only knew it existed because of the autistic character in it. I talk a lot about autism representation in film. Something you don't like, funny enough, Kino. You're pretty mad about autistic coded characters in film.
Yeah, but how did you find out about it, Noah?
I don't have a problem with autistic people. I'm on the
autistic coded characters. You have a problem with that?
Yeah,
where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that issue? Where'd you get that from?
I can tell you're on the spectrum. I can tell.
Thank you for using that as an insult, like on like the.
Buddy, I'm also on the spectrum, and give me a fucking break.
But like
I'm also on the spectrum.
Okay, I think we've heard enough from Kino here. Kino, the cope is real. You know that ProZD didn't say that. Nice try, buddy.
Since you're misrepresenting me,
how am I misrepresenting you? You tried to lie about ProZD as well.
The problem I have with your like autistic coding characters videos is that you take any quirk a character may have and describe it and attribute it to a neurotypical
neurotypical. What do you mean neurotypical?
No, neurodiverse, I mean.
Neurodivergent, there you go. See?
Okay.
Do you claim that just because a quirk is the same as an autistic
I'm not
trait,
saying that in those videos. I'm saying those characters can appeal to neurodivergent people and help themselves feel seen through them, especially with neurodivergent representation, explicit representation, not being that great out there in popular media. So nice try,
Okay, so you
Kino.
acknowledge that they're not autistic. You acknowledge that they're not autistic.
I do, and I've said that in those videos before. I've said how they can help other people feel seen, though, through them. Actually watch those videos, maybe learn something from them, and then get back to me.
Okay.
There we go. That's enough of Kino Doxoflex there. Awesome. There we go. That was very fun, Simon. Thanks for joining in on that. Wow.
Like,
I cannot believe how stupid one person can be. Trying to defend trying to defend Rev's lie in ProZD.
No, again, we showed him all the fucking proof too, and somehow he's like still trying to say, oh, well, no, actually, he's only using this because it affects him, even though we literally just showed it to him.
Exactly. Like he went into the whole Riddler thing, you know, he's getting hung up on that. He didn't go into the Riddler at all with the fact the thought that it was Asian.
And I was trying to say it to him too. How much influence do you think voice actors have when it comes to this stuff?
I know. Well, he doesn't understand how much of an influence voice actors have in the industry either, yeah. And also how they don't get paid very well.
Hold on.
What is it?
My girlfriend just sent me something. Hold up.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Here, I'll show that on stream. Let's see.
Oh, like
here.
the little doodle she drew.
Yeah, I'm gonna show that. That's funny. Okay, so Jazz just drew this, everybody. Simon's girlfriend. Here, let me show this. So here's me, and here's Simon, and here's Doxoflex. Okay, fair point, but can you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up. Exactly. Well,
and again, I was trying to explain this to him because, again, I've worked with voice actors as well. They don't have all that much of a say when it comes to what the directors do. They can speak their mind, but 90% of the time, they're just going to get turned around and say, you're not the one making the final calls. That's me.
Exactly.
And they do. And again, if the director goes with a decision, then the voice actor kind of has to shut the fuck up and do their job and just voice the goddamn character. That's just the reality of it.
Thank you Slash Hero for becoming a behind the scenes otter. Cameraman PNG tuber ass energy. Yeah. That was Kinoflex trying to prop up his dead argument, Weekend at Barry style, or Weekend at Bernie style, and getting him mad at you could smell him rotting. I know. Boshi, in fact, is watching the stream. Good. Glad to hear. Isn't their job just to show up, read the lines, and shut up? I mean, yeah, I guess, basically.
And what really kills me, though, is that he's out here trying to say, oh, well, you're using the autistic thing as an insult. Bro, I'm also on the spectrum, dude. I'm also on the spectrum. Difference is, unlike you and me, is that I don't really care if people make fun of me because I'm autistic, because I'm not a little fucking bitch.
Same here, exactly. So funny. The goalpost shifting and topic changing was crazy. I know. Like, he was trying to go back. Like, even when we showed him the Wendy Lee thing, he's still trying to push back against that. He's like, oh, well, show an example of him being in favor, or not being in favor, of race-based casting. We show an example. He's like, oh, that's not good enough. Oh, what's your point here? Like, what?
Well, Kaza, I'm pretty sure she'd like that. I'm pretty sure she'd like that.
Yeah, Jazz is cool. I'm commissioning her for the Rev video as well. You don't lack the goalpost. I know. It was so dumb. Fuck. No, commission Jazz. She's awesome. She's very cool. Okay, well, I feel like we've gone, I don't know, have we gone through all of it, enough of this, Simon, do you think, with this video?
I think with this particular video, we're pretty much done. I want to move on to Griffin at this point.
I know. Let's talk about Griffin. Let's talk about that for sure. That was funny, nonetheless. That was definitely some funny cope over Rev says Desu.
At this point, highlight, I think the Kino segment should be the fucking highlight.
It should. I should highlight that and show the massive amounts of cope there. I'll do that and show that on I'll make a stream highlight of that for people that missed this.
Here's the thing. I was actually trying to give Kino some, actual leeway there. I was actually trying to give him some semblance of leeway.
You were better than me, honestly, Athens, because I knew not to give him anything, because I've dealt with him before.
Because there's some stuff in there that he's not wrong about. There are voice actors that do advocate for authentic casting.
But the wrong part is that saying ProZD is one of them, because he's not.
Exactly. That's the part where he's wrong about, because yes, there are people who advocate for this. There are people who do believe this nonsense. That's the other end of the spectrum.
Exactly.
That's the other far end of the spectrum. That's on the left side. And you do have people like that.
There are people that exist like that for sure. The issue is ProZD isn't one of them, and Rev keeps lying about it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, because you have to remember, I am not somebody who considers myself woke. I tend to push back on you on certain things as well. I am somewhere down in between, because I used to buy into the fucking Gamergate movement, and I used to watch some of these anti-woke creators at one point or another. There are certain things I still agree with them to this day, and there are other things I heavily disagree with them on. More disagreeing than agreeing. So that's why I was willing to give Kino at least some leeway.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, I've dealt with him before, so I applaud you for doing that originally, but you saw on the call there's not much reasoning with him.
Yeah, I know, there was not much reasoning with him either, because I was literally trying to talk sense into him. Like, come on, man.
And, like, even when we show, like, actual, like, an example of something he wants, like, oh, you know, show me an example of ProZD not being in favor of race-based casting, we show that. He still tries to go back on that. It's crazy.
It's like, yeah. Anyways,
the cope is wild.
Let's talk about Griffin.
Yes, let's talk about Griffin Gaming now. And him reacting to one of my videos here.
Let's talk about Mr. Goyslop himself.
Well, it's also funny because he tries to use that term against me here. So, for those who don't know, you've probably seen that video. A while back, I made a video debunking Synthetic Man on his terrible review of Silent Hill F, where he pretty clearly didn't actually understand the game at all. And it was pretty funny. He thought the game was anti-marriage, even though it's just a period piece set during 1960s Japan. So a lot of it has to do with, you know, like, the transition between arranged marriages and what they call over there love marriages. So the game is about that. But he thought it was anti-marriage and, like, feminist propaganda and stuff. It was very funny. So, but after I made that video, Griffin Gaming came in with a clutch, and he wanted to try to defend Synth over me debunking him. It was really funny. So let's look at that.
Want your feminist message? 11 out of 10 game.
Yeah, Simon's more down the middle on a lot of things. Even more so than me, honestly, Kaze.
I'm finally talking about him today. Our good buddy Synthetic Man. Oh boy. So not too long ago, the latest game in the Silent Hill series.
Like,
dude, he sounds
again,
like a
there's
Sonic
stuff when
fan.
Noah actually says stuff that I don't agree with. I tend to give him pushback on it.
Which I appreciate, because that offers, you know, that's real discourse. But, and I also appreciate you trying to give Kinoflex some leniency at first. That's why I was just bombarding him at first. I'm like, I know what he's like. Well, I know what he's gonna try to do.
And then again, I was telling you, and that's why I was telling you, like, dude, shut up, let me finish.
I know. It's so funny.
Oh boy. So not too long ago, the latest game in the Silent Hill series.
Dude, he sounds like a Sonic fan.
So I can actually watch it.
Oh, is it not on your end here? Let me see.
No, it's not.
Okay, yeah. So Synthetic Man, yeah, this is the whole thing with him, Griffin Gaming, rather, defending Synthetic Man for my take on my video on him.
Series Silent Hill F was just released on all
media. I think at the start, what does he say here?
About him today. Our good buddy Synthetic Man. Oh boy. So not too long ago, the latest game in the Silent Hill series.
Dude, he sounds like a Sonic fan.
I also love how Griffin... I know, right off the bat.
He sounds like a Sonic fan.
Sounds like a Sonic fan.
Yes, he is a Sonic fan. What's your point?
I know, right? I'm a Sonic fan that's still debunking Synthetic Man. But I love that Griffin and Synthetic Man sound like the exact same person.
And that's funny too, because again, I'm a Sonic fan too, and I've also had people coming in saying, "Oh, I bet you're a Sonic fan." I don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah, I'm a Sonic fan.
The autism, yeah.
What's your point? What's your point?
Exactly. Hey, everyone has got up for work. Hey, welcome in Street Night. Good to see you. I know, right, Snakes? Yeah, a lot of people are Sonic fans. You should. Silent Hill F is really good. I really enjoyed it.
Silent Hill F was just released on all major
Garbage
platforms by
gaming.
Konami. Silent Hill is a very popular psychological...
That's another thing. That's why I was really hard on Kino there, Angel. Give grifters an inch, they'll convince you it was a mile, or they'll try to convince their audience it was a mile. You know, that's why I was really hard on Kino there. I know how he operates. Watch him try to go... He'll make a video before my Rev video comes out. I'm predicting it now. He'll be like, oh, OtterlyNoah lies about Rev says Desu. Even though it's so provable. It's right there.
horror game.
Crazy.
Do you guys think this guy's a Sonic fan? He's got the voice.
Oh
Let's
my
see.
god.
I know, right? What a knock against me, me being a Sonic fan.
Well, let's see. He's going to pull it up. Is he going to pull it up? He's going to pull up your stuff saying, oh, he's a Sonic
Well,
fan.
I think this is before I even did the panel at Sonic Expo talking about narrative urgency and stuff.
He's literally reviewing Troon Slop cartoons.
Oh no!
Wow. Oh,
There we
wow.
go. Yeah, I shouldn't say that, but yeah, like that. Yeah, he's calling my knights. Wait, is he talking about Knights of Guinevere?
Hey, hold on. Hey, Griffin. How about you put a cork in it, you fat autistic version of Leafy is here.
Oh
Like,
yeah, he
seriously,
is like Leafly and Leafy. You're right.
Fat Timu Leafy, man. Like, seriously, put a cork in it.
I know. He has no right to be talking about people like Dana Terrace, who isn't even trans. Dana is, like, I think pansexual? I know she's LGBT, but, like, I think she's, like, pansexual or something. She's not trans. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
No, keep going. I want to see.
Okay, so he literally
It is
just
really
makes
funny.
a bunch of cringe videos about animation.
A bunch of cringe videos on animation. Whoa.
Definitely a
Oh my
Sonic
God,
fan.
Oh my god. A bunch of cringe video. Hey, dude. Hey. Griffin. You do realize you're the epitome of fucking cringe. Like, your entire fucking channel is the epitome of cringe. Like, you're so fucking cringe that even people who you normally agree with, like Fritanga, fucking don't like you. Like,
Exactly.
literally, if you really have to be ultra cringe for basically the left and the right to unanimously say you're a fucking dipshit.
I know, like, Ranting for Vengeance has that same thing happen, you know, like, or
Actually,
even, I guess, like, the cornering has that happen too as well.
Even the center doesn't like him. Like, people who are actually centrist don't like Griffin, man. Like, seriously, you're the fucking epitome of cringe.
I know, everyone's hating on Griffin. I mean, I would argue Synthetic Man kind of similar. Because, like, he's been even right-wing
Again,
people
that's
have come
another
after him
thing, too.
before.
Again, that's another thing, too. A lot of people in the right-wing circles, again, Fritanga is another one, they also think he's an idiot.
I know, exactly.
Like,
it's very
again,
funny.
And a lot of people in there, they tend to be very conservative, and they think that, yeah, no, this guy's actually kind of a Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's like, yikes,
I'd
man.
put money on it. Yeah, the autism coding in Japan's videos.
This is so... I need to speed him up a little bit, or else he'll be here all night.
Yeah, dude, he, like,
Video
again,
games.
takes
Yup.
forever.
I know, even Synthetic Man is faster than this, bruh.
I had a feeling. I saw Tails there, so. The fact
Tail.
that
Oh yeah,
Tails
yeah, that's right. That video. That was a good video.
is in the thumbnail. That's all we need to know.
And there's Shadow.
All right, but here, let's just we'll watch some. I don't know if we'll watch this entire thing, but
Oh, wow, he's not even
Game
going
series
to
that
watch
has managed to remain
the entire...
relevant ever since the first game came out
Wait, what's that, Simon?
He's not even going to watch the entire thing. Lol.
Bruh. Okay.
See?
in 1989. While a lot of the earliest survival horror games relied
Let's see here.
on a lot of narrow corridors that were hard to see around and jump scares in order to scare their players, Silent Hill really set itself apart by focusing far more on psychological horror.
Wow, and I have
playing
him on 1.25 speed, and he has me on 1.5 speed, so it sounds insanely quick.
the player's mind. This is also reflected in pretty much every protagonist of every mainline Silent Hill game, since oftentimes they are traumatized individuals that must overcome their trauma while fighting off hordes of horrifying monsters.
Yep,
It's
that
probably best
happens in... Well, Actually, yeah, quite literally all of the main original 4 Silent Hill games are all about that.
Psychological horror game series out there, and honestly just some of the best psychological horror media out there overall. Technically, there hasn't been a new mainline Silent Hill game since 2004, so a lot of people are very skeptical for this new upcoming game, which is actually not set in the town of Silent Hill, which is where most games take place. Instead, this game is actually set in 1960 Japan, although most of the same psychological horror themes are still intact within this game. Following Silent Hill S release, the reception was actually pretty positive overall. The game currently sits at an 86 on Metacritic, and most news outlets have been positively receptive to this game overall. But unfortunately, one very notorious game reviewer put out a video that I found genuinely hilarious on this game. Interesting.
Oh yeah, dude, a furry avatar. Okay, yup. A PNG furry. Okay, yeah. 100% a Sonic fan.
I love how every single one of your detractors, that's always like the first thing they go at you for.
I know, the furry thing.
Avatar. Like, wow, he's a furry. Wow, he's a furry.
I know, it's like, I personally don't even identify as a furry, but because I have the Otter avatar, you know, Nick Andros has the same thing. They'll always say like, oh, you're a furry. I'm like, no.
Yeah, everybody calls Nick Andros a furry too, and Nick Andros is like, no, I just have a bear avatar.
Yeah, it's stupid. Like, I think, yeah, like that Chibi, the Chibi Reviews defender from last night. He was trying to call me a furry too. He's like, you're a hypocritical furry for trying to debunk Chibi Reviews, and also turning one of his fans against him and showing how Chibi isn't actually anti-censorship. I'm like, dude, come on, man. Really? I love how mad I have made all the Chibi fanboys now.
But that guy in particular, the one you were talking about, Berserker 14144, like, he is a keyboard warrior. Like, this guy has nothing going in his life. He's a keyboard warrior, and he basically does this shit free of charge.
Bruh.
Which is like the sad part. Like, at least get a blue check mark and get some, like,
get some revenue out of that. Yeah, if you're gonna simp that much for him, then maybe get some revenue out of it. Jesus.
Like, if you're going to suck that little tiny penis with that uniball thing underneath it.
Exactly.
Just get the blue check mark and at least get a little bit of money out of you being a fucking human, out of you sucking off one of the biggest lolcows on the internet.
I know. It's so dumb. Bruh.
Man. Synthetic Man, perhaps one of the most notorious gaming YouTubers out there. Synthetic Man is a very, very interesting commodity, to say the least. He's actually been doing...
Oh my god, bro, the fucking
one of the most notorious gaming YouTubers out there.
Wait, oh yeah, he doesn't like Sphere Hunter. Yeah, Susie's cool. Susie and I actually follow each other on Twitter. She's a fellow Capcom creator. She's cool. I need to ask her about collabing at some point. For those who don't know, on the 15th, I will be having Niara on the stream, which will be very fun, for the second episode of Otcast. And then on the 18th, I'll be having Deja Vu D on. And then on the 19th, I'll be having Wendy Ho on. So that'll be fun. 3 different VTubers, actually.
Very, very interesting.
Brutal.
Brutal? What? Wait, what? He thinks Synthetic Man simping for Sphere Hunter is brutal? Okay.
Damn, what a clip to use.
He's actually been doing gaming-related videos on YouTube for about 5 years now, with the earliest video available.
What? What was that? What does he even mean there?
Don't question him. Don't question him.
On his channel, being about the RE3 remake. And not long after this, he followed this up with a review of The Last of Us Part 2.
Sorry, go ahead, Simon.
Don't question him. He's just being retarded as per usual. Sorry, I let the R slur bomb there.
No, you're good. Obviously, we know we know you're in opposition of the right people, and also you stand for the right things anyway.
Right from the get-go, it was very
I'm glad you're at least working on that. You know, that's what matters.
His stance on gaming and really just the world around him overall being put into each and every review of his. The majority of his gaming reviews end up just being him ranting for hours on end.
Very creative of them to say the Fox Council is shocked. I know, right, Gaster? It's always the same stuff. They always got to bring up the same stuff with me, or they'll just lie about me straight up, like the other guy did that we're just looking at.
How he hates women and people of color in his video game, and just in general. I think if you tallied up the amount of minutes that he spends talking about wokeness or women or people of color or different conspiracy theories like BlackRock, as opposed to actually talking about the game, you'd have a pretty...
A conspiracy theory
oh
like
no! He believes in the BlackRock... Bruh! He believes in the BlackRock conspiracy theory!
I mean, to be fair, Larry Fink did say some pretty fucking stupid shit about like forcing behavior and all that crap. So whatever. I guess there's a reason why people like buy into this. But who the fuck still talks about this?
I know, in 2026? Who's still talking about that?
I know. It's like, come on, man.
Bruh, Griffin needs to find better material.
Bro, that's not a conspiracy theory.
What? There we go. He thinks it's not a conspiracy theory. It is, But the fact you're talking about this in 2026 is even dumber.
BlackRock is not a conspiracy theory.
God.
It's a real institution.
Yeah, but the stuff spread around it is a conspiracy theory.
The fuck?
The unfair scale.
Oh my god,
outweighs
dude.
the other here.
The rest of the trailer shown range from mediocre slop to
This
actual.
is so dumb. This is... I don't know, I think this is a little less dumb than the last video, but this is still dumb.
This propaganda. Like I said, it wouldn't even be worth it to have a woke counter. All you have to do is count the amount of brown female protagonists on screen. And trust me, it only gets worse from here.
It is also funny.
Oh no! There we go.
Earliest videos, most of it was just him talking about games he was installed
He
before,
doesn't like
Spyro or
seeing brown female protagonists in his games.
Darksiders or Crash Bandicoot or Jack and Daxter. But he very quickly saw where the grift could get him and just leave the lead.
That is my biggest issue with Synthetic Man. Like, he actually started off making videos that were just about games he liked. A lot of games that I grew up with, too, like Jack and Daxter, Crash Bandicoot, Sonic, stuff like that. Ironic, because Synth is also a Sonic fan, since Griffin brought that up earlier. You know, just talking about childhood games like that, and that's, like, what you should do. You should just talk about things you like. Don't do stuff like this. It's so stupid.
That. Most of his gaming
Like,
reviews
he saw that he could just rage bait people into, like, clicking on slop videos like this that aren't actually criticizing games, and he just bought full into that. It's kind of disappointing.
about quote-unquote wokeness plaguing the gaming
It's
industry.
really
He's done this with games
disappointing,
like Star Wars
actually.
Jedi Survivor, The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Spider-Man 2, and even the Indiana Jones.
Also, Simon, I you know, there was some other stuff I wanted to look at in that last video, but you know, it's whatever. One of the things I found funny, though, is that the guy used a clip saying, like, oh, stop wasting my time! And he was talking about, he was, you know, pulling up something about me versus Drinker again. But then he didn't even show the, like, the clips from me or Drinker. He said, I'm not going to show these clips because this video is long enough as is. I'm like, bro, come on.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy. Like, he's like, stop wasting my time. Dude, your time wouldn't be wasted if you actually had something against me and you weren't lying about me. And also putting pointless filler in this video where you spend the first 16 minutes not even talking about me. It's so bad.
Game. I find that last one especially funny, though, because he actually has the villain from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as one of the sin cells that he sympathizes
Oh, yeah,
with.
that's right. He's the Nazi. He likes the Nazi.
Channel banner. Wow, really showing your hand there, buddy.
I think of one Austrian who tried to save the world in all of history. Never mind.
That's what a Nazi would say.
Like most sane people, I was made aware of Synthetic Man a few years back when his Tears of the Kingdom review was floating around and getting clowned on.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen that review, Simon?
I mean, I've heard about it. I remember like people clowning on it. I never actually seen it, but I know a lot of people were dunking on him for that.
Exactly.
That's like basically, that was, I guess you could say that was like my introduction to Synthetic Man, was that particular review that I haven't seen because I didn't care about it at the time.
Jan just sent me this. Jan's cool, by the way. I like Jan. It's funny because technically I met him through Kino, but Jan actually will have a real conversation with you. You should try talking to Jan, by the way, sometime. He's in my server, Simon, but he just sent me this. Buddha can be viewed as alternate Ubermensch, Synthetic Man, anti-woke gamer. That is so funny.
Okay, again, and here's and that's something I remember. He was like very much
The
into
Fuda
Fuda.
thing,
Like,
yeah. He likes that a lot.
Personally, I am not going to diss on him for that because I'd just be calling the kettle black at that point.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, but it is funny regardless, right? Because he's very transphobic, but he's into that. It is kind of funny. Because I was gonna bring this up when we were looking at the video earlier. You know, it's not worth it. The guy tries to associate me with Vosh, which I found very funny because I've said many times on streams I don't like Vosh at all, and I've actually spoken out against Vosh before, but I don't even remember what his name was now. The guy in the previous video, a K something. Like him, he was trying to say like, oh, look, Noah likes Vosh, and he was like flashing up like, well, he wasn't like saying in that moment, but he was like flashing up footage of Vosh while talking about me. I'm like, are you trying to associate me with Vosh when I've spoken out against him multiple times? And also, like, I know he's seen my streams because he showed clips from my streams later in his video. But, so, like, there's no way he doesn't know that I've spoken out against Vosh before. But he's still trying to do it anyway. It was so funny.
Back on topic. Let's clown on Griffin.
Yeah, exactly. But I just wanted to, I wanted to make sure all that's out there, you know, for the stream highlight later.
Series is The Legend of Zelda. I saw this review, laughed at it, and then kind of forgot about it.
No, it's not. It's Sonic.
Afterwards.
It's not Legend.
Wait, my favorite video game series is Zelda, though. He's like, no, it's the way he said it too. He's like, no, it's not. It's Sonic. He sounded so dead.
Zelda, bro, you can't fool me. It's Sonic.
I was made aware of another review by this guy about a game I actually talked about recently, that being Silent Hill F. And lo and behold, Synthetic Man considers Silent Hill F to be disgusting woke propaganda. I already found his
so stupid.
To the Kingdom review to be genuinely insane in a very reliable way when he thought.
Griffin says he's right. It is disgusting woke feminist propaganda, according to Griffin. Oh boy. Let's see what he had to
was
say.
in a gay relationship for some reason.
There's all sorts of little nuggets of wokeness, quote unquote, subtle homosexual imagery from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, this is so stupid. This was such a dumb review.
And again, it's like, here's the thing. That's a literal fucking meme at this point. The whole Scion and freaking, so like,
and Link, yeah, but he thought they were gay or whatever in the game. Bruh.
Like, yeah, and again, that's such a.
It's a giant reach. It makes no sense to call Tears of the Kingdom woke at all. It's insane.
Further in this one, and I already know people are gonna say I'm reading into it, and no kid's gonna see this, but that's exactly
because you are.
How you desensitize people and how you groom them, right?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, so here we go, just watering down the term groomer even more. Let's just water down the term groomer.
Yeah, he's like, oh, and there's funny enough because that's not even a gay relationship. He's like, oh. Gay stuff in my media, it's grooming. Like, what? How does that work? And that's like, it makes, even if this was a gay situation, that wouldn't be grooming. That's just gay rep and media. Okay?
Give me a second.
Yeah, I disagree with the whole gay shit and Breath of the Wild or whatever.
Even him.
Okay. Griffin, at least you're not that fucking stupid.
I know.
Jeez.
I guess that's the one point I can give him here is that he's not as dumb as Synthetic Man about Zelda, but that's not saying a lot at all.
Yeah,
I did not get that vibe at all. If any,
what's that, Simon?
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. I'll see you in a bit.
Thing in Breath of the Wild, I thought he was simping for the fish chick. Like, you know,
this review is unfortunately I learned about the term mogging. Yeah, his Silent Hill F review is really bad. The Zelda one is bad too. Another one that a lot of people have called out before. Maybe I'll do a video on it. Although it's been such a long time since it came out. I don't know, but it might be interesting to talk about. His God of War Ragnarok review. That one's pretty bad. I would like to talk about his Resident Evil 9 review at some point. I would like to do a proper video on that. But I have to finish the Jello Apocalypse video and the Rev video. There's so much I gotta finish.
Link was smashing the fish on the low in between sessions with Zelda.
I love how even Griffin calls him out on that. Okay, then.
I think the Silent Hill F one is even more insane than that in a lot of ways. There's so many mind-melting reads that he gets on this game that seem to come completely out of nowhere when he tries to claim this is quote-unquote woke propaganda.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
And honestly, after seeing his entire video...
Why is Griffin trying to defend Synth on this review?
Questioning whether Synthetic Man has actually played a Silent Hill game before or not. I genuinely don't think this man has actually ever played a single one of these games. I'm not even sure if he understands what psychological horror is as a genre. This video was certainly an experience to say the least, and a lot of you have recommended that I check out Synthetic Man for Hunting Griffly Bear's video before.
Your liver sucks now, exactly.
So without further ado, let's dive into Synthetic Man's video on Silent Hill F.
I can't remember the last time that I've been genuinely disgusted with a video game.
Oh, really? Well, I think the last 5 years of your content output would actually speak very differently to that, Synthetic Man. It kind of seems like your entire shtick is talking about video games and trying to call them woke propaganda. The last time you actually made a proper video game review, funny enough, was about 2 years ago when you reviewed all the greatest Sonic games.
Yep, see, again, he used to do stuff like this, and this was actually content you could tell he cared about making and liked making. Like, when it comes to content creation, you should just do what you like. Just do stuff like this. You know, I talk about autism representation in media. I talk about autistic coded characters. I talk about, I debunk grifters as well, because I like to see good media criticism. I try to highlight that in those videos also. Like, I just do stuff I like. Like, Synth is clearly not doing stuff he likes, and it makes him so miserable. It sucks.
Since then, you pretty much just...
Of course, that's the one video he views as a proper game review. Like I said, he can't fool me. His favorite series is Sonic.
down on the anti
No, my favorite series is Zelda. He still thinks it's
If by some
Sonic.
miracle you actually do like a video game, it's usually
I
because
do like Street Fighter and Final Fantasy a lot though too. Those are up there.
Whoa, and that's kind of your only criteria for that. That's exactly why you said Stellar Blade was a step in the right direction for the gaming industry.
Now, of course, that's still an upgrade over an insufferable feminist self-insert.
You've admitted before even that this kind of content is what got you to over 100,000 subscribers. Even though
Yeah, Synth has quite literally admitted this before. Yes.
Making videos about Spyro and games you grew up with.
Just in my Spyro video, which you guys didn't watch, some of you, I know some of you watched it. Those of you who commented, love you guys. But everyone else, you didn't care because, as I said before, you don't want to hear game recommendations. You just want to hear someone hit on something or somebody hypes something up coming out new. You don't want to actually hear about some game you never played that is actually good and you probably actually have fun with instead of stupid bull.
You don't even like doing this kind of content. You're just doing it because it nets you an.
Exactly. Like he straight up admits it there in that Spyro video. Synth will only make content like that he thinks will just, rage bait people into clicking on his videos. And it's such a miserable existence.
It's an audience. The grift is absolutely real.
Even for my movie reviews, right? Those don't get as many views as the Hunting Grizzly Bears videos or even the autism ones, but I still do them because I like them. I just make what I want to make.
And that is not an exaggeration. This is not one of those cases where I just tell you, oh, another modern game sucks. But
hey, welcome in Mr. Mir. He is so caught up on the Sonic thing. I know. Yeah, liking Sonic isn't a bad thing. That doesn't make money. Griff. Exactly, Lore Gaming. Exactly. Because internet. Oh, thank you for the $5, by the way, Racer. I feel like I missed a lot of... I apologize if I missed any donations during the whole Kinoflex argument, because, yeah, that was funny. That was just... I had to. It was too funny. Let's see here. Has either of them been on Metacritic or watched a video from IGN, GameSpot, GameRanks, or Gaming Bold? Apparently not. I don't think, they don't understand what real reviews are in general. Even something from IGN, you give them a lot of shit, but at least they're not trying to grift or push an agenda onto their audience with their reviews. The reviews aren't that great usually, but at least they're not grifting. I can give them that. There we go.
This game does suck.
I don't understand why it's bad to make content that people want to
watch.
watch.
I'm a Mario fan, but even I know it's okay to be a Sonic fan. Yeah, I'm a fan of both. Although Zelda, again, is my favorite gaming series.
What I view as grifting is when you just make up shit. Like you pretend to care about something.
That's what he's... Bruh. Yeah, that's what he's doing here. He pretends to care about this stuff. What he actually cares about is making videos on Spyro and Sonic and stuff like that. That's what he actually cares about. For me, I care about good media criticism. That's why I review movies in my own way. I also talk about autism representation because I care about that in media. And I debunk grifters because I care about good media criticism. Synth doesn't actually care about any of the stuff he's discussing here. He'd much rather be making videos on games he likes. But he won't do it because it doesn't make him that bag.
It's a grift to me. Making content that your audience wants to watch is not grifting.
Bro,
it's just listening to
it is when it's the content you don't want to make. Holy fuck.
Market feedback. Grifting is when you change your fucking stance and views on shit constantly to cater to the audience.
Huh, funny. We just watched that happen in real time earlier. Me and Simon both.
That is grifting.
There we go. Wow. From the words of Griffin Gaming himself, I guess by that definition, Tiny Flex would be a grifter. That's kind of funny that even Griffin called him out. Dang.
Providing your audience
I think
with
the Doom fan base
is not grifting.
broke Synthetic Man's
People,
brain.
again, don't understand the fucking words that they use.
It's besides the point. That's just a dime a dozen in this era.
I'll send you
genuinely disgusted me. This game is some of the most overt anti-natalism, anti-marriage propaganda that I've seen in years.
Okay, even right off the bat here, I feel like Synth already shows that he doesn't really understand what this game is about, or maybe he just doesn't want...
Oh, that's right. No one understands what it's about other than these absolute geniuses.
To understand. As stated before, Silent Hill F is a game that takes place in the 1960s in Japan and focuses on a young girl named Hanako. Historically, during the 1960s in Japan, arranged marriages actually were starting to go out of fashion, and love marriages, as they're called, began to become much more common. This was a period that resulted in a lot of
the whole point of grifting is to reinforce the audience's anti-woke beliefs.
I know, a status symbol for a family, and that pitted them against the younger generation who was tired of seeing arranged
I
marriages.
believe Griffin is another grifter because he constantly is changing his points on video games if he believes he'll gain an audience. I know. Yeah, no, SSW. I like your takes on Kingdom Hearts and stuff. Yeah. I like talking with people about Kingdom Hearts. One of my favorite gaming series as well.
A thing at all and wanted to just simply marry someone because they love them. This game is a period piece and directly tapping into that. By no means is it an anti-marriage game. If anything, this game is trying to promote healthy marriage and healthy relationships. That's kind of
false.
What?
The entire message here.
Wait, false? It's like the Dwight from The Office meme where he's like, false. What? That's not false. That is what happens in that game. Huh? That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. That is what happens in that game, though. It is a period piece. The game is not anti-marriage, it's just anti-arranged marriage. Holy fuck, man. They literally promote love marriages in this game.
But it seems like Synth completely missed that. I sort of get the feeling Synth wouldn't even know what a period piece is if you asked him.
I think it's pretty clear that the F in the title stands for feminism. And let's forget the fact that this clearly is not a good Silent Hill game. It's not a good game, period. The combat is like bad Dark Souls. And for some reason, there's a devil trigger from Devil May Cry in this as well. It is some of the most clunky jank combat, and not in the way that, oh, classic survival horror games had bad combat, so it's okay for this to have bad combat too. First of all, that's a lie. There's nothing wrong with classic survival horror gameplay, no matter how much revisionist history shill YouTubers tell you. There's nothing wrong with the classic Resident Evil or Silent Hill games. You can play them right
I have a problem with them.
Now and have a good time.
Not really. That's a pretty subjective take there. I'm not sure why you're trying to present that as an objective fact. The original Silent Hill and original Resident Evil games all used hand control, something that was gradually phased out of both series over time as gaming became one of the biggest entertainment industries in the world. It eventually did become the biggest one. As a result of both Resident Evil and Silent Hill appealing to more and more people as gaming in general began to appeal to more and more people, companies like Capcom began to tweak the gameplay of things like Resident Evil and actually change the gameplay style entirely for the remake on GameCube. The remake of the first Resident Evil game actually swapped out hand controls entirely for a much more accessible
How miserable
gameplay
of an
style
existence that must be. I know. Exactly. How miserable do you have to be just to constantly whine about, like, you know, games that you think of like feminist politics in them or whatever? It's such a miserable existence. Fuck, man. Silent Hill 8, yeah, exactly. It's very bad. And that is intentional. Exactly. 100% Jan.
More people invested in the series. Konami did this outlaw for Capcom, and as a result decided to do the same thing
when
for
a horror
series,
game
Silent
shows
Hill.
the horrors of ancient times. I know, he doesn't get it's a period piece.
Ended up being picked up by an even bigger audience than it had before. Funny enough, Silent Hill 2, which is actually the first one to offer the option for both tank controls and also the new kind of control mode that was more accessible, ended up becoming the most critically acclaimed game in the series.
Exactly, yeah.
New people could get into it and get into the series overall. So even though tank controls are where the game started, I think that should be recognized, trying to present it as the only way to play these games is kind of elitist and also...
It's just stupid. Fuck, man.
Just not really true at all. But given the fact this comes from the same guy that sympathizes with a certain mustache man, I guess I can't say I'm surprised. I think I'm starting to understand why he seems opposed to period pieces now. He'd probably feel called out by Glorious Bastards or Schindler's List or The Sound of Music.
Where it's literally...
Holy fuck, bro. Literally proceeds to name the 3 Zog Slop movies of all time.
There we go. He calls Inglorious Bastards, The Sound of Music, and Schindler's List, Zog Slop movies. Bruh. Come on, dude. How anti-Semitic can you get? Zog Slop? What do you mean, Zog Slop? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god.
Holy fuck. Inglorious Bastards is literally Jewish porn.
Jewish porn? Oh no! Oh no!
Fucking Schindler's List is fantasy. And
what? No, it's not. That was based on a book that was quite literally, like, based on historical events. Hang on, let me show that. Wait, what the fuck? Oskar Schindler. Oskar Schindler was a real person. Welcome back, Simon.
All right, what did I miss?
You missed Griffin calling Schindler's List Sound of Music and Inglorious Bastards all Zog slot movies because they're, you know, all about World War II and the Jews.
Zogs.
I know. What a stupid term to use too. Zog slop? What do you even mean? Anyway, yeah, Oskar Schindler was a real guy though. Why does he think that's fantasy? What do you mean? That was a real guy. What?
And Sound of Music is not that bad, but...
He can't even do Sound of Music, even though he called it Zog Slop just a second ago. He's like, oh, it's not that bad, but it's still Zog Slop. Okay.
I doubt he's actually watched it. I actually doubt.
I don't think he's watched any of those 3 movies I just listed.
Oh, I mean, with his takes on Indiana Jones, The Great Circle, I highly doubt he's watched any of those movies.
No, I don't think he watches classic films. Period.
I mean, he actually thought that Indiana Jones being afraid of snakes. He wasn't aware that was a thing in the movies.
What?
When he saw that in the game.
Even people who haven't seen those movies know that. Are you kidding me?
Exactly.
That's crazy, actually. That's funny, but that's really dumb. Holy fuck, man.
A musical, bro.
Griffin called one of those movies Jewish porn. He called, He called Inglorious Bastards Jewish porn. He hates gossip. Wait, what? He hates Casablanca? When has Griffin talked about... I feel like I need to go through all of Griffin's takes on classic movies or something.
Forget that, dude. Hold up. If you want to, we can watch a quick Furtanga video after just to show you how much of an idiot he is regarding that.
Yeah, I'd be curious about that. But yeah, you can send me a friend request, SSW. It's just OtterlyNoah. But wait, when did he talk about Casablanca? Remember when people didn't use label words and actually described what they feel without being lazy? I know! It's so stupid.
Who was watching that shit?
Bro, I love how some of his videos date back like to fucking years ago.
Wait, Griffin?
On
Well, Griffin's been around for a long time now, right?
I know, but for Tanga, some of his videos like date back to a while ago when it comes to dunking on him. He's been at this for a while.
Oh, I don't blame him. Griffin is stupid.
You know, what, you think I'm a diversity hire? Just literally, like, every time the bitch says something, I'm like, yes, you are a diversity hire. You're not qualified for this. You know, like, it basically just rattle off everything. You had lower college scores than everyone else. You're an affirmative action hire, blah, 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 blah. You know, fuck you. Kill.
Jesus Christ.
I hate these guys.
This combat system was genuinely infuriating. And you might be thinking to yourself, okay, so it's more left-wing propaganda.
Yes, because clearly a game talking about the dangers of being roped into a toxic relationship and marriage, and also diving into the dangers of being in an abusive relationship, and also the issues with arranged marriage overall is clearly left-wing propaganda. So according to him, apparently a girl not wanting to be in an abusive relationship is left-wing propaganda. Right. I kind of can't believe this guy is already showing his hand so early in this video even. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah, he's leaving out the fact that all relationships in this game are seen as abusive.
What? No, they aren't. What? Dude, you missed the ending where they literally get together at the end. And they're not, like, because they're not in an arranged marriage at the end of the game, they're, like, that's seen as a healthy relationship. They're like, hey, let's take some time, get to know each other outside of the whole, you know, arrangement thing that just happened and see if we want to be together. That's not abusive, man. Fuck, not every relationship that's presented in the game is shown as abusive. That one isn't, because it's shown as healthy, because it is healthy.
Anyways, I just sent you the video on DMs.
Oh, you said? Okay, I'll check that out later. Yeah, definitely.
Ship in and of itself is, you know, basically abusive by nature.
Yeah,
So
marriage for love, not for status. Exactly. That's what this whole, you know, it's a period piece. It's tackling that whole era in Japan. That's what it's all about. But both Synth and Griffin Gaming are still media illiterate. I know I always get made fun of when I use that term, but it's true. They are media illiterate. Look what's going on here, man. It's stupid.
Doesn't want to be in one of those relationships. No,
I'd like to actually go over this video on stream because it's actually really funny.
You wanna go over the Indiana Jones one?
Yeah, the one.
We'll do that after this. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, okay. Sounds
Every relationship in this game is seen as abusive.
No, that's not
So
true.
therefore-
I literally dude, the one where they're not in an arranged marriage is seen as healthy. That's not shown as abusive.
It's not too hard to
That's
figure
straight
out
up false.
the actual fucking,
Oh
you
my
know,
god, dude.
real message actually is. Your takeaway as the
I'm
player.
fucking drunk and I'm more media literate. Yeah, I think most drunk people are more media literate than this.
And propaganda only works when it's subtle.
What?
You can't
What do
shove
you-
the message down somebody's throat.
I know. What is he talking about? Propaganda?
Turn off your conspiracy brain for 2 seconds, man, please.
I know. What
just
the
turn
fuck?
off your conspiracy brain for 2 seconds because you clearly just sound like a moron right now.
I know. I don't think Griffin realized. I don't know if he realizes how dumb he's sounding here. Probably not.
I mean, that's the thing about the whole Patrick claim. That's the thing about dumb people. They're always blissfully ignorant of how dumb they really are. And he's basically talking
Yep.
about himself.
I need to use that clip in some of these videos. Holy fuck.
Guide them down the path so they come to the realization themselves. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. Or in this case, subliminal messages.
What? What are you talking about?
What?
Okay,
Nani?
then.
Nani the fuck?
I know. What the fuck is he talking about? He's lost the plot completely.
Like the incel speedrun. This game is an absolute joke, dude. I cannot believe there's a prominent YouTuber, and I'm not gonna say who it is, but you already know.
Oh yeah,
it involves-
SkillUp, right? He didn't like SkillUp's review of it because SkillUp actually gave a real review of the game, unlike Synth.
increasing your
Oh, that
skill
was
upward in
funny.
some way, is saying this game is like a masterpiece in the future of Silent Hill. No, this is a horrific joke of a video game.
So
Oh my
obviously
God.
here, Synth is referring to the YouTuber SkillUp and his own review of Silent Hill F. However, I find it funny that Synth seems to try to imply that SkillUp's review is incredibly shallow, when really, if you compare Synth's review with SkillUp's review, it's actually kind of night and day. Whereas Synthetic's review is mostly just him trying to hammer the same talking points over and over about him thinking this game is feminist propaganda, amongst other things we'll get into later. SkillUp actually takes the time to really dive into each theme this game has to offer and what Hanako's relationship is with the people around her and what it's supposed to mean and what the symbolism in the game could possibly be alluded to as well. SkillUp's review is also a lot shorter, only being 23 minutes, but even in that shorter amount of time, he's already able to offer so much more critical insight than Synth probably ever could. Unlike Synthetic Man, SkillUp understands that this game is a period piece and it's tapping into what the life of a teenage girl in Japan would have looked like in the 1960s.
Bruh, he's saying he hates Skill Up as well. Griffin hates Skill Up.
Especially with that cultural divide beginning between arranged marriages and love marriages. I'm beginning to get the feeling that Synth might be a little jealous here that he can't offer the same kind of critical insight without his audience probably flocking away.
And let's forget the fact that this clearly is not a good Silent Hill game. It's not a good game, period. The combat is like bad Dark Souls.
So this is another thing that makes me feel like he actually hasn't played a Silent Hill game before, because if Synthetic Man had, he would probably know the combat is always incredibly weak and clunky in those games. But in a lot of ways, that's by design, and it makes the experience all the more terrifying and directly getting into the player's head. Silent Hill games have always done this, so it's not really a surprise that F does the same thing. I genuinely question whether this guy even knows what the point of all Silent Hill games.
No other Silent Hill game plays like this, and I've never even played the Silent Hill games. I've never played Silent Hill.
Oh my god!
I know.
Oh my god!
He's selling himself out here,
No.
bruh.
No. None of the Silent Hill games play like this, and I've never played any. Then why the fuck are you talking?
I
Why
know.
do you have an opinion? You did not play the games. Shut up. You still don't have an opinion on this. You did not play the games.
I know. He's already showing his hand here. He's showing he doesn't know any. This is such a
No,
terrible defense of Synthetic Man from me.
Here's the thing. Griffin Gaming isn't a grifter, as per se. He's just an idiot. That's all the guy is. I wouldn't even go as far as to call Griffin a grifter. More so that he's just a blubbering imbecile.
Yeah, this is really dumb.
Like, look, again, that take is something that in the gaming community would get you blasted for.
Rightfully so.
Play like this. None of the Silent Hill games play like this, and I never played any of the Silent. Like, shut up. Then why? Why are you talking?
Exactly. Why are you talking about it? Why are you talking about it? Makes no sense.
Your opinion is automatically disregarded. People should just disregard your opinion for just saying that. Like, you did not play any of the games. Why are you barking about it?
Exactly. Like, sure, you can have an opinion on the story of media you haven't watched, but you can't possibly talk about the gameplay when you haven't played it yet, especially because, like, in regards to gaming especially, that's an interactive medium. Like, you cannot, like, that's such a hands-on thing. Him trying to talk about the gameplay when admitting he's never played them is stupid.
I know that none of the people... Like going back to an example, that's like people trying to say, oh, well, Dragon's Dogma 2 is worse gameplay-wise than Dragon's Dogma 1. Okay, how? Well, there's less vocations, and you can do less with your vocations in Dragon's Dogma 2 than you could in 1. Because they balance them. Each vocation now is unique, and you have to play them a certain way to balance them. In the original, there was like 2 vocations in particular that were OP, 2 or 3 OP vocations, and everything else was garbage.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's like one of those things you can't criticize. You can't criticize gameplay unless you've actually played it.
Yeah, it really makes no sense, yeah.
Or to begin with.
Imagine comparing marriage to chopping off your arm and slicing your face off.
No, they're not comparing marriage to chopping your arm off and slicing your face.
Yes, they are.
Bruh!
Yes, they are.
What?
You give up a part of yourself.
Okay, I want to hear what else he has to say.
Yeah, let's continue his thought there.
And then you give up your identity.
Face off. The point of that scene you're talking about is referring to abusive relationships and feeling pressure to stay in one by the people around
Exactly.
you.
It's not about marriage. It's about like abusive relationships and arranged marriages. He's not talking about marriage overall. They're not comparing marriage to that. They're comparing abuse to that. Yeah. It's so stupid.
That's
no.
I love how he's just like, no, dude. Yes, that's what's going on here. You know I'm right, but you just don't want to admit it. It's so stupid.
Oh my god. No, you fucking idiot.
Oh my god. The cope is real. The cope is returned.
Let him finish. I want to see what stupid shit he says.
I know. Let's continue
her arm
here.
Chopped off. She gets branded
Oh
and
my
then cuts
God.
her face off in the lead up to their wedding ceremony. It symbolizes her giving up her hand in marriage. She loses her identity by taking on his last name. as in, you know, her face gets cut off. And then she gets branded as his property.
Was
and
somebody yelling in his chat there? That was a weird...
No. That was probably like a notification thing for him.
Oh, okay.
All of that's complete. She's ready to become his wife. That is what it symbolizes. That's
Dude, you missed the point! It's supposed to be about a... Fuck, man. It's a critique on abuse in arranged marriages. It's not saying all marriage is bad. This is so dumb.
She transforms into the fucking wedding dress.
What? Because they're talking about arranged marriages there, not all marriage. That's why at the end, when there isn't the arranged marriage and they can actually get to know each other properly, it's shown as a good thing.
End of the game when all of those steps have been completed. It's the lead up to marriage.
No, it isn't, Griffin. I know, it's so stupid. They want to trap people. What is that? The credibility is in the negatives. I know.
Oh my, it's not abuse. It's literally an allegory for the sacrifice women have to make in order to become a bride. It's like, they're just too dense to put it together, man. It has to be spelled out in like plain
I know,
English.
he's so dumb. Fuck, man.
That's so rich coming from him.
This still isn't as dumb as the last video we watched, but this is still really bad.
English, explicitly stating what's happening, or else they can't apply any sort of like reasoning or analysis or anything to put two and two together. Like, the chain of events is literally her removing her arm, getting branded, cutting off her face, and then they literally go down like a wedding procession hallway to the altar where they present each other rings and get married. It happens in that order. The abuse would come after the wedding if that's what they were trying to symbolize. So, no, it's the sacrifices women make when it comes to their self-identity and autonomy in order to become a wife. They have to give up their hand in marriage, aka a part of themselves.
I'll think of the $5 also, Kaze. People think, people like this think they know a game because they watched a playthrough of it. Yeah. Despite never playing the game, it is funny as fuck, man. I know. This is so bad. And even admitted he's never played a Silent Hill game before, which is like the cherry on top here. It's so funny.
And they lose their previous identity. So she gets her face cut off and the fox mask like transposed onto her face, symbolizing that she's becoming like him because she took his last name and became his property. And then it all culminates in her turning into a wedding dress, meaning that that is the state she has to be in order to get married. So, yeah, again, this is... The people who love to shout media literacy sure as shit don't fucking have any of it themselves.
Oh my god.
Like in that scene,
dude. Well, yeah, actually, it's the same thing that I don't remember what his name was. I was calling him Molesto as a joke. Was it Colesto?
Call him Mini Kino.
Mini Kino. I'll just call him Mini Kino because I know Kino is gonna take that debate with us. And he's gonna try to spin it because I joked about the guy being called Molesto. You know, like, oh, look, he was trying to imply that, even though I literally said in that call, I wasn't implying that. I was joking. Funny how that, you know, like they were trying to imply that I was getting upset over the joke from Nerdrotic.
Well, then again,
that wasn't a joke.
He got butthurt when I basically tried making fun of him for being autistic.
I know. It's like in that entire call, he kind of exposed. Well, I already knew he's a giant hypocrite, but he showed it even more. I definitely should make a stream highlight of that, shouldn't I? What if I use Jazz's thing as the thumbnail? That'd be really funny.
I'm pretty sure she'd be okay with it, but yeah, go for it.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be funny. Sounds like he knows. Sounds like he's into forced marriage. I know. Like he's into arranged marriage because he doesn't know what happy relationships are. Yeah, this is stupid. Why is he like chilling for arranged marriage here? This is so dumb.
Because it's supposed to represent her losing her freedom by being in this toxic
relationship.
relationship.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that was the whole media literacy thing as well, right? Like the guy, Mini Kino, was like, oh, you don't have media literacy, and then he takes my videos, cuts them up, takes stuff out of them, and then even has to agree with me on points, but still tries to defend Endymion when admitting that he doesn't agree with him on some stuff. It's so stupid. Insane cope.
How is losing your face losing your freedom? No, you idiot. Your face symbolizes your identity.
What? Dude! This is not about all marriage. This is about arranged marriages. Holy fuck. Stop acting like it's about all marriage. The game already addresses that. He
What do
really
people
didn't play
do
this.
when they
Well, I
put on
mean,
a
he already
mask?
admitted he hasn't played any of these games, but fuck, man.
They're hiding their identity. What a fucking idiot. Again.
Oh
this
my
is so-
god. I'm the idiot? Am I the idiot here, Griffin?
Dude, this is going to be like the vast majority of his video watch.
I know. Well, how long does he... Oh, he goes, how long is this? Oh, then he... Wait,
then
yeah,
he
so he goes through the full... No, he goes through... It's 50 minutes. No, I'm not the full thing, thankfully.
Oh, but we're not
Easy
going
to understand.
No, we're not going to watch the
Jesus.
full thing, I think. We didn't watch the full last one either, because it's just not worth it. We'll watch a bit more
Your
of
face
this.
is your identity.
But
It's
then
how
we'll watch
people
the Indiana
recognize
Jones
you. It's
one
how
and
they
call
know
it, I
who
think.
you are.
But we
When
also
she
need to
cuts
talk about
off
the Avatar stuff, too, because that's interesting.
her face and covers it up, it's showing that she's hiding who she actually is and giving that up.
Projection at its finest?
feel like
I
even the most
know.
mundane of critics should be able to
He's
read
like,
into something
oh,
like that."
you don't have media literacy because I don't. Like, okay. Like, both of these guys are doing that. Fuck, man. Mini Kino and Griffin. Good God.
Griffin though is just
but somehow
Griffin though is just an idiot, though. That's the difference. The other guy was just like fucking trying to get an own on you, but this guy's just an idiot.
I know, yeah. It's like, you know, both are dumb either
Again-
way. I would still say the other guy
Yeah,
was an idiot, Mini Kino, but he, you know, he was being disingenuous. And I find it so
Yeah, but
funny. He put
Griffin
liar
is-
on the thumbnail, yet he propagates a proven lie about ProZD in that video.
And again, and know what's the funny part is too is that he's basically out here trying to like fucking say this basically. Like, but again, thing is with Griffin is that Griffin is just an idiot. Like he does this to everybody, man.
I know,
And
this
there's a
is
reason
so
why
dumb. Yeah, this is incredibly foolish. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ. Let's continue.
No, you can't read into it. You're missing the entire point. It's not abuse that she's getting her face cut off. It's her
Yes, he
giving up-
has. Like, Simon didn't know much about him before he got in the call, Will, but yeah, he is. He is.
A part of who
He's
she
also
is.
part of the, you know, he's part of the crowd that, like, tried to defend Mahler on the objective criticism thing, which is so easily debunkable as well.
Her identity. In order to become his fucking bride.
Completely misses it. Or probably the more likely answer is that Synth doesn't really want to acknowledge what this game is actually about and just wants to try to claim it's about anti-marriage when that's really not the case here at all. This game's message
It is. It is about anti-marriage.
is anti-abuse and anti-toxic relationships. It is not anti-marriage.
Oh, and your husband, he can just mind control you with his voice, by the way. I don't care if Japan in the 60s, women had no rights.
Wow, well, there's a big surprise. Someone who's built his entire platform off of insane incels who somehow see a fraction of themselves within you doesn't care about the rights of women. Wow, what a complete shock. Reveal of the century right there.
Bruh.
I also find this funny because Synth's audience very clearly doesn't even care about him as a person at all. There's so many moments on his live stream where he gets drunk and his
Yeah. That's another thing. Like, they don't care about him as a creator. They're only there because they want to try to push him to say edgy stuff. You know, they'll always try to get him drunk, try to make him say unhinged stuff. Yeah.
Basically shit. He's basically a lol cow.
Oh, yeah, he has his own Kiwi Farms thread even, and even people who watch him.
Well, again, everybody has, at this point, pretty much everybody has their own Kiwi Farm threads.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure you have your own Kiwi Farm threads at this point, too.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't look because I don't care, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Same. Like, who cares?
Exactly. Tactical Templar cares though. Remember, he looked at it on stream.
Oh, yeah. He looked at on stream.
God.
It was hoping.
I'm like, dude, why do you care so much what people are saying about you? That's only going to make it worse. Like, I don't care what people say about me.
the pressure to say something he's not
That's
even
exactly why they can't, you know, like, that's why I don't get milks for content like Templar.
about, which is pretty funny in its own right, because clearly there's already a lot of stuff he's very comfortable saying.
Talk about women of your past. I'm not talking about women. Talking about women is a dangerous game. Because
He's literally the new only use me blade. Exactly. Their comment section is even worse. You can't reason with this creatures, bro. They all have 1 IQ memes or in quotes and nothing else. I know.
Oh, yeah, no.
Like, you can't talk to them.
There's a lot, and again, some of them, they tend to be like some of the worst meme ever. Like, there's really no like talking to people.
Well, like like you saw earlier with Kino, right? You tried to talk to him. You couldn't talk to him. You kind of see what I mean there, Simon. That's why I was just bulldozing him because I know him. So, like, do you kind of see what I mean there?
Yeah, I see what you mean there, dude. But again, I think I've dealt with people that are a lot worse than Kino. With
No, 100%. Like, I mean, Rev, good example, I guess, already there. And Rev's fans. Oh, and Chibi and his fans,
Rev
too.
fans, Rev's fans in particular, like, they are just the dumbest.
I know.
Man.
I mean, honest, I feel like, yeah, him and Chibi's fans, I feel like kind of give each other a run for their money. Like, they're both so stupid. Like, you know, like when I did that debate with the Chibi fan, and, you know, I saw a lot of people commenting under that saying, like, that's not Chibi's biggest offender. It's like, well, maybe not, but he was defending Chibi up and down my Discord. So I debated him on that.
I also told you that, too. I was kind of actually disappointed that he didn't give you all that
I
much
know.
pushback.
I mean, honestly, I was shocked because, like, if you want to check out that debate from I think it was last stream, y'all definitely should check that out. It was interesting, but, like, I was surprised he didn't really fight back much either. Because in the Discord, he was going on and on about Chibi and saying how he's great and how he's anti-censorship. But when I actually got in the call with him and showed him that, you know, he's not anti-censorship, he just didn't really fight back. And I was honestly kind of disappointed. I expected more opposition, but especially from what I'd seen before, I guess not. I mean, hopefully if I do that again with someone else, I can actually get more pushback, because then there's more of an interesting conversation there. He just kind of shut down right away, and I don't really know why.
I haven't said horrible things, but I've said some things. I've revealed my power level a couple times.
Rev and Chibi fans are dumb. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Although, again, Rev is losing a lot of his fan base now because he's outed his grift now. He's actively outed it.
Some based women. It's pretty rare. It's pretty fucking rare. But yeah, they're
outed his grift. He griffed too close to the sun and tried to play it both ways.
Yeah, okay, that's a better way of putting it. Yeah, like he tried to have his cake and eat it too, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
He griffed too close to the sun.
Exactly.
But his chat doesn't really care about him or his mental health in moments like that. It just tries to get him to say stuff they think is edgy or funny. Like, man, I can't imagine having an audience like that. If Synth didn't make these videos and deliberately did them the way he does, I don't think he'd have an audience at all. His audience is entirely built off of these kind of people, and it's kind of insane. Also, just genuinely sad.
This game was released under the current political climate. They knew that this is left-wing propaganda.
Oh, right, because clearly a Japanese company is totally on the pulse of American politics, and they wanted to make this woke propaganda. What? Is he not familiar with Kojima?
Bruh!
Oh my god, no! No!
I know, and Kojima doesn't even work at Konami anymore! You idiot!
And again, here's the thing. Kojima is just overrated in general.
Oh, really?
Like, I'm sorry. Like, he's just, when people say, "Oh, his Metal Gear games were storytelling masterpieces," to some extent, yes and no. Like, I'm going to come out and say Kojima's storytelling skills are fucking overrated.
That's, you know, to each their own.
He is overrated.
That's, yeah, I like Kojima, but, you know, to each their own.
Yeah, to each their own. But again, personally, there's a lot of things that he does that are actually like, bro, why the hell do you do these writing decisions? It's so dumb.
I know, it's really weird.
Hold on. There's one particular individual who actually made a really good critic video of like overall Kojima writing style games. And it's very actually good and valid because he actually kind of like calls it out to a certain extent. He's actually a big Sonic nerd.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Hold up. I'm not sure if you ever heard of him.
No, I haven't. Definitely show me. We'll go through a bit more of this, then watch the Indiana Jones one, and then I think talk about the Avatar stuff, then call it.
Yeah.
They're acting centrist when they debate, and yep. Yep, presuming they're all right grift after that. I remember Asmongold and Hassan debate. Oh, yeah. Good example there.
Do you know J Reviews? Does that ring any bells?
Yes, Jay's Reviews is good. I've showed him out on videos before, actually. Jay's Reviews is cool.
Yeah, he's made one on Metal Gear recently, I remember, and that it was like basically like a just overall like analogy of the Metal Gear games, which was pretty good because he actually kind of gives you a good reason why he thinks that the stories are kind of overrated to a certain extent.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll definitely have to check that out for sure. Interesting. Good to know. Simon with a hot take. I really love Kojima. Yeah. See, again, that's what I like about having Simon and certain other people on, because they have a different take than me. So that actually creates nuanced conversation. But you can actually have a conversation with them. That's the thing.
Kojima's entire game career has been making games about American.
Go ahead.
Then again, I'm going to be real honest. It's like Kojima to some extent. I'm like not super familiar. Like the only game I've really played from him that was like a Metal Gear game, it was Metal Gear Rising. Like
Metal Gear Rising's really good. Back when I was on Twitch, I did stream that game.
Yeah, I never really like played any of the other Metal Gear games. So again, I don't really have a horse too much in this race, but I did like Metal Gear Rising.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah. Stanley liked Hirohei originally too. Void before getting waking up to the grift basically.
Hirohei, I never really cared all that much.
Isn't he kind of a more boring version of Rev? I haven't really seen his content, so
he is he is basically a more boring version of Rev, but somehow for whatever reason gets more views than he does.
Exactly.
Despite being a smaller channel. But yeah, hold up. So yeah, Hirohei.
Okay,
he has a lot less subs than a Rev, like 667k subs. And his views are all over the place, like genuinely. He goes anywhere from 60k to 100k to 400k sometimes.
Exactly, yeah.
Like his views are all over the place. And I've noticed that most of the videos that do well for him tend to all be fundraisers for whatever reason.
That
really
fundraisers? For
he
Hirohei?
does fundraisers. Yeah, he does fundraisers for whatever reason. I don't know for what for. Yeah, see, like his most viewed video in latest memories was from 2 months ago. 450k views on it.
Well, I kind of get the feeling I know what kind of charities he would be raising money for. He's gonna mention how Kojima is working with Jordan Peele and has Hunter Schafer in the upcoming game OD. Maybe so. Oh, you're Furry Cures, aren't you? You're Furry Cures in the Discord,
I've noticed.
Right?
Yeah, I've noticed that most of his videos that tend to perform really well tend to all be fundraisers.
That's
every
interesting.
now and then he will have a video that doesn't have a fundraiser attached to it, and it will do pretty damn well. Like the more recent one that isn't a fundraiser, 2 months ago, 300k views. So like I said,
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, but again,
I'm kind of curious more so what specifically he's fundraising for, though. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious too. But all I know is that he tends to avoid, like Hirohei is one of those type of people who is smart enough to stay in his lane and to come off as a centrist. Like
Hirohei
is more. Yeah, he's
doesn't
boring,
like Smug Elena kind of does that too, right? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, Smug Elena kind of does that too. But Hirohei is like it's very obvious that he's a grifter, though he's more subtle about it. He tends to avoid drama as much as he can. Frustrating Hirohei situation. So apparently Hirohei, Rev is actually crying about Hirohei getting one of his videos demonetized or whatever on his alt channel 22 hours ago, of course. But yeah, it's like the reason why I guess Hirohei technically is doing better than Rev despite being smaller than him is because he tends to avoid drama as much as he can. He tends to stay in his own lane and just avoid drama as much as he can despite being pretty much the same as Rev. Though, unlike Rev, he doesn't incite harassment against the people he calls out.
Yeah, Rev always... I mean, Endymion does that too, though. You know, like the whole, like, what was it? Like, showing the sucker punch devs constantly in his videos, pointing them out, showing their names, showing their social media handles. Like, don't harass these guys, and you're showing all that. Like, so stupid.
That's the thing. Hirohei also does that, but except the difference is that he doesn't brigade like Rev does. Rev
will intentionally do that. Yes, he will send his audience after people, and ProZD, a great example right there. He did it with them. He did that with like that 1950s VTuber too, right? Whatever her name is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Lala. Yeah, he did that because she said "fuck ice, man." And
that's right. He brigaded her because he's pro ice. Yeah, what a loser.
He brigaded her, and guess what? It backfired on him. Because he got brigaded right back. And he lost his sponsor because of it.
Yeah, I'm really glad that was a big moment, just of like a big fall-off moment for him there. Thank God.
Well, Well, not just that as well, because you also have to remember, it's like, and again, he's actually.
I mean, he's lost all his sponsorships now, like literally all of them.
Yeah. A lot of people will say, "Oh well, no, he's still Moo Market still sponsor him." Moo Market is a manufacturer. Any fucking random Joe can go and make merch with them.
Exactly. Like Rev has lost all of his official sponsors, basically.
Yeah, he doesn't have any more sponsorships. They're all gone.
Well, yeah, I mean, he dug his own grave. Exactly. And now, you know, him like calling out his lolicon audience is making it even worse for him.
Well, again, he's not calling them out. He's being a hypocrite about it. He's
He's trying to have his cake and eat it too. Yeah, well, and there's a whole thing with Straub, right? Like the whole porn thing after the remnant thing.
Yeah, that's what led to it. You have to remember, again, I'm the one who kicked off that shitstorm.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
Like, again, Espiritu was trying to kick it off, but he didn't want to get into any unnecessary drama because of it, because he's a bitch.
Yeah, he deleted it, even though it's something to call Rev out on. It's stupid.
Yeah, but thankfully, one of my mutuals sent it to me through Discord, and it takes longer for Discord to delete stuff. So I get the screenshot, and I sent it out, and I kicked off the shitstorm.
Good. I'm glad you did.
And it's so funny because I remember like people actually clicked them. I don't know where this is coming from. You want to know where it was coming from, Rev?
From your wife.
This guy. It was Rev. Your wife was the one who basically said the quiet part out loud, and I wonder, aired it.
Yeah. I'm glad you lit the fire for sure there, Simon. I wonder if Rev was aware before that stream, though, that what Straub had said.
I don't. Possibly not. I don't know.
I get the feeling not, because it was brought up there, and he had to like stutter, like, "Oh, yeah, you know, we're
again
stupid."
Well, yeah,
stupid.
Because even Shibi Review was coming out saying this is fucking.
Oh yeah, even him.
After him. He was going after him. He was going after Straub. Savvy tried to step in as well, trying to like criticize, but at the same time, throw him a softball at the same time. Like they were all coming out again to say this, and he had to issue a statement.
Rev
because
did?
he was in full on Yeah, he had to issue a statement because he was in full on damage control mode.
Of course, he had to play damage control. That's really funny.
Completely fucking idiotic, and they have no idea what the fuck goes on around the world. It's not like Japan doesn't have a massive problem with birth rates, marriages, fertility.
Can we just play Furry Cures? Can he not be like that? You're always like that in Discord too, and people complain about it. So don't do that.
You know, literal fucking NEAT epidemic. Japan has it worse than the West. They have all the problems that we do.
I don't know. I think we've gone through all this anyway, Simon. Do you want to just look at the Indiana Jones one, then talk about...
Yeah.
Let's look at that, let's talk about
for the
Avatar.
For the Avatar one, I might actually dip, because, again, I'm not super engrossed in that series.
Oh, that's fair.
So,
but do you know the situation about that, though?
No, I don't. That's
the entire movie just leaked today.
Okay. Wow, lol.
Yeah, like, do you want to talk about that after this, or, you know, up to you? I think it's an interesting topic.
I mean, personally, I'd say you should actually cover it on your own, because, again, it's not really something I'm particularly interested
That's fair, yeah, that's fair. I just want to, like, talk about it somewhere. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, look, Synth is live, funny enough. Chilling out after the government violated me without consent. What? Okay. Good old Synth.
Yeah, good old Synth.
Indiana Jones feels uncharacteristically reserved and almost like a bitch at times, man, for lack of a better term. He, like, literally seems like a little
He just shoots Griffin Gaming because of his terrible takes on Indiana Jones. Ayo!
Yeah, like I said, like, there's a reason why I watch for Tanga.
I'm glad he'll at least debunk very blatantly bad faith people like this. Like, this is stupid.
But again, like I said, Frentanga's a dick, but he doesn't hold any punches back either. That's kind of what I like him for.
He is a dick for sure. I mean, you know was it Nintendo guy that I talked about in that video about Nintendo grifters and chills?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, he got brigaded by Fretanga and all. Well, You know, for Tango,
I mean,
whatever.
and some of the-
But like Lord Frogmire came after him. You know, Synthetic Man's brother, and that was stupid. That was really dumb.
Fertango probably commented on it too, but I doubt like Fertango basically brigaded him.
No, I think it's more Lord Frogmire. That's more something he would do because he's Synthetic Man's brother. Of course, he's gonna do that.
Well, like worst case scenario, Fertango's gonna make a video on you responding to you and just like laughing at you. But
Yeah,
he's
he
not the type
doesn't-
of person who brigades people. He doesn't do that.
Okay, good. At least he doesn't harass people. Yeah.
Tis the season to be salty. Fa la 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 la.
Oh my god, bruh. So he's just showing all these posts from Griffin Gaming. Hey yo. Oh no.
Red from Rebirth makes Griffin so
Bruh.
horny. Fa la 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 la.
That is amazing. Holy shit. Okay.
I told you there's a reason. There's a reason why I watch him.
Yeah, that's
There's a
really
reason why I
funny.
watch him.
To be here to give you more doomer content, telling you about how everything is bad and it's gonna go to trash, but that's really not honestly how I feel today.
You can't just have your
YouTubers
announce how they feel. That makes me feel angry.
Anyway, no, I think we kicked off the end of the year with some pretty stellar releases personally. I mean, in general, 2024 has been great. I played a lot of games and, you know, while the bad ones leave a sour taste in your mouth that lasts longer than Concord's release, it feels like everything good is so far and few in between, but really, the majority of games I played this year were good. I was only ever forced to play bad games by a very cynical audience who gives me a lot of money so they can hear me complain and torture myself live on streams, but hey, not even you guys are gonna ruin this for me. Truth is, I'm not that salty. Game Pass finally released content that was worth my time with Stalker 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and now Indiana Jones. It feels like a good chunk
No,
of
yeah,
my
he
gaming
is.
time
Lord
is-
Frogmire is Synthetic Man's brother, Josh, or Furry Gears. I forgot you're just Furry Gears in the Discord. Yeah, no, he's his brother. We are Griffin Gaming. We carry the grift. Exactly.
Going to happen on Game Pass for the rest of December.
REV'S audience also targeted what? Camila too for Imp prefers her water without ice as well. Come on, man. Rev is so pathetic. Jesus Christ.
Like
Anytime
Camila?
anyone criticizes ice, he'll go after them and brigade them. Stupid.
I've been playing Marvel's Rivals, Red Dead Redemption 1, and
Marvel's
Yakuza
Rivals?
Infinite Wealth.
Well, it's
all
technically
on
just
Steam.
Marvel Rivals.
It's fair to say, I think Microsoft set out to do what they originally planned, and that's get a good chunk of gamers on their subscription service and staying subscribed.
I will say I have a lot of criticisms for both PlayStation and Xbox in the modern age.
Well, that's the thing. He also like. Here's the thing. This was before the whole price hike bullshit with like Microsoft happened.
Well, I
This was
think
back in
even
2024.
when this game released, Xbox already had so many issues, and PlayStation too. I think they've had issues for a
but again,
long
here's the
time
thing.
now.
But again, here's the thing with Fred is that he shits on everyone. He
Okay.
shits on Nintendo. He shits on. He used to do it more with PlayStation and Xbox. But nowadays he's mostly focused on Nintendo because Nintendo is where the content is at right now.
Yes,
But he
it's
tends
very
to-
easy to
he
do
tends
that.
to sh-
Yeah,
He tends to
Nintendo.
shit on the
Great example.
the Xbox, the PlayStation, the Sony ponies, and the Nintendo.
Nintendo. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Do it. You feed me content like this. Perhaps Microsoft's strategy is to make us all think the content is going to suck so that we go to Game Pass.
This guy is okay, Speedrunnist. You've seen him. Also,
Those
shout
are
out to
the
the Speedrunnist who was debating me last time over Chibi reviews.
Reasons I really subbed to Game Pass to play all of this. I thought all of this was going to be bad, but it wasn't, and now, you know, since I have that many hours, I'm just gonna stay there playing it, which is a problem for
Wait,
the PlayStation.
what?
fanboy nerd.
Is that AI? Oh no.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah, he does
because
use AI,
for some
I
reason,
think.
you know, Game Pass is
okay.
big evil. So even if the content there is coming to their PlayStation console, they must still be against it because, well, yeah.
Who is
I
that
don't know,
blue?
part will-
What the fuck? Who is this blue guy? Okay.
We'll never
He's
figure
basically
out.
trying to say a PlayStation Sony pony.
Oh, is that synthetic man?
That's Griffin.
Oh, wait.
The
does
original
Griff-
video didn't have. Yeah, the original video didn't have like the black bar on him, but I think Griffin like gave him shit for that, so he said, "Okay, fine, I'll fucking mask your face, asshole."
That's
And
awesome.
The
So,
other
like-
one is Dreamcast guy. It's another
Yeah,
one
I don't like
likes to
Dreamcast guy very much either. I will say, I think he kind of sucks. But
nobody likes him anyways. They all think he's kind of a loser.
well, yeah, he's just an asshole. I'd say I don't like Dreamcast guy. What does Griffin Gaming actually look like? Kind of curious. Wait, that's what he looks like?
That's what I told you. Fat discount Leafy. He's a
even then he kind of looks like Synthetic Man a little bit, like the face structure, bruh.
He's a fat boy. He's a fat boy.
Of course. Why do all these guys always look the same? Oh my god. AI slop you? Yeah, exactly, Mig. W Noah.
It's the saltiest.
Oh no! He's making them sing! Bro. Jesus Christ, this is uncanny. Dreamcast guy and Griffin singing.
That's the whole point.
With Stalker 2 and Black Ops 6 and Indiana Jones all here.
Jesus Christ, this is so uncanny.
The best Game Pass lineup of the year.
God. Okay, that was really funny. That was really fucking funny. Thrash, thank you so much for the $20. Dude, this gaming generation on console has been terrible. Yeah, there is no winner. I agree. Both PlayStation and Xbox have been overwhelmingly undelivered this generation.
Yeah.
Plus, yeah, their current price is almost double their launch. I'm glad I got my PS5 at launch because I would not pay for it now. Holy fuck!
I mean, I'm glad I got it before the price hike, honestly, as well. But then I got it as a Christmas gift, so
I got it in store. I was lucky enough to get mine in store, even with COVID and everything, the shortages going on. It kind of surprised I did, but yeah.
Okay, so you were one of those like first year release guys.
At the time I was, yeah, and I also worked in a store at the time, so that also helped.
I'm sorry, Noah, but one game. I don't know why. I bought a PS5, no games to buy.
Yep, yeah. That became my sentiment over time for sure. Like the only games a lot of them get ported to PC now. Like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, which is one of my favorite PS5 games.
I mean, everything is getting ported to PC nowadays.
I know.
Like, PC is where it's at now.
Basically, yeah. I might just look into upgrading my PC down the road because I use it, just for editing and video stuff.
I mean, I'm looking at making a jump at some point.
Because I mostly game on console, but maybe I should look into gaming on PC. I mean, I just edit on PC. That's what I use it for mostly. That was really funny, Jerry.
Xbox seems to be there with Game Pass consistency. A brilliant.
I should also speed this up a bit.
By a superb Indiana Jones, and with a promising 2025 slate of Doom, Fable, South of Midnight, Atomfall, Claire Obscure, very promising for the service.
Sony plans to stop porting their games to PC? I mean, probably smart.
Well, I mean, it's J-Dub. J-Dub's kind of a moron.
Oh, this guy? Okay. I don't know who this is.
Pretty low at this point. I don't know, J-Dub. I don't think the year can get any lower than, Concord. What? Being shut down in less than 8 days? I mean, my
Concord, it was a big failure, not because of, woke or whatever, but it was a giant failure.
Lighting the world on fire.
Also, again, like, this is something that Kino 2, Mini Kino brought up in his video, right? The whole Gamergate thing. And he was trying to act like, oh, Concord failed because it was woke. No, it didn't. It failed because it was a game everybody had already seen before.
A good game. The success is definitely not going to be there like people want, but the whole point about video games is to have fun, not to have dick measuring contests on the statistics. I mean, if we wanted to do that, we'd do it with someone who can actually read, write, and do math, not the 7 out of 10 guy. See, what's going on here is J-Dub is addicted to bad Xbox news, and because there isn't any to close off the year, and we're only going to open up next year with more Xbox games, that doesn't work out favorably for someone who's built his entire personality off of being a fanboy. See, I mean, that's why I recommend people stop making YouTube channels dedicated to a console brand. It's all entirely dependent on how much content there's being put out.
Dizzle did a good video on Concord. Interesting. I'll have to look that up.
Quite a bit of content this year. Not all of it.
Mick Dizzle is actually
none of it was shut down in
Mick Dizzle is pretty chill.
Yeah, I'm never gonna let him down Concord. I am going to be a menace about that. Oh, but what's
wait, what? Concord's at a Hall of Game Failures and a museum? I didn't know that. Like a video game museum?
Courts also phone stars.
That is
no longer
kind of funny, yeah.
Receiving new content in less than a year. Oof. Mind you, these are both games that J-Dub was capping for and glazing up on the Twitter. He was a huge fan. So perhaps he should start to worry if these banger multiplayer games that are coming to the PlayStation console are dropping support or outright shutting down in a matter of months to days. Meanwhile, over there on Game Pass, they're getting Stalker 2, Indiana Jones, and COD. I mean, the dude is talking like Sony hasn't had multiple delays or outright canceled entire projects, or has also only released like 1 to 2 major games
Noah,
a
thanks,
year.
Jerry.
The only thing that J-Dub is right
I
about
I
is the bar is set pretty low,
confused
but
J-Dub
he
with
hasn't set that bar
J-Tech
low for Sony.
TV.
Again,
Interesting.
Unchar Padre over indie woke.
Indiana woke? Whoa. Dang.
Oh, yeah, no,
Rage bait in the morning. Oh, so
Bruh.
funny. I mean, you know the person isn't being absolutely serious, and that's the best part. You have to admire how much they went out of their way to make a meme this intentionally bad. I mean, come on. I think it deserves 1 like. Gay Thesda.
Gay Thesda? Oh my god. Bruh. Gay
Well, they are pretty
Thesda.
gay, in all fairness. But this time around, we gotta give them credit. As gay as Bethesda is, Indiana Jones did not turn out to look, well,
No, this is AI. Bruh. Jesus
No,
Christ.
again, he's laughing at how stupid it is.
It is stupid. Holy fuck, man. This is like some Dr. Disaster level stuff. This is terrible.
The game did not turn out to be a woke disaster, which is the good part. It, you know, it didn't get an 83.
By the way, all the chuds never talk about Code Violet. Oh, that's true, Mr. Mir. Yeah.
Oh, this guy's great. I gotta give him a follow. I gotta give him a follow.
Jesus Christ. So this is like a Joker rage bait meme, I guess? Interesting.
Oh, trans meme bullshit.
Oh, that's intentionally
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's just a... Okay. What a loser.
Oh, give me a second. Okay. The best part here is that in reality, the Uncharted series is a lot more quote-unquote woke by the standards of what woke means today, which is always, you know, changing. I mean, after all...
I mean, they literally had a game starring 2 female protagonists that were, like, in, you know, they were in previous games. That's funny.
Did get cucked out of his own franchise by 2 chicks. Let's also not forget how him and his brother couldn't take on 1 chick.
Yeah, exactly. Like the game with Chloe and the other girl as the main characters. I forget the name of that one now. But yeah, that was a full game. Bruh.
Why am I even entertaining it more than just a laugh? It was a meme. But remember,
I know, it's a stupid meme that doesn't make any sense because Uncharted, yeah, would be, like, by the definition these guys give anyway, yeah, it would be considered more woke or whatever.
Quite
thankful.
This whole Gamergate thing. Fuck, man. This is stupid.
Like I said, there's still going to be some stuff you won't agree with him here on, obviously.
Oh, obviously, because he's more, you know, this guy's more red-pilled than me, but I do appreciate him, you know, debunking Griffin at least, or dunking on him. Rightfully so. When does he get into the Indiana Jones thing?
I think it's... Yeah,
probably like right
relative,
here.
I think it's like...
and objects, hitting enemies over the head, quote-unquote knocking them out, but let's be real, Indy's killing all these people doing that. It wouldn't work in third person. As a matter of fact, I absolutely hate fist-to-fist combat.
Yeah, I think the game works in first person, yeah.
Part of what makes Indiana Jones first-person combat work is the way objects and the whip can be utilized creatively. A good chunk of the game is going to be spent sneaking around, because if you want to just go on full assault with all the enemies, like the way Griffin would normally do in a Call of Duty game, you're going to get your ass handed to you.
Bruh! So great, wait. Is he trying? So Griffin tried to apply Call of Duty logic to Indiana Jones? Really?
Like,
In that sense, it's a lot more like this.
Rewind it a little bit at that point because we did miss like a good chunk.
Yeah, let me see here.
But because Griffin's vocabulary is quite limited, so you're gonna hear the word incredibly thrown around more than even Dreamcast guy uses it. They are some of the most unstructured reviews.
Yeah, I don't like Dreamcast guy. I don't like him.
The entire website, much like his, Black Ops 6 review where he pans the game because he didn't know how to get past enemies with a shield. Much of his criticisms in this review are about the same. Most of what he doesn't like about the puzzles or gameplay is due to the limitations of his brain and his inability to see past the game developer that said modern audiences. I mean, he's still hung up on that. He still bases all of his hate off of that, which makes absolutely no sense to me because his dear old Square Enix uses Sweet Baby Inc. as a consultant, and yet there he is cheerleading for Final Fantasy. Either way, though, Griffin's criticisms mainly boil down to the hand-to-hand combat. combat, which he believes weighs down the game. I can see why he feels that way, but I don't agree with him. What makes this game's combat so satisfying is the first-person perspective. They call it Indiana Jones, but to be quite honest with you, I would label it blunt force trauma, the game. The impact of punches and objects, hitting enemies over the head, quote-unquote knocking them out, but let's be real, Indy's killing all these people doing that. It wouldn't work in third person. As a matter of fact, I absolutely hate fist-to-fist combat in the Uncharted games. Part of what makes Indiana Jones first-person combat work is the way objects.
We don't mention Dreamcast guy here. This is a safe place. Yeah, exactly. I don't. Yeah, Dreamcast guy is just
with all the enemies,
too obnoxious for me. I cannot stand that guy.
You're gonna get your ass handed to you. In that sense, it's a lot more
really
like
annoying
than anything else. And well, you know, if you're not
like,
a fan
he
of those
is a
games,
fellow
probably not.
Skies of Arcadia fan, which is one of my favorite Dreamcast and GameCube games, but he's so annoying.
Well, there's a reason why they milked him for so long. Like, Fred hasn't talked about him in a very long time because he's kind of gone boring at this point.
Yeah, he's just an annoying loser.
Yeah, but a lot of people just laughed at him because he's kind of a lol cow. Like
a little bit, yeah. Kind of like RDG85, you know?
Yeah. Nowadays, they're really like, they love talking shit about Harmon Smith mostly, but Fred.
Well, yeah, Harmon Smith is a fucking loser as well, yeah.
For you and sucking are
one of the worst Nintendo fanboys ever.
Things. I'm sorry, but you know, stealth takedowns are.
I didn't bother talking about him in my Nintendo shows and grifters video because, like, I feel like a lot of people have already talked about him, but he is pretty funny.
Nowhere near as satisfying in third person. Sorry.
So
if anything,
stupid.
I would argue the complete opposite of what Griffin is arguing. I think the gameplay is what carries it. I'm just
exactly, Thrash.
Passages, branching paths,
G-Man Lives is better. G-Man Lives is better than Dreamcast Guy. I think a lot of people are better than Dreamcast Guy speedrunners. He's really annoying.
Respect your intelligence. This is one of them. Me thinks Griffin's is just mad because this isn't one of the games he can just say it's woke, don't buy it. That's really what it boils down to. It's a right to be wrong. I mean,
isn't Harmon Smith also a Nazi? Yes, he is. Well, he's anti-woke at least. I don't know about the Nazi part, but he is anti-woke.
This is very notable when it comes to how hard Griffin tries to sell you on the premise that Gina is such an annoying companion to the degree it's comparable to a Sony game. What, Husky? I'm recording. For instance, this part of his review, Griffin considers Gina's writing to be Marvel-esque.
That she also suffers a symptom of the modern Sony game experience, which is Marvel tier writing that exists solely to fill dead air.
Modern Sony game? This game came out on Xbox originally. It got ported to PlayStation and Switch 2 later, but it was on what? Okay.
I know already. Already.
Okay. Wow. So already he's just spreading misinformation. Bruh. Can these guys just not be disingenuous for 1 second? It's so exhausting, honestly. It's so annoying. Because you have to pull through so much bullshit to actually find anything. Like, well, I mean, you have to, you know, it's easy to pull through their bullshit to show how exactly they're lying about stuff.
Because of commentary that she makes like every other video game character does for everything else. I can see.
And I think what amplifies this problem even more is the fact that Indiana Jones as a character just feels really deflated in this game. Like, none of that charisma, none of that, like, snarky, snide remarks where, you know, he's firing back or talking shit, returning the fucking blows.
Shut the fuck up, Griffin, you and your zoomer-ass brain. You never watched the internet. You never watched the internet. I can't even say you never watched the Indiana Jones movie. Stop lying to us. As a matter of fact,
he hasn't.
Last clip you showed, he clearly did fire back at her, saying exactly what us, the player, would say to somebody pestering us about something we can clearly see in front of us. And as for the scene where, you know, they're in a hot place, well, it's hot. I mean, if you didn't watch the original Indiana Jones movies, specifically Temple of Doom, you would know this commentary is nowhere near as annoying. Temple of Doom involves one of the most annoying character yappers. We didn't get none of that Marvel nonsense where the woman takes over the role. Griffin is reaching here because, again, he just does not have enough criticism. Griffin even goes on to say that he feels Indy was emasculated, and I did not get that impression at all. Right now, Griffin is in serious need of a girlfriend. If he's ever had one, then he'll understand what real yapping is like. None of this Aerith is my wife nonsense. Go get my girlfriend.
Exactly,
you
yeah.
know what real yapping is.
Like, the prime example is there's a recurring joke throughout the game about his
Hear
fear
that,
of
Jazz?
snakes, but it's done in a way that's so comically cringe and over the top that it just makes you hate the writers for what they're doing to a beloved character.
Wait, he subscribed to Griffin Gaming? Why would you be subscribed to him?
I mean, you have to remember, being a subscribing to someone doesn't equal an endorsement. Remember that.
That's true. Dead Domain subscribed to Synthetic Man, so yeah.
Right, it's like following someone on Twitter doesn't equal an endorsement.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay still.
I am still.
Now, yes, Indiana Jones has always been afraid of snakes, but in any of the movies, he would have just brushed that off nervously and maybe been like, ugh, like, you know.
No? What?
No.
Bruh. The first movie has him freaking out because there's a snake in the plane with him. Holy fuck, man. And then like in Temple of Doom, there's the whole thing with him getting scared of the snake as well. That. And then in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, right? They're using the snake as the rope, and he doesn't want to grab it because it's a snake, even though he's sinking in quicksand. Bruh, come on, man. Okay. I feel like we've seen all we need to there, honestly, Simon. That is funny for sure.
I mean, watch him clown on him, though. Watch him clown.
All right, we'll finish this up.
He would have been fine, but in this, he literally freezes up and is incapable of moving on his own until Gina comes in and saves the.
See, right there, that. You clearly have not watched the Indiana Jones
He
movie.
hasn't.
Are we forgetting how shit scaredless Indy was? And during this scene.
Dr. Jones.
Yeah, that's from Temple of Doom. Yeah.
I said, cut it out! I hate that elephant.
Bruh.
Come on, dude. You obviously are reaching. You don't know anything outside of Synthetic Man's formula. You don't have one of your own.
Apparently, yeah.
To set you apart from other creators. That's sad. It's fine if you don't like what you're seeing, but it's obviously so grossly misrepresented because we are not getting Indiana Jones with Neil Druckmann's treatment. All right.
I know. That's a similar issue. You know, when I do my Drill Apocalypse video, I'll talk about that too because I don't like how he misrepresents media as well intentionally. Like he does that with Adventure Time, with Ratatouille. He tries to call Linguini creepy for some reason in Ratatouille. And it's like, how is Linguini creepy? That makes no sense. It's like the worst faith possible argument when talking about media. It's a critical drinker, but on the other side of the political spectrum. That's all it is.
And it just goes to show you that there is nothing you can do once people are locked into
That's
that
how
mindset.
phobias
They will
work
find what they
exactly.
want. It's a bad review.
It's like
not
Star
good.
Wars
If,
and Indiana
Gina
Jones
saying
or
be careful with
anti-fascism.
Howard,
Yeah,
Gina
right?
getting a
I don't
snake
know.
off
What a
Indy's
shock.
shoulder, Gina encouraging Indy.
What do
are
you know?
Griffin would consider
It's
Marvel
almost like they're
writing,
both
but I guess we have to discard the
entirely
entire
based
original
off of
trilogy
that.
now. I think what we got here is,
Brain
Griffin
cannot
facing
compute,
trolls
yeah.
remorse
This is
over
dumb.
picking
See
on
ya,
Sony
Jordan.
games too much. There was a time, Griffin didn't have to nitpick that hard just to show you how bad a game is. But hey, you know what? The man's entitled to his opinion. He played the game. He has every right to
Linguini is just the dude. I know, Linguini's not creepy. How is Linguini
There's a
creepy?
number I want to reach.
Thank you for the $5, Ricky. Getting to say to Grifting Gaming if he's watching this, he could be watching and make a response right now. Yeah, he does not understand Indiana Jones. Well, it would be fun if he was, Ricky. Griffin, if you're watching this, you clearly haven't watched the Indiana Jones movies, and also your defense of Synthetic Man from me was terrible. You did not defend Synthetic Man there, dude. And you showed you also don't understand the Silent Hill franchise or that game. So both you and Synthetic Man are incredibly media illiterate. Fuck.
80,000. Well, realistically, 100,000, but most of you are not generous enough for that. But 80,000 seems a lot more reasonable. If you can get me to 80,000
Okay, yeah. So
subscribers,
that's it. Okay. Well, that was a good video still. That was funny. There we go. All right then. I guess.
Like I said,
go ahead.
There's a few things now and then that he says I don't agree with as more. He seems to have kind of like chilled out a little bit on the anti-woke stuff in recent years because not really something he fully subscribes to anymore. But yeah, he's still very much like red-pilled to a certain
Exactly.
extent.
Someone misreading Indiana Jones. Yeah, also misreading Sound of Music. It was Sound of Music, Inglourious Bastards, and Schindler's List as well. Welcome in, Mark. By the way, y'all should go follow Mark. Let me shill his channel here. Mark's cool.
Anyway,
yeah.
With that said, I'm probably going to dip now. Like, I'm gonna let you talk about the Avatar stuff.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Simon, for joining us. Have a great rest of your day. Y'all go follow Simon as well before I forget. Let's see.
I will say though, the Kinoflex, the little like back and forth with Kinoflex though, that was really fucking entertaining.
That was. I definitely have to highlight that and put it up somehow. That was really funny. That should be the stream highlight because it's like it's the epitome of it. It shows exactly what's going on there. Noah, thank you. Yeah, no, so this is... Yeah, have a good day, Simon.
Yeah, take care, dude. Bye.
No worries, yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, so that was a video we were watching where Griffin Gaming did not understand Indiana Jones or, well, we also saw he doesn't understand Schindler's List, Sound of Music, or Inglourious Bastards as well. It was very interesting, to say the least. It was definitely funny. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to bring up for today's stream, though, was the entire situation with the the Aang The Last Airbender movie, because this movie apparently has leaked entirely, and I'm really mixed about this, honestly. I mostly see it as a bad thing. For those who don't know, this is a movie that I need to subscribe to this guy. I like his content. So this is a movie that takes place when Team Avatar, like Aang, Katara, Toph, all them are in their 20s. And it looks really good. And a very competent 2D animation studio, Flying Bark Studios, is doing that. They've done some really great work before on things like what is it exactly? On like The Rise of TMNT, the movie. They've done great work on that. Lego Monkey Kid. They've done some really good work. But the entirety of this movie was leaked by this asshole on Twitter, and I'm honestly really mad about it. I'm still dissing guy. He leaked the entire movie, or supposedly anyway. I know it's confirmed he leaked clips of it. He supposedly leaked the entire movie as well. And it's just like, why would you do that? Especially because the movie already has had so much trouble with production. Like, it was going to be released in theaters, which it still should be. This should have been in theaters. And then they decided to dump it on Paramount Plus because Paramount's stupid and run by stupid people right now. And then now the movie gets leaked. Like, I feel so bad for the team behind this movie. They have had it so rough throughout all of this. It sucks. It's really disappointing. I want to look at this specifically, though, just to cover this story somewhere. Might discuss that at some point, to be honest. Yeah. So every film, like, where the Nazis are the bad guys, like every Nazi movie, yeah. It's pretty telling for sure, Mark. He got mad at all of those movies, and, you know, I think you can probably see why. I know Anthony did a good video on that recently, with the weird, like, revisionist, that's kind of revisionism that's been going on lately, trying to make the Nazis not seem like the bad guys, even though, yeah, they are. So it makes no sense for people like that just to, you know, crap on movies like that and like, I think he called them all like Zog Slop or something. It's just stupid.
It is 3 a.m.
You're back what you missed. Griffin Gaming giving a bad faith take on Indiana Jones, but now we're also looking at the Avatar movie. The whole news about that, since that dropped today. I'm honestly really upset about this, so I wanted to talk about it somewhere. I figured on stream at the end was probably the best place to do it.
Slept yet, and I'm making this video at 6 a.m. I'm fighting for my life right now, so I think that deserves a like. If I'm being 100% honest right now...
Was this the final cut or the rough cut where the VFX were not finished? Yes. This was... well, no. Like, they actually showed, like, finalized versions, like, finalized clips of this movie got leaked. And supposedly, the entirety of this movie in general got leaked. Like, completely finished, all animated, because Flying Bark Studios has already said they finished this movie like a month or two ago completely. So it's ready to go. And supposedly dropping on Paramount Plus, even though it should have come to theaters. And it's so dumb that they won't put it in theaters, because Avatar has an established audience. Like, one of the highest grossing films of last year was a 2D animated movie. The Demon Slayer movie. Because it has an established core audience that will go see it. Granted, I've never seen it, because it's, you know, like, I think it's more of a younger crowd that likes Demon Slayer, but I personally haven't seen it yet. Maybe I'd like it. I don't know. But, like, yeah, that one made a ton of money and became, like, one of the top 10 highest grossing films of last year because there's a really dedicated, established audience. Avatar has the same thing. So, like, why would you put this in theaters? You would make money on this. Like, studios are so averse to 2D animation these days, but you would make money on this, regardless of the animation style, because there's an established IP there. It's so dumb.
This is just kind of embarrassing. Paramount has had this fully
finished
movie on their
Griffin
hands
Gaming,
for months, and they haven't shown anything. No posters, no release date, no first look, no trailers. All we have had is Target merch getting leaked, and now 2 entire clips have leaked, multiple minutes long each.
Like, it's really bad. Like, this, like, he's showing the more hand-drawn version of this. They leaked, like, entire fully rendered, fully drawn, like, colored clips of this movie done by, you know, the 2D animation department at Flying Bark Studios. He's showing, like, a more, I guess, a rougher version of this. I'm assuming to avoid copyright, which, yeah, I can't lie. But Yeah, like you can see them on Twitter. They're still circulating around, unfortunately. But yeah, those are done. It's like, man, I'm so mad about that. Also, Dave Bautista is going to be in that movie playing the villain, which is awesome.
One of the clips is them meeting the villain, and the other is in this alternate dimension that may reveal something pretty interesting about Avatar lore. And I'm gonna be
they show the spirit world. Ah! I'm so mad both those got leaked because those that would have been a pleasant surprise to see in the movie. Fuck, man, I'm so mad about this.
And breaking them down later in the video, the good, the bad, the okay. But first, I just need to say, this whole situation just kind of sucks for all the people who have poured their hearts into making
it does suck.
This movie, disrespected by Paramount every step of the way, and then right when their movie was about to be done, they get their work ripped from theaters because Paramount believed that no one would watch it. And they came to that conclusion without showing anybody anything about the movie, which is just kind of insane. And now at 3 a.m., finally, the movie leaks. No one wants their work posted like this. It is a huge shame. Obviously, I'm not going to be showing you guys the leaks. I'm not trying to give Paramount an excuse to strike me down, but you guys can easily find them for yourselves. Like, it's not hard. But don't worry, I'm going to have recreations and visuals that are similar on screen, so you guys are going to get a pretty good idea of what I'm talking about. For those of you who have seen the leaks,
I'm so mad about this, dude. So he just talks about the leaks here specifically. I don't think I'll play that because I don't want I don't want to spoil those parts at all. If you haven't seen them, avoid them for sure. If you're an Avatar fan like me, avoid the leaks as much as you can. But I'm so mad that this got leaked. Now, there was something interesting to come of this, I will say. Jorge Gutierrez, who is he's a director and an animator. He's a film director and also an animator. He created the series El Tigre. He ended up posting about this recently. Oh wow, I didn't realize how much my tweet popped off there about that. Okay, cool, nice. I'm good. I'm glad that's getting some attention. Jorge Gutierrez. I gotta find his be under following. Is he there? Jorge? Am I spelling that right? Jorge Gutierrez. Gutierrez. Twitter. Let's see your Twitter. Yeah, there we go. Maxopolis. That's his Twitter account. I always forget about that. Yeah. So this is the guy that created El Tigre. He directed the Book of Life and did the whole art style for that. He's been around for a while, and he's also openly autistic. He's really cool. Very good dude, and very good autism advocate as well. He recently tweeted out in regards to this saying, I hope the Avatar leak blows up. It already blew up. It got 15 million views, which is crazy, and it convinces Paramount to release the film theatrically. Now, I will say, if there's one silver lining that comes out of this, I think it would be that. And I hope he's correct that happens because, he works in the animation industry. He's an animation veteran, so that would be cool if that did happen, and I would like that. But that's kind of the only silver lining to come out of that there, basically. In terms of everything else, this sucks. This sucks for the team, who was already getting screwed over to begin with. This sucks for the fans who didn't want to get spoiled in the movie. In general, outside of this, I would say, I like Jorge. Outside of this one thing, and the possibility of that happening, I think is mostly a bad situation all around. It sucks. It sucks. But I hope that does happen. We'll see. I think only time will tell. I just wanted to cover this now because I love Avatar. It's one of my favorite series of all time. And I wanted to have this kind of, laid out somewhere. Yeah, he's pretty cool. I like Jorge. He's cool. And yeah, he is an autism advocate. You saw his video earlier today? Oh, the Avatarist? Yeah, he's cool. He's a good YouTuber. Base Jorge? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess that's about it then, honestly, for what we covered. I think today was a productive stream. We debunked Mini Kino and Kino, or Tiny Flex, I know he was getting mad about being called that, but it's funny. It's funny. We debunked Mini Kino and Tiny Flex on their terrible video on me, and also trying to defend Shad Diversity, not Shad Diversity, Drinker, Endymion, all those people, Rev, all that. Yeah. And I just want to say at the end of this, don't let people like that. Don't let people that want to gatekeep you out of fandoms, don't let the anti-woke crowd get to you. Fandoms are for everyone. We should all be getting along with each other. And nobody should be trying to gatekeep someone out of a fandom just because they're a minority. So, yeah. Be happy being who you are, and don't let people like that get to you. Absolutely. I know. I gotta upload that, dude. It was so fucking funny, Ryan. So funny. Oh yeah, kind of like that too. Well, that one was stupid though, Speedrunners, because it's like, why wouldn't you share that in America? You know, eventually it got like leaked, and then they just shared it anyway. Because like, well, fuck, we can't. We may as well. I am looking forward to the new Evangelion series though, because the Nier guy is doing it, which is a very good match there. Match made in heaven. That would be interesting, Arctic. I mean, probably honestly better than they would probably treat it better than Paramount. And Nick at this point, man. Fuck. Well, yeah, I do, Jeddah. But yeah, I think this is a good stream. And yeah, just be happy being who you are. Don't let people like that speak down to you just for being a minority and just loving the fandoms you love. Be happy being who you are. Anyway, I think that'll be it for today, y'all. Had a really good stream. I think this is very fun. Thank you again to Simon for popping on. I'll be back on the 15th on stream anyway, with Niara for the second episode of Oddcast, and then Deja Vu D and I will be discussing autism representation on Oddcast on the 18th. So look forward to that. That'll be fun. Jillo Apocalypse video is still in the works too. Should be out either Tuesday or Wednesday. So look forward to that. But yeah, I'll see y'all on the Otter side, everybody. Have an excellent rest of your day. Bye.